won't be catching up on Reddit. I won't be watching any news. I'll let the planet spin without me, 'cause everything has been without me sometime. And everyone will be alright if I'm not live by satellite. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just want to play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. I'm always drowning in the static. I'd rather swim in crystal seas. My battery's been running low. I need to take it nice and slow for just a while. You won't be hearing about my weather, and you won't see my breakfast pics. For videos of kitty cats all gussied up in pretty hats, you'll have to wait. I hope it's not a tragedy. I hope you don't get mad at me. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just want to play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. Everything is now, everyone is everywhere, but no one seems to get up from their chairs. I'll come and sit with you, let's talk and have a drink or two. We'll open up the window for some air and hear the voices down the street of children playing on the beach. It's a beautiful day, don't take it away. I just want to play, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah. It's a beautiful day, I'm running away. Don't bother to Facebook message or call me, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode and everything is okay. I just want to play, unplug for the day and live in the moment, 'cause I'm living life in airplane mode, yeah.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Welcome. We are here. There. Helps if I unmute us.
We are professional streamers. Huzzah! We found the mute button. That's how you know
Yay! We found a mute button. I can always blame the cat. Like this cat.
Yes.
See? Here's a cat.
the cats do mess up his sound system all the time. This is true. Sometimes we'll be ready to start recording and like we're doing our sound checks and he's like, nothing's coming up. And it's because some cat has walked across something. So
Horrible, horrible cats. What will this world come to?
indeed. So here we are. Jeff is broadcasting live from, I want to say, Dracula's Castle. I am broadcasting live like any good internet loser from my parents' basement. Yes, my dad has some health things. He has a procedure coming up, so I'm back here to help out. But we had already scheduled this live stream, so couldn't very well avoid that. So taking it on the road this year. I'm honestly not a loser streaming in my parents' basement. I promise.
Even though he is literally in his parents' basement.
I'll get it in a minute, Mom. Jeez, I'm streaming here. Sorry about that. Nah. So yeah.
So we are here. We are here. We are live. Hello, chat out there. Yes, Ethan, I'm sorry. Ember does not come with pretty hats. If she had a pretty hat, she would get very angry at me and probably destroy the hat. But I am glad to see so many people have shown up for this live recording. This will be a long recording because we have to go through 3 episodes at the very least, unless Alex somehow forces himself into a corner and makes it 4.
No, it'll be 3. We only did 4 once. And that wasn't a live stream. That was before we started doing the live streams. We will never do 4 again. We will just pull the plug and, Jeffrey is authorized if we're going into a 4th episode to just pull the plug, claim technical difficulties, and the episode just stops wherever it happens to stop.
I have 1 can of Diet Coke. Only 1. Because I've been trying to cut back. But I do have 1 glorious can that I can drink live on stream whenever people want me to enough. And I'll probably drink it all in one go.
It will be 3, Crater, only because the snipers have their orders. Let's put it that way. But yes, we'll be streaming for a long time, probably 8 hours, 9 hours, 200
Whatever
hours.
it ends up being, something like that.
We will take a couple of breaks in there when we get to natural episode stopping points, most likely. A shorter break, kind of in the middle of it all, and then a longer break for dinner. And hey, Jeff and I are in the same city for once, so we're like going to go out and like get dinner together, as I hear people do.
Socialize? What's that?
Outside of the internet? Can
Impossible.
you do that?
We don't know where we're going.
We don't know where we're going. It's not going to be anything, too super fancy. And back in the day, it would be easy. We would have gone to 4204, the Main Street Brewing Company, but
They died.
That is not an option. Thank you, COVID. But we'll find someplace nice to grab a bite. We do have Culvers around here. There is one around. It is true, because we are in the Midwest. If you're not in the Midwest, you probably have no idea what Ethan is talking about. But yes.
Well, that's okay. D&D is more important than listening about D&D and its influence on video games. So
Absolutely. And we
by
never
no means, if you missed any of this stream or you want to go back and re-listen to the horrors of it, remember, I will have this edited and uploaded to YouTube at some point, like I have with the previous live streams, and it will be there in memoria.
Indeed. So, yeah, we never expect anyone to stay for the whole thing. So those certain crazy people, cough, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, cough, usually do. We expect people will jump in, jump out. We'll try to interact as much as we can. We both have chat open. If you ever see anyone typing in chat as Video Game Historian, that's me. I'll, of course, be mostly doing audio commentary, but during periods of time where the video stream is not going for whatever reason, like in the pregame here, that's me. Of course, DCW Podcast is Jeffrey. He doesn't trust me with the official accounts. So, yeah, that's kind of what we are doing here. Slide rules. Good old slide rules. So yeah, feel free to interact. We try to do this a little informally. Obviously, at some point we have to manage to get 3 episodes recorded. So we can't talk to everybody everywhere all at once, but we will be following the comments. We will interact, throw them at us, correct us in real time. We don't have a DOC normally, but on our live stream we do. And Ethan Johnson, friend of the show. A little reference to our sister podcast, the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, where Ethan does his best to keep Carl honest. Shout out to Carl in the Department of Corrections.
And also, if you have questions or things you want to add to Mr. Skeleton, who says things during the break or thinks them, feel free to send them my way. I will add them. I can do that real time. It's terrifying.
Yeah, we get more and more professional every year. We almost look like real streamers these days. Other than me and my, parents' basement in the background. I do have a green screen now, just like Jeffrey, but that is one thing I did not haul all the way to Illinois. Just hauled my sound equipment here.
And also, if you follow, we can do fancy stuff. I even have this thing that does fancy stuff when you follow us. Because the last person who did that got the fancy things.
Hooray. So, yeah. Yay. Look at us. We're like streamers. Now we have to get involved in some kind of scandal involving inappropriate parasocial behavior.
There you go.
Then we'll really be Twitch streamers.
Something like that. we level up every time someone follows. See? This is great. This is the fastest way to level 20 in D&D ever.
Indeed. Effect would be correct there, Crater, in this case. Our effects affect the way people view our stream.
There you go.
I did actually. Fun story there. Yes, because they have there's a bar back there that they use for storage and a second fridge and freezer, and we made sure that they got all of their provisions that they might need down here before the stream started. So I wouldn't have to be like, "Mom, I'm streaming. Get out of the shot. Why do you always do this?" No, so special shout out to my parents, who are always very supportive and were very happy to let me hijack their basement while I was here as well. We get along great, so.
Yeah, if I had to set them up here in an emergency, it might have been entertaining to do a two-man setup because my office isn't set to do two-man streaming anymore. I'd have to redesign things and stuff.
Plus we would be at great risk of becoming warriors of light because we would both be blessed with the echo. Bonus points if you get that reference.
All right. So, I guess we should start this thing about D&D and video gaming stuff. I have my thingy that records the sounds ready and set and ready to go.
I do as well on my end.
All right, I am going to hover over the red button.
Oh, hold on. I think when I did a last-minute adjustment, Reaper didn't get the memo. So let me get I had to briefly unplug my sound stuff. Well, no, it's pointing to the right place. Maybe I just... All right. So apparently all I had to do was open the options menu to remind Reaper what it was doing, because before the option menu was open, no levels. After the option menu was over, even though I changed nothing, complete levels.
It doesn't like it when you unplug things. Windows never likes it.
Indeed. Alrighty. So yes, I am also hovering over the really, we call it the big red button, but it's really more of an ordinary size red button. I mean, we're kind of overselling it when we call it the big red button, Jeffrey.
Well, on stream, it's a big red button. They got it down there at the bottom.
I saw that. All right, but I am also hovering over my version of the button, which is not the button on the screen. Jeffrey doesn't trust me with the official button.
It's a special button.
Indeed. So whenever you are ready, Mr. Jeffrey.
3, 2, 1. Red button pressed.
All right. I have also pressed a red button. It looks like my levels are okay here. How's it looking on your end, Jeffrey?
Everything looks fine. I got your audio here, my audio here. I can sync it later in post. So much post. Terrifying levels of post.
Indeed.
All right. So let's start this thing. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, nearby, Alex.
Hello.
Alex is nearby at his parents' place. I am in an office in front of a green screen, and we have a live Twitch chat. Hello.
Hey there, Twitch chat. That's right. It is our big annual live stream where we film slash audio record 3 episodes back to back to back while interacting with our adoring fans, thus making Jeffrey's usually editing hell a very special kind of hell, like the one reserved for child molesters and people who talk at the theater. Bonus points, of course, if you get that reference.
I still need to come up with a way for them to turn in those bonus points.
Indeed. So yeah, this will still, as people who've listened to our past live recorded episodes know, this will be largely a typical episode because we are recording normal episodes this way, but there might be a few interjections here and there where we are responding to comments in our Twitch chat, which of course you would not normally get in an episode. But otherwise, these are perfectly ordinary episodes that just happen to be filmed. And I believe for crazy people that want to see the video of that will also be posted, right, Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, we will be posting that to our YouTube channel, the same place where you can get all of our fine, loving episodes. We'll also be on there in a nice little channel called, well, I guess not channel, a nice little playlist called live streams, because, really inventive like that.
Yes, aren't we though? Though our live stream does get more professional every year, and no, Crater, 3 episodes, and I say that with confidence because they will have me killed. they will have me killed if I try to make it into 4 episodes.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's in a basement. He's underground. It's quieter when the gunshots go off.
That's right. He lured me out of my normal lair so that. Anywho, so yeah, I guess we should probably get around to telling the good people what the topic of this episode and our following 2. I say again, following 2 + 1, 3 episodes are going to be about, which, as our live stream audience already knows, because it's in nice, comforting blue letters at the top of the screen, is Dungeons and Dragons and Video Games.
Which is just like our Twitch, which is just like our DragonCon presentation, but instead of being 50 minutes, it's going to be, I don't know, 6 hours worth of it.
Give or take. We'll see how it goes. That's right. For those that are Patreons, or are patrons, of our Patreon, you may have already seen a very, very truncated version of what we are about to do, because we did do a presentation on this at DragonCon this year. That was, of course, deliberate to synergize the researching there a bit, but DragonCon gives us 50 minutes, and that is not enough for They Create Worlds. So we're going to be doing a far more in-depth look at that. We're not going to get too nitty-gritty on any particular game or system. I'm sure we'll go into a little depth here and there, but not too nitty-gritty. This is more of an overview. We want to talk about the creation of Dungeons and Dragons, the various influences that led to the creation of that game, and then how that game very quickly migrated unofficially into the computer game space. So it's kind of charting a wider evolution. Don't know how far into the future we will go on this. Part of that will depend on the time, I'm sure. We'll at least cover developments up until the early to mid 1980s. It's possible we'll touch on something after that, but not too likely, I don't think, because it will be 3 episodes. We've been successful. I just want to say, for the record, Jeff, we have been successful at that with our live streams. Our live streams are always targeted at 3 episodes, and we have always delivered at 3 episodes. So now I've just, jinxed it and all of that, but that's okay.
That's all right. So if we were to go back in time and redo that DragonCon presentation, minus the slides, how would we start it once more as we go back into the ancient times, before video games, before tabletop role-playing games, back when they were just back when they just took these wonderful things called miniatures and decided that, rolling dice in order to blow up this other guy's miniature sounds fun.
Something like that. Well, it really wasn't done for fun in the beginning. It was really done to, figure out how to blow up people in real life. Back in the old Kriegspiel days, if you died in the game, you died for real, or at least hypothetically speaking. But no, so there are a lot of places that you can start a story like this. Certainly, John Peterson, whose work is invaluable to what we were doing here today. His trilogy, Playing at the World, The Elusive Shift, and Game Wizards, make a lot of what we're doing possible. But John Peterson certainly starts the story in many different places, because he starts it in one place, and then he'll go back and start it another place, and then he'll go back and start it yet another place again. So yeah, there are a lot of places that you can start this history of D&D, but I really want to start with kind of how the communities of players started to form, because the creation of D&D, which we should of course mention, was published 50 years ago this year, which is why we're doing all of this in the first place. January of 1974 is when it started. It's really created out of the confluence of two distinct groups of wargamers who live in different parts of the Midwest, which is where all of the wargaming goes place. Is that because the West Coast and the East Coast are just such war zones, with all those big scary cities and all those scary pimps and gigolos and other things all of the movies tell me about, that it's already such a war zone on the coast that they would never want to do this, and that's why Midwesterners who live in their dull, boring little farm towns do this? Is that what's going on? What does Twitch chat think of that?
We don't know.
Now that I've insulted every part of the country equally in different ways, what does Twitch chat think about all that?
I mean, there are things in the Midwest where there were some wars or something, I've been told. Apparently someone resembles that remark.
Yes, indeed. Yes. So, though of course they call us Chirac, says Chirac, I should say, says Ethan. Yes, there is big scary Chicago, of course, where Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, currently resides. But yeah, it's really about the confluence of these two different groups, and so we kind of have to start this by discussing how you even got groups of players of these games back in the early days, because the hobby, and again, there are different other earlier places where you can play certain aspects of it, but we're not interested in documenting every part of it in detail. But the hobby of wargaming really got started in the United States in the middle to late 1950s. And it was really through board wargaming that the hobby really took off. Now, we're going to get to miniatures wargaming, and obviously miniatures wargaming far predates the 1950s. But if board wargaming was niche, then miniatures wargaming was just downright esoteric. So we'll cover all of that. But board wargaming is really a lot of where this forming of fandom starts. And of course, board wargaming really does. Yeah, it's yes. We did capture. We did dodge a bullet with that whole Canada thing. As I'm sure Dale would agree with with you, Esmaliva, on the whole Quebec thing. But I've insulted enough of North America already, so I'm not going to go there. Fan subs, yes. Before there were fan subs, Ethan, there were fandoms. And I see what you did there. So yeah, this really all goes back to wargaming fandom, which was primarily in the beginning board wargaming fandom that started up in the 1950s, and of course it really all grew up around the works of a company called Avalon Hill. And this story, I think, is pretty well known. We don't need to dwell on it since Avalon Hill isn't going to be a huge part of our story. But basically, there was a guy named Charles Roberts who had experience as an ad man and who was a reservist. And he really, really wanted to be a soldier, like really, really badly wanted to be in the military as an actual active duty full-time personnel, not an ever ready or a no good, as they at times have called the enlisted reserve in the National Guard when they're on active duty. And the Korean War seemed to offer an opportunity for that because, of course, there was a massive drawdown of the armed forces after World War II. And then suddenly we were in the Cold War, and the Cold War was turning hot in certain parts of the world. And we ended up in a conflict in Korea that we were not expecting and not necessarily wanting. Diplomacy, Oliva. Yes, diplomacy plays a role in the story as well, for sure. So, you know, you may not have played D&D, but you played proto D&D. Of course, Jeffrey, we've never been diplomacy players, but Jeffrey's horrible flashbacks of a similar nature would come when our group of friends would play the Fantasy Flight Games Game of Thrones board game, which has some very diplomacy like elements in it. And Jeffrey just wanted to move his pretty pieces around the pretty board and play his pretty leader cards from his hand. Meanwhile, all the rest of us would want to go off and have 2-hour-long round-robin conversations where everyone is trying to make deals with everyone else. And poor Jeffrey was like, can we just play the game? So, it's a game that never lasts longer than 10 turns. It can be shorter, but the maximum is 10 turns, which sounds like it wouldn't take too long until you add like 45 minutes of negotiations between each turn.
And then,
Right.
and then a game that is supposed to be an hour or two turns into 8.
Yeah. That's how we rolled. And it was all pointless because James was just going to win anyway. So why did we even bother with all of that politicking when James was just going to win anyway?
I don't know.
Indeed. And so they had a program going, the government did, the military did during the Korean War, where it was possible for a reservist to receive a commission as an actual real soldier. So Roberts was pursuing this, and he wanted to brush up on his own kind of tactical knowledge and abilities. And so he created a little board game for himself called Tactics in order to do that. And the whole military thing didn't pan out. The Korean War came to an end. They ended the program. Roberts never got to be part of the military. But he did have this board game that he had created. He was like, well, this is kind of cool. Maybe I should try publishing it. And so he founded a little thing called originally the Avalon Game Company, later changed to Avalon Hill, and published Tactics. He sold a few, enough to kind of keep this business that he was just running out of his house going. But then in 1958, he published a revised version, Tactics 2, and he also published his first Civil War game. And that kind of led into the early 1960s, which of course was the centennial of the Civil War. And so that got a little more notice for his Gettysburg game and his Chancellorsville game, and suddenly attracted a following. I mean, this is still a niche hobby, but he actually had like a real business at this point. He was actually selling thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of units of these games. And so he slowly grew his business over the next little bit until he ended up hitting a problem with a recession in the early 1960s and the decline of a lot of the retailers and distributors that he was using to sell his games as a result, that forced him to sell out to some of his creditors, including the Dot family, who are his printers. We won't get into all of those Avalon Hill corporate shenanigans because they really don't matter. And we are keeping this to 3. That's right, 3 episodes. So we won't get too much into that. But the one final thing one of the last things that Roberts did before he sold out to the Dot family was he founded a periodical, a magazine called The General. And The General, founded it in 1964. The General is a big part of where this fandom starts to coalesce, because these games, like I said, they were played by very isolated groups of people around the country. And it could be a real challenge finding players, finding other people that were interested in the same thing. Because these were and are, because these types of games still exist, very, very fiddly games with lots and lots of little cardboard pieces and all sorts of complicated rules, and that would take hours to set up and hours to play. And if you didn't really love military history, you probably weren't going to bother with all of that. So it was niche. People were really spread out. And so Roberts and his people had the really smart idea, which they started in, I think, about the third issue. That they started in about the third issue of The General, which was the Opponents Wanted section. And this was basically a classified ad section for people looking to connect, to play war games. But unlike the singles ads in your local newspaper, they made this completely free. If you sent in, I mean, I guess you paid the postage, but if you sent in an Opponents Wanted request, they would print exactly what you sent them, word for word, completely free of charge. Oh, way to throw me under the bus there, Jeffrey. Couldn't just blame that one on the cat. You couldn't have just said the cat burped. You had to reveal it was me. Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
Come on, cat. Burp. Burp. Come on. Do cat things.
Just so you know, everyone, that is Ember. If anyone but Jeffrey attempted to do what is happening right now, they would no longer have a face. But so for some reason, Ember tolerates this.
And she insists on being on my lap whenever I record.
Yes. Yes, indeed. So, has Ember mellowed any with age, Jeffrey? Or
Actually, yes, she has. She has mellowed a bit. She a bit more passive. She's a little more grumpy sometimes. If other cats there get within 10 feet of her, she's still angry about it. She goes to people other than me for pets sometimes, which is shocking.
Oh my. That is shocking. I mean, she would do that for Matt, but basically only for Matt. Back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really depends on how low her pet meter gets.
91 War of 1812 games. That is unexpected.
That's a lot.
Yeah, for the War of 1812, that's a lot. Because of course they like to say that wargaming is really a market of the three N's, which is NATO, Nazis, and Napoleon. Obviously, in the U.S., Civil War can be popular too, but in general, the three N's are what sells in wargaming. So. Yes, that's right. We slowly introduce new characters, expand the lore, like any good serialized episodic programming does. Yes, always respect the lore, for sure, Esamoliva. So they had this completely free Opponents Wanted section that allowed people from all over the country to be like, German player looking for Allied player in Africa Corps. Right to blah, blah, blah. Because, of course, since these were board games, you could play them by mail. I mean, people did hope that they might find people in their local community that they could play with this way. But they were also very happy to do play-by-mail games, which is exactly as long and tedious as it sounds, which is that each of you set up this board full of many, many fiddly little cardboard bits across all of these different hexes, and then trust each other as you relay your moves that everyone is always moving every single one of these little tiny pieces into the exact right spot. And nobody's cheating, we promise. And yeah, that sounds like a lot.
It does. I can only imagine the horrors of just trying to keep track of that and just make an honest mistake, let alone an intentional one.
Indeed. But people were willing to get what they could get because it was really hard to get people to play these games with them. So a community grew up within the general, and it's kind of interesting. Kind of the way these communities developed, because just like in modern internet forums and Discord channels and other social media places, the trolls always got the most attention. So, these ads started out with just, like I said, Axis player of Africa Corps, looking for allied player. Or, Northern General looking for Southern General to play a game of Gettysburg. But, lots of people are sending these in. So you want your ads to stand out. So then it starts to become like, the Reich is rolling through all opposition, and for the glory of the Vaterland, we have invaded North Africa to drive out the imperialist British scum. Who can dare oppose us? What British general would dare to oppose the might of General Rommel? Write to me and we can play a game of Africa Corps. So I mean, things would start to get very, very intense like this. And yeah, of course, we'll have to release just that clip from this. No notes, no explanation, and then then I will be a Nazi white supremacist. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. Nobody would ever take any of this out of context. And so, train of thought. Because this is what would get you noticed. This would get your attention. And so a lot of these ads did start to get kind of like, there were a lot of Nazi and Confederate kind of language starting to appear in these opponents wanted. And, Peterson examines this question a little bit. And obviously, we don't have complete data to be able to say anything definitively, but Peterson is of the opinion that most of them were not actually white supremacist, Confederate sympathizers, Nazi sympathizers. There probably were a few mixed in, because people that are romanticizing the glory of the Reich or the glory of the so-called lost cause are going to be drawn to these things in all of their forms, including war games where they can rewrite history. But the sense is that most of these people were actually just trying to shock their peers in order to get noticed in the pages of Opponents Wanted. And, a lot of these were, teenagers and college students in boring Midwest hamlets that never met a Nazi and never wanted to meet a Nazi. But we're actually quite nice when you got to know them. So...
Well, just think of it in the context of even modern times. You have people who are kids, really, who don't know better, or adults who just don't have much of a filter, and they say weird, derogatory things online, write stuff like that. I mean, we've all encountered this online. The internet can be a very toxic place, but that doesn't mean that the internet coming about made that happen. It's always been there. There have been that kind of thing in stuff before then, and there will be stuff after that. The way this all comes about is because people take on that role. They might take it too seriously. They may or may not believe in it. And like you said, Alex, they're trying to get people to play a game with them. Am I going to play a game and show that person what's what? If they're just like, hi, I play the Axis side and I'm willing to play with anyone who wishes to play somewhere in Africa? Or are they going to do that for someone who says something really challenging and derogatory to go, I need to show that person what's what and beat them in this game?
Indeed. And so, these kind of things, there was a small amount of role playing going on right there in the pages of Opponents Wanted. Now, I don't want to blow that out of proportion, because this was just kind of an advertising gimmick. There were probably a small number of imaginative individuals that actually saw themselves as Rommel or Grant or Lee when they were overlooking their board of fiddly cardboard pieces. But for the most part, hey, Carl, thanks for the follow. But for the most part, this was just performance art within the pages of Opponents Wanted. It's not like when they were actually playing their play-by-mail games, they were typing up these elaborate dispatches that looked like they were coming from the front lines when they were telling their friend how the pieces moved. So it wasn't a lot of role-playing, but it's interesting how there was just a little bit of role-playing going on. No worries, Carl. Thanks for stopping in to say hi, especially for doing so at the dramatically appropriate moment in the podcast.
And don't worry about following in the music. That's completely different. That's just for the live stream side. It will be there. The actual podcast episode itself, Alex and I have a separate audio that's going to be recorded for that. That is being recorded for that, and none of the live stream extra stuff gets into it. So follow with impunity.
Absolutely. But they were doing this performative thing, and it started kind of taking on a life of its own, because the next logical thing to do once you were finding an opponent here or opponent there to play these war games, it was to try to organize in a more comprehensive manner. Because once you start discovering these people, again, it's a niche hobby, so you want to keep kind of doing these games with the same group of people. And so these wargaming organizations started to form. And originally they were largely forming around these kind of performative activities within the Opponents Wanted. So, you have this one guy that's raving about the invincibility of the 1,000-Year Reich. So please play me in Africa Corps. And that kind of morphs into, well, we've got this whole group of people that are rolling over everybody, and who can stand against us? And they did not tend to call themselves Nazis, thankfully, at this point. But one of the big groups that was doing this was a group called Spectre, because this was the 1960s and James Bond was a thing. And so Spectre started to organize itself around individual representatives in different states, different communities. And they would start saying things like, Spectre has just conquered Virginia and is moving west. And can anyone stop the onslaught of Spectre? Please play us in a game of Chancellorsville. It's just like this idea that you have these villainous organizations that are overrunning parts of the United States, and you need bold heroes to stand up and stop them. And again, this is just another kind of way to recruit people to play games. And so then you had other organizations that were forming in opposition to groups like Spectre and similar groups that were talking about how they were conquering everything. And so you had these individual kind of wargaming clubs organizing across these wide swaths of territory, somewhat following the template that had already been established by the already existent sci-fi fandoms that by the 1960s had already been publishing newsletters and holding conventions and doing all of this kind of stuff for years and years. And once these groups started to organize in this way, these kind of slightly silly, more performative aspects start to melt away, and you get kind of another generation, probably slightly older players, some of whom may have started as high school players and themselves have grown up a little bit now, kind of dumping this performative aspect. Yes, indeed, Carl. That that does that also sounds like the beginning of every D&D game ever. Like everyone just meeting up at the tavern. So that's absolutely what they needed to be doing was Stammtisch for sure. And kind of dropped the performative aspect of what they were doing and just organized as regional or even national networks of wargame players. And they maintained membership lists, collected dues, and also wrote their own newsletters, which with cheaper and cheaper mimeographs and stuff appearing in the 1960s became a more and more viable thing to do. And so you had groups of wargamers that were just in mutual interest clubs, and these newsletters would kind of parrot what the general was doing, which was reporting on new games coming out, providing historical tidbits, providing tips on how to play games, helping locate opponents, providing after-action reports of games, but doing it on a lower, more indie level, because the hobby was very small. Avalon Hill were really the only ones involved. SPI would come along in a few years, but are not quite there yet. And so there was a certain level of gatekeeping that was done by Avalon Hill. They encouraged a little bit of independent activity. They did start releasing sheets of counters and hex boards and whatnot that people could use to design their own games, but they didn't want to go too far down that road because the hobby was so small that if an indie scene got too professional, there really may not have been room for both Avalon Hill and its competitors. It's not like the modern video game industry where you can have an indie scene and you can have a professional scene and you can have a modder scene, and they can all kind of coexist. Doesn't mean that the big companies are always happy that they have that competition, but at the end of the day, there is a big enough market that can all coexist, even if it does so uneasily. That is not the case in the wargaming hobby of the 1960s. So Avalon Hill did a lot of gatekeeping within the hobby, other than this opponents wanted thing, which just opened the floodgates to everybody. And so these regional clubs started making their own newsletters parroting the general, or Strategy and Tactics, a big miniatures magazine at the time, and allowing for this more indie collaborative spirit to happen. Don't worry, Alex, they just buy out the interesting indie devs and make them do nothing. Yes, yes, Ethan. That can happen. And yeah, seeing some reference to the Bard's Tale in here. Yeah, the sewers. I mean, there's a reason one of the big blogs is called Kill 10 Rats. You always go down to the sewer first. You always go after rats first. Good times. Yeah, that's true. Why isn't there like a Shadowrun campaign set in New York City where all you're doing is killing rats? That should be a thing.
There probably is. I mean, it's not like either of us have really delved deep into Shadowrun. I'm sure there's some adventure out there where go down into the sewers and get all the rats. They got taken over by robots and partly cyberized rats, and which made giant rats, and then you're doomed.
No, yeah, Esmoliva makes a very good point that New York Rats are not an entry level opponent, and that is true.
There's a bit of intelligence there.
Well played, Esmoliva. Well played. And that's kind of where our story really begins. And now we have to talk about a couple of these organizations. And I think I'm probably going to talk about them in the opposite order of how we did in our live event, just to provide a little balance so we discuss each side equally. Because, of course, there's really two sets of these gamers that we need to talk about. And that is the Twin Cities Military Miniatures Group up in Minnesota, and the International Federation of Wargamers, a technically international because they had like one British guy that was in it or something, but mostly national group that also encompassed several subgroups like the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And in the interest of expediency, for the live talk, we focused more on the Gygax side of things than the Arneson side of things, not as a judgment. We're not wading into that, but just because we were kind of charting the spread, and TSR is more important to the spread. But here today, I think we'll talk a little bit first about the good people up in Minneapolis, St. Paul. So the Twin Cities Military Miniatures Group, as the name implies, was a group that was dedicated not so much to the board wargaming that we've been talking about this entire time, but is actually more wedded to the whole miniatures thing that we briefly mentioned at the start, but didn't really get into in any kind of depth. Miniatures wargaming is a very, very different beast than board wargaming. For one thing, there's some assembly required. And by some assembly, I mean you have to buy all of those little soldiers, put them together yourself, and paint them yourself. And at this point, shout out to my dad, actually. Because he is big into all of that kind of thing himself.
That it is. Alex and him do a yearly big fight battle thing that can take, I don't know, what is it, a week it takes you guys?
Yeah, we haven't done one recently, but yeah, we used to do World War II scenarios together. A lot of smelling salts. I would not recommend huffing all of that stuff over there in sequence. Yeah. I'm not sure which system he's been using most recently. He does 20 millimeter, and like the hobby in general has kind of rallied more around 15 millimeter, particularly Flames of War, but that's not his scale. So I'm not sure. See, we bust out the military miniatures, and that's what brings the followers in. All of that paint and modeling stuff.
Thanks for the follow, Led 7 Seg.
Yes, I'm actually improving as a light source for myself. I'm actually improving using my dad's sorry for the jankiness here, the Blair Witch Project of it all, but my dad's magnifier with light that he uses to paint his miniatures. I'm not a loser in the basement, I promise. Also, I've now gone blurry.
Uh-oh, you broke it. You
There
broke
we go.
it.
Now we're good. Crisis averted. Probably not as well centered as I was a second ago. We're doing it live.
We're fixing it.
We are professional streamers.
At least we fake one.
Indeed. Well, yes. So there's some assembly required in this little hobby. You have to buy a lot of figures. You have to paint a lot of figures. You have to get that whole collection together. And you need a space that you can play in that is usually a little more elaborate than the dining room table. Now, you can, in a pinch, use the dining room table if you cover it with all sorts of stuff. But in general, you're going to need a basement, or you're going to need some kind of community facility. Eh, it was perfect, and then I had to go roving reporter, and I ruined it. There, that's a little better. Um, or some kind of community facility that would let you set it up. The other thing, of course, is that there is no playing by mail with military miniatures. That is not going to happen. It's hard enough for you to get your whole army together. You're not also going to get an exact copy of your buddy's whole army together and have identical tables and hold your rulers in the exact same way, because it is all ruler and tape measure movement, in order to get players to the armies to the right spot. So it's a very different kind of fandom, and it is much more niche. Avalon Hill does not touch miniatures wargaming. There is too little, it is too spread out. And so the DIY mentality within military miniatures is even greater than the DIY mentality in board wargaming, because there are very few rule sets that support this. And in fact, it's interesting. One of the most common rule sets was actually created by science fiction author H.G. Wells right before World War I, Little Wars. And I say this is interesting because military miniatures from the beginning has always had a little aspect of storytelling involved in it. So sorry about that. Yeah, do it yourself. That was the DIY I was referring to. Sorry for getting a little jargony there. Yes, the Arneson did have a ping pong table. Wesley had something a little fancier than that in his basement, but the Arneson group, yes, was often doing it on a ping pong table. My dad and I, back in the day, I mean, when I was really young, we did it on the dining room table. My dad would set down. We have actual tables now, and we have sculpted terrain and stuff now. But back in the day, we would put the leaves into the dining room table, and we would drape the table in green towels. And we would place books under the towels in places where we wanted hills and mountains, and then we would use brown tape for roads, and blue tape for rivers. So, yeah, that is definitely a thing. So I find that interesting because there's always been a little bit of role playing and narrative in military miniatures gaming, which I find fascinating, because two of the earliest proponents of using miniatures for staging games were H.G. Wells and Robert Louis Stevenson, two authors. Because, of course, military miniatures go way back, but most people just wanted them for display purposes. They were not there to be used in wargaming. It's just some crazy people started to use them in that way, and it just kind of spiraled out of control from there. And in fact, the Twin Cities Military Miniatures Group was itself not primarily a wargaming group. It was founded in 1963. So whenever there's long pauses at times like this, it's because this is the stuff that gets edited out in post. It's because Alex is going into his notes and making sure he doesn't say something incorrect, which usually works.
Most of the time.
Usually.
And then I find
Usually
these things and I just start ripping them out in post. Then we get something resembling a cohesive podcast. Do 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 do. So this is how we get to 2 hours of raw recording that gets cut down to an hour and a half.
Yes. By a gentleman named Ray Allard, who had no interest at all in miniatures wargaming. He and a bunch of his friends, and these were older people. Most of the founders of this group were older people. Some of them World War II and Korea veterans. They were there only for kind of the painting and the display of miniatures. They really didn't care at all about this thing. But there were 2 younger members of the group that joined either right at or very, very, very soon after the founding. Notes, 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 notes.
Depends on who joined.
Notes, 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 notes.
Yes, Game Informer died. We are sad. No more Game Informer for us.
Which was actually, one of them was Ray Allard's son, Ray Allard Jr., and the other was an individual by the name of David Wesley. And they were actually drawn to this group by the idea of actually doing miniatures wargaming, which, as I said, is something that existed. And there had been a small spark of interest in it in the United States, starting in 1957, when an individual named Jack Scrubby started to publish a magazine, Strategy and Tactics, and also started casting some relatively cheap, in the grand scheme of things, miniatures. So there were a small number of people. Yeah, Scrooby, that's true. Jack Scrooby, Scruby, is how that's spelled. Yeah, so he was, I do believe Wesley, just to answer what you're saying there, Ethan, Wesley has said that he was at the first meeting, which, I see no reason to doubt. I mean, are the people that attended the first meeting what you would call founding members, or just like Allard decided to do this group and put out a call and they showed up? I mean, calling them him a founding member probably makes it sound more formal and official than it really was. But he seemed to have been coming to the meetings from the beginning, at the very least. Though the fact that he was so much younger than any of the others that were there, because as he put it himself in one description, Allard himself was 54. He was the oldest, and then most of the rest of the members there were in their 30s, and then Wesley and Ray Allard were teenagers, or Ray Allard Jr., not to be confused with the founder, were teenagers. So I doubt the rest of the group necessarily treated them as quote unquote founding members. But they hung out, and some of the older guys even occasionally deigned to come by and play battles with them. But in general, kind of these 2 groups kind of were very separate from each other, though, even though it just started with the 2 of them, as time went on, other young people also found their way to the group. It wasn't long that Wesley and Allard Jr. were the only ones interested in the wargaming. So there had been kind of a small movement towards this through Jack Scrooby and Strategy and Tactics and all of this. But it was it was still pretty niche, and there were not a lot of rules out there. And so Wesley was he was a pretty smart guy, still is, he's still alive, really wanted to kind of dig deeper into this than some of the current rules that were available, and started basically reading everything that he could find anywhere about wargaming, which eventually led him down the path of discovering the Prussian Kriegspiel, which, as opposed to being a game, a pastime where two people or more are just having fun with each other, were actual military wargaming exercises that were meant to instruct in, not just instruct in the waging of war, but also to simulate specific plans to see how viable those plans were. We're not going to go into a complete history of Kriegspiel here, because we are actually going to edit ourselves some, 3 episodes and all of that. 3. A 1, a 2, a 3. How many episodes does it take to get the center of Dungeons and Dragons? 3. 3 is the number, and that number shall be 3. Yes, as Derek IRL points out in chat, I do have a chapter on Kriegspiel in my book. Of course, a lot of that is adapted from Peterson's work in Playing at the World. The original version that goes into all those Kriegspiel details is currently out of print, but when Volume 2 comes out early next year of his revised version, a lot of that Kriegspiel stuff will show up again there as well. 5 is right out. Ethan, 5 is right out. Thou shalt not count to 4 unless thou proceedest on to 3. 5 is right out.
I 2.
No. Yes. Now I mangled the quote. Thou shalt not count to 2 unless thou then proceedest on to 3. 5 is right out. Yes, I can count. Me and King Arthur stuck not knowing our numbers. 4 isn't mentioned at all. Yes. Okay, fine. You adjusted the quote for the episode. I'll accept that. That's why I did it too. That's why I said the thing about 4 too. That was also adjusting for the episode. Yes. Yes, it was.
And other lies we tell ourselves.
I'm not a loser streaming from my parents' basement who can't count. That's not me. I'm with my friends. Anyway. Lots of references thrown about there, because that's what we do here at They Create Worlds. So I think I was trying to make a point about something in there. We're gonna do 3 episodes, so we won't go into all of Kriegspiel today. Are there any chicks out there? I want to do them.
Oh dear.
Do you have the Mountain Dew, Jeffrey? Did we remember the Mountain Dew?
I don't do Mountain Dew. I don't have Mountain Dew. I only do Diet Coke.
Well, yes,
I only have one can of Diet Coke.
Well, yes, I know that, but that's not the skit.
Oh well,
the skit
no
doesn't.
Hope, then.
Well. So I guess we're recording a podcast episode of some kind here, aren't we?
Those are the lies we are telling ourselves. I mean, we're already using 54 minutes of tape.
Well, virtual tape. But I mean, it's not really, This time, like 2.5 hours of material will cut down to 1.5 hours of material. This is why editing Jeffrey cries when we do live streams. But he gets outvoted by Alex and podcasting Jeffrey, who make him sit in the corner.
Something like that. Something like that.
So these Kriegspiel and derivatives thereof, because of course then this came to America and some Americans made their own modifications, which we'll talk about in a bit. But these Kriegspiel played out a little differently from your traditional miniatures combat between Friends, this kind of casual military miniatures wargaming based on Little Wars and the few other systems that existed at the time, because they were attempting to model all of the conditions of war as accurately as they could within a simulation, which included not having a clue about where your enemy is. Because obviously, if the two of you are staring across each other, across a basement table or a ping pong table or whatever else, you're both there. Everyone's armies are there for both people to see. Were you giving me the signal to stop?
No, I'm trying to fix the thing.
Yes.
Continue.
Yes, there is a spooky ghost inhabiting Dracula's castle, and it occasionally is threatening to devour poor Jeffrey's soul.
Something like that.
We are professional streamers.
No, we're not.
Yes, definitely Slimer. It's looking at me, Jeffrey.
It's looking at me, Ray. I think it can hear you, Alex.
And so these games had something in particular that you did not find generally at this time in miniatures wargaming amongst casual friends, which is this idea of a referee. Somebody who is a neutral arbiter of the game, who is existing outside of the game but has complete knowledge of what is happening and can communicate the situation to the players as they move around the field of battle and make contact with the enemy. So Wesley really starts getting into this kind of thing in his wargaming and his circle of wargaming friends, which does expand. It starts with just Aller Jr. and himself, but other people join this group. And starts really focusing in on how can we make these encounters as realistic as possible. And their wargaming starts incorporating fog of war. It starts incorporating incomplete information. And see you later, Carl. Thank you so much for joining. And yeah, if you can come back later, obviously always welcome. We're gonna be here a while. And the methods through which you would acquire more complete information about what's happening around you. So obviously, as you move your soldiers around, you're going to, your scouts are eventually going to discover the scouts or the main force of the other enemy, and you'll kind of discover where they are there. But there's also the possibility that the locals may have seen troop movements. You may come across a farm, and the farmers there have seen armies moving, and you interrogate them, and they tell you where it is. So there's not role-playing going on yet at this point. You still have primarily, two opposing generals that are moving their armies around, but Dave Wesley starts playing around with this idea of what if there's a referee that has additional information? And what if the players have to interact with other elements on the board to gather that information? And there's no characterization going. It's not like David Wesley is playing the farmer. It's not an NPC. But we're starting to get into a situation of, well, what if they do talk to a farmer and they get some information that way? How are they going to make contact with the enemy? And so Wesley starts developing this idea of the referee as an important component of his games. Now, at some point when all of this is going on, and a lot of the early stuff, the timeline is very vague, but at some point when this is going on about 1965, I believe it is, a board wargamer by the name of Dave Arneson, a teenager. He's still a child at this point. Wait, does that add up? Yeah, because he was born in 47. Yeah, so he's still a teenager. He's an older teenager, but he's still a teenager at this point. Puts an ad in the opponent's wanted section of the general. So here we're getting back. This is why we have to, even though board wargaming isn't the main vector through which RPGs are created, this is why we have to do all of that Avalon Hill setup, because even though the board war games don't directly influence D&D so much outside of diplomacy, which is a big influence, it's these connections. Oh yeah, we're getting there, Ethan. We're getting there. Believe me. It's these connections that Avalon Hill and Board Wargaming fosters that are very important to the development of these groups. So in about 1965, this teenager, David Arneson, posts in the general looking for an opponent to play Avalon Hill Board Wargames with. He had become enthused with them after his parents had bought him the Chancellorsville game, and he just kind of fell in love with this board wargaming. So the people at the Twin Cities Military Miniatures Group are also, they play some of those games too, and they get the general. So Wesley sees that ad. And so Wesley and some of his friends go over to Arneson's house, and the Secrets of Blackmore kind of discusses kind of this first meeting, a documentary that gets more of the story from the Arneson group and de-emphasizes the Gygax group. And they kind of just show up at the door, and they're like, we're here to see David Arneson, and I think it was his mother that answered. It's like, the boys are in the basement, all where all the losers go. In their parents' basement. I have my own place. I'm just here to help. I promise. I am not just an adult, but a fully realized person with my own friends and credit cards and keys.
You do have keys. I know that.
And I have credit cards too. I won't show it to you because this is.
So how will we know that they're real?
It's like, yeah, you've shown us the front, but anyone can fake the front. Can you show us the back too, Alex, so we can make sure it's an authentic credit card? It's like, what an odd request, but sure, I'll do that on a live stream. Why not?
I'll be safe.
Do you want the last four of my social while we're at it?
No, really, it's just the first six. So
fun fact, and I obviously will not say what the numbers are. But fun fact. My mom and I have the exact same last four.
Really?
What are the odds of that? Because of course the first six are all classifications. They're based on the region and the office that issued. Like they have specific meaning. And then you get the last four. And yeah, my mom and I have the same last four.
Crazy de facto universal ID number.
Indeed. Anywho, but no, I'm not telling you what those numbers are. That's only for our patrons. At the $2 million level, I will reveal all of my personal information, so you can attempt to steal my identity. That's at the $2 million Patreon level.
Do we even have that?
I mean, we don't have levels at all, actually. So, I mean, they can give whatever they want.
Okay, if you do 2 million and join our Patreon, don't do it through the iOS app, because 30% on 2 million is going to be a lot.
Yeah,
just do
please,
it through the website.
And remember, we're on a by-episode payment system, so 2 million, the 2 million level is actually 4 million because it's 2 million per episode.
Fancy. Yeah, we get that.
But yes.
We'll just do, you do that, and then we'll just do the podcast. We'll just retire and just do the podcast all the time with that.
Indeed. And Esmoliva in the chat, who of course had a wonderful blog going that went into that summarized the computer episodes of Computer Chronicles, and not just summarized, but also added additional historical details from SM Oliva's own fantastic research. Has also done some supporting podcasts, doing deep dives on topics. So I definitely encourage everyone to check out Computer Chronicles Revisited, which is that blog. But SM Oliva points out some very interesting on this topic in the chat. There was a 1986 Computer Chronicles episode on bulletin board systems. The most amusing thing was they spent like 5 minutes discussing the problem of people stealing and posting credit card numbers online. All the way back in 1986 on BBSs. Delightful.
And it's still a problem today.
Indeed. Just ask the good people at archive.org. Not that any credit card numbers were stolen in that, but yeah. Topical conversation. We do that sometimes. No one will know what I'm talking about, even if they listen to this episode 2 months from now. But the people in chat right now, they know. I think I was talking about war games.
Yes, war games and the inception of having a GM and having someone actually administer the thing so that we could have interaction with NPCs in order to lead to, I don't know, adventures.
Yeah, we talked about all that, but I was talking about Arneson. So they met Arneson, and Arneson became part of the group. And because there were kind of this divide within the group between the paint, mock-up, and display miniatures people and the let's wargame with miniatures people, Arneson's home kind of gradually became the new home on that ping pong table of the people that were interested in the military miniatures wargaming. That's not something that Arneson had really been exposed to, I don't think, before he met Wesley and crew, but he was instantly hooked on that stuff once they introduced it to him. So we've got this circle, and we've got Wesley that includes Arneson, and we've got Wesley that's really pushing the limits of what a military miniatures campaign could be in the name primarily of more realistic encounters, drawing from oh, crater. I mean, that is a kind of logical episode organization if one were to do 4 episodes, which of course we are not.
Episode
Right,
1,
Jeffrey?
war games. Episode 2, dungeons. Episode 3, and Episode 4, dragons.
Yes, as Samaliva says, the ampersand has a long and interesting history. Yes. We are going to delve into fonts in episode 3. Will be all about fonts and character sets, which is so important to the development of role-playing games. Love it, guys. Love y'all in chat. I seem to be coming in and out of focus.
Uh-oh. I can defocus you.
I think we went to more focus. Yeah, something needs it's just started. I'm sure it has to do with how I'm ducking and weaving, and
Yeah, I can.
There we go. Okay, I'm in a good spot, I think, now. If I just don't move for the next 7 hours, I think we're gonna be okay.
Sure it will be. Another lie we tell ourselves.
See, I moved and it did it again. I can't move. The defocuser only responds to movement. So stay perfectly still.
Yeah, something like that here.
Nah. It's all good. It's all good.
There, I dropped it down.
Yep. And he's drawing in these. Hello, They Create Worlds logo. How are you today?
To apply it, I have to.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm just.
Fear the wrath of
we
Logo.
we
Logo.
we are professional streamers doing it live
With a cat.
with at least one cat and an occasional green apparition. Though it's been behaving recently.
Yes. I don't know why. It's weird.
Indeed it is. And he's drawing in elements of Kriegspiel, especially the referee, in order to make this happen. And then at some point, and again, the dates are really vague here, Wesley tends to put the dates earlier in time. Peterson tends to put them a little bit later. And we're just talking about a matter of a couple of years. We're not talking decades here. Peterson's dating is probably more reliable because Wesley is just going off of memory, and they were, 40-plus-year-old memories at the time. Whereas Peterson has a small amount of documents in the form of fanzines that he can use to date some events. So somewhere, what's happening?
The cat is being tortured.
Yes,
It's another cat.
there is, yes. We are no longer a video game history podcast. We are a cat torturing podcast now. If you like seeing cats gently tortured, do follow our Twitch stream, do donate to our Patreon, because that is what all of our content will be from now on. TCW now stands for Torture Cat World. And
With love. With love.
Yeah, well, always with love. Ooh, I think Ember sees the apparition.
She's gonna go for it.
Ah! She's going after the apparition. They Cat World. Yes, They Cat World it would probably get more positive press than Torture Cat World, which would probably... We are professionals. We know how to market a podcast with the best names possible. But yes, it's all cats all the time now.
Silly cats.
So somewhere between 1967 and 1969, with a probably closer to 69 than 67, Wesley discovers a particular Kriegspiel book in the library of the University of Minnesota, because basically he wants all the information he can possibly get on wargaming to improve his own wargaming. So he's scouring all the libraries nearby in their game sections, military history sections, whatever, to find books. And he stumbles across a book by a guy named Charles Totten called Strategos. And again, not to get too bogged down in the history of Kriegspiel, that's a tangent that we're actually not going to go. Yeah, he might have found it a little earlier, because they did use it according to documentary sources. So Ethan's saying Wesley actually says he found Strategos in 1964 now, and yeah, that's true. And it's possible he found it a little earlier because they also talk in Secrets of Blackmore about how they used the book as a recruitment tool, because this is back in the day when library stuff was all on paper, and the idea of redacting PII, personal identifying information, did not exist. So you could look on the card in the back of the book and see who checked out a book before you. It was just there. And so they do claim that they actually used Strategos to recruit more members, because they figured anyone that checked out that book was probably interested in wargaming just like they were, and so they would track down people who checked out the book to swell the ranks of the Twin City Military Miniatures Group. So it might have been a little earlier. 64 seems awfully early, and I know, Ethan, you're just reporting what Wesley has said, and as you said earlier in the chat, they definitely seem to have a tendency. It's kind of the same as Nolan Bushnell in a way. They have a tendency to try to date stuff as early as they possibly can because it feels more pioneering and whatnot that way. So 64 seems a little early. 67 is probably reasonable for when he first discovered it, 66, 67. And then, of course, it took a few years after that for him to create his own game based on some of the concepts in there, which is obviously something that we're going to address here in a moment. Yes, They Cat. Creator Gaming says that we could incorporate the cat theme very easily with They Cat. Create Avalon Hill Tactics worlds. They Cat worlds. Sure, we'll go with that. No one's going to take that thing I said about torturing cats out of context, right? And connect that with the fact that I'm also a live streamer, a white male live streamer in my parents' basement who was talking about Nazi stuff earlier. That's not all going to like be used together.
The company's going to get sued into oblivion, and we're going to have to make a new one.
Well, this is why we have an LLC, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that the They Create Worlds podcast is a production of They Create Worlds LLC, and that we are merely acting as employees of the said limited liability company when we are putting on this podcast. And so you can direct any and all complaints and lawsuits to They Create Worlds LLC, which has very few assets. Important safety tip. Crater says, who knew you could get canceled a dozen times in one live stream? I mean, if anyone was going to find out, it was going to be us because we are professionals.
We're just doomed.
Yeah, but you always think we're doomed.
No, I have. Of course I'm doomed. I have a real cat. I got a knitted cat. I knit a cat.
Yeah, you do have a lot of cats there, both real and imagined.
I got the stuffed cat.
And yeah, no, Ethan, I know exactly what to fix the timeline there. I mean, obviously we're gonna talk about that when we get to that portion, but no, I'm in agreement with that timeline. Which I'm being vague about to not spoil it on the recording. And the interesting thing about Totten, I don't remember what I was talking about. So again, we don't want to get too bogged down in the history of Kriegspiel, but one thing that set apart the military of the United States from the military of, say, Prussia, which then, of course, becomes the German Empire, is that Prussia/Germany was a military state. I mean, truly a military state where the military dominated all walks of society. And of course, it was the acumen of the military that allowed for the unification of Germany by blood and by iron, as Bismarck famously said. So they had a very large professional military with a large general staff and lots of infrastructure. And so their war games were really based on harnessing that incredible military machine. The United States had a very, very, very small military, especially when you consider the size of the United States, which is rather big. And most of that military was spread out amongst a series of relatively isolated forts across the western frontier, doing their best to, quote unquote, settle the American West, which mostly meant relocating the people that were already quite settled there. Thank you very much. And so he saw that American military professionals needed a different kind of war game because the caliber of the officer was not necessarily quite as great. And the need was more for kind of small-scale military engagements. Like, there was a need for captains and majors to be able to lead small detachments rather than the need for a general staff to be directing army commanders in massive campaigns across the entirety of Europe. And so he kind of broke his game, Strategos, down into something that was a little more manageable and a little more personal in that way. And one element that he brought into it that was somewhat different, according to Peterson's research. Obviously, I haven't researched all the varieties of Kriegspiel in great depth myself, but one of the things that Peterson found that was, and Wesley himself also found back in the day, that was very different about Strategos than other war games is it had a referee, because there's always a referee in these kind of professional military situations. Not only did the game have a referee, but it specifically said that the players can attempt anything they can think of, and the referee will determine whether that thing is successful. Now, Totten in his own book really kind of downplays that, because he goes on to say, yes, they can attempt anything, but most things are going to be unadvisable. I don't think Totten was in any way trying to create a new concept of the referee's role in a war game. He was just saying, yeah, there's a referee, so basically tell the referee anything that you want to try. And, the subtext is kind of, most of the time, the referee is going to tell you that's dumb, we're not going to do that. So he's just kind of reinforcing the idea that you can ask. He's not saying that the referee is then going to take every single one of your requests seriously, which is a completely different thing. Yes, Crater says, I seduced the opposing general. Totten would most certainly say, yes, you can ask the referee that, but, he's not going to allow that. He's just going to say, go back and come back when you have something real for me.
You're not a bard.
General Lee, are you trying to seduce me? Is General Lee trying to seduce me? He is trying to seduce me. General Lee. I'm flattered and maybe even a little bit curious, but the answer is no. Yes, Braunstein, which we're getting to, a completely different situation. Absolutely, Ethan. So he becomes fascinated with this idea of expanding the range of options that the players have within a military miniatures game beyond the purely military and the moving of armies and the expending of ordnance. He kind of tries to use the Strategos rules. He tries to start incorporating them into their games, but they are a bit too complicated for what they're doing, because we do need to recall that, Totten was writing for military professionals. He was not writing for a bunch of high school and college students that wanted to play at war in their basement. So there were elements of it that didn't necessarily fully work for what they were doing. But he was trying to incorporate a little more of that attempt anything kind of ethos into the games he was running. So now we need to step back from Wesley a little bit and talk a little bit about what Arneson is doing at the same time, because Arneson is very much emerging as a leader of this group as well. By this time, Arneson, by the late 60s, Arneson is a college student. He's studying history at the University of Minnesota, so he's still local. And in fact, no, I won't go there. But he is starting to have really grand ambitions about the kind of games that they can play. And, he's been introduced to Strategos and all this other stuff as Wesley has, of course, because he's part of the same group. He's also been introduced to Diplomacy, which is a war game still, where ostensibly the point of the game is that you are, it's set in kind of the Great Powers period on the eve of World War I in Europe, and you've still got armies on the board, and the idea is still at the end of the day that you are moving your armies around and conquering on the board. But the twist in Diplomacy is that you are actually each taking on the role of the ruler of a nation. You're not just a nameless, faceless general on the battlefield or this godlike figure that's puppet master that's controlling all the generals. Like you are actually embodying the ruler of the nation. And so Diplomacy games, partially by design and partially because of the temperament of players, involve a lot of deal making and alliance making and backstabbing, all of the stuff that Jeffrey absolutely hated about playing the Game of Thrones board game with our group of friends.
So many backroom deals.
And so Arneson was really into, all of these kind of games. He was into traditional Avalon Hill style board wargaming. He was into Diplomacy. He was into this miniatures wargaming that he was introduced to by Wesley and friends. He was intrigued by some of the stuff that was going on with expanding the role of the referee and expanding Fog of War and all of this stuff that was going on in those games. Yeah, I mean, technically, there are also armies that you move around, Ethan. But yes, basically, because of the nature of people and the nature of the game, I mean, that does become basically the entire game, and any kind of military conflict happening in Europe is completely and utterly secondary, and much simplified over a traditional Avalon Hill game like Tactics or a Chancellorsville. And so Arneson decides that he's going to combine all of these things into one gigantic game, a grand Napoleonic campaign. Because the Napoleonic War was his jam. That's where they did the vast majority of their work with military miniatures wargaming. So Diplomacy is set in the late 19th century. But there have been rules created by an individual that Arneson has recently, or is just about to, one or the other, depending on the timing, met by the name of Ernest Gary Gygax, a homebrew version of the Diplomacy rules that applies to the Napoleonic era instead of the late 19th century Great Powers era. So they're going to have a Diplomacy game, a Diplomacy style game at the top of this grand Napoleonic simulation, in which every single participant takes on a specific and defined role in a government. Many of them are playing heads of state, but some of them are also playing other figures within administrations as well. Yes, Ethan. Keep them wanting more. Wait for it. Then, when these armies are maneuvering around and they come into contact with each other, there will be military miniatures battles, actions that take place to determine the outcome of individual battles. And so he gets this crazy simulation campaign going. And he needs players for this campaign. And you're right, Ethan. I gave it up too soon. So we won't mention Gygax earlier. We'll just say that there had been some editing Jeffrey will have to fix this later. another enthusiast had created a diplomacy variant that took place during the Napoleonic era instead of the late 19th century Great Powers era. And we'll cut reference to Gygax there. We're about to get to him. Oh, well, that was a good reference, but I'm also taking the advice that you didn't even realize you were giving. Because it was far more dramatic. And so he needed players for this campaign. He needed lots of players for this campaign. And so he was participating in, some of these fandoms during this time, and had a need to find players for this campaign. And so he's starting to put out the call about this campaign in the newsletters. He also decides, as a way to try to find more players, to go to a relatively new wargaming convention that has just started up in the resort town of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, called appropriately enough the Lake Geneva Wargaming Convention, which would quickly be shortened to Gen Con, which is some obscure, I don't think it lasted very long. It's some obscure little thing that just kind of vanished.
Something. I think they might still be doing something in Indianapolis. Some little thing across, I don't know, 5 hotels.
And so now we need to pause on our Arnis and Wesley track here and back up a couple of years, do that Hamilton rewind there, and talk about this other group that has developed over time, which started out going by the name... Alex can manipulate his computer to get desired results, because he's a professional. That was started in 1966 as the United States Continental Army Command, but quickly changed its name to the International Federation of Wargamers. And so this takes us back to our earlier Avalon Hill conversation that we were having once again. Did I really say that we were going to cover all of this stuff in 3 episodes, Jeffrey?
You did.
Are you sure? Are you sure the snipers will get too mad if we do it in 5?
I mean, it would get us through January.
Nah, I'm kidding. We just it'll be 3 episodes. It's just that we'll probably just do the transition into video games and not take that too far. But that's fine. It's all good. It's all good. This is an interesting topic. I like this topic. 3 episodes, Jeffrey. 3. It's good.
3 very long episodes.
Well, just remember that there's a way more filler in this than in our normal episodes. Like we probably have only 55 minutes of like actual usable material at this point. So we can take this episode a ways longer.
So join me, kids, as I go through an editing nightmare hellscape and just stream it so that you can see how horrible it is.
This is why both the October 15th and the November 1st episodes were already recorded prior to this, because Jeffrey won't have to sort this mess out until all the way on November 15th.
Yeah. So much editing. So much editing.
Important safety tip. So as I said back on the kind of Avalon Hill in general side, you had these organizations that were beginning to form. They formed out of the opponent's wanted pages. They had started out oftentimes being these kind of melodramatic, overly dramatic, Nazi and Confederate sympathizers and James Bond villainous organizations trying to find opponents. And then it had started to calm down a little bit and become, a little more adult and a little more just, hey, we all like war games. Maybe we should band together and, do do you like World War II, Homer?
Yes.
No, it's yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you like board games?
Yes.
No. Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. We're doing a bit. It's based on the
fine. I had to do the
Simpsons
whole bit. Yes, Mr. President.
episode. Then why don't you come over to my place and we'll play some World War II board games?
Yay!
Yes, good news, Ethan. There is no need to bring certain individuals into the narrative. They are not central to the story that we are telling, because we will not be. One thing we will definitely not be spending time on is going into the early imitators of Dungeons and Dragons. So we're safe there. We're safe.
We're not safe.
Can't hurt the pedal throne can't hurt us. It's okay. And one of these organizations was this Continental Army Command that was founded in 1966 by a guy named William Spear. And it had a bit of a rough start and was basically essentially reformed in 1967 with some additional members. Spear kind of stepping back a little and some additional members taking over to create the International Federation of Wargamers, which, as I said, they had like one British person or something like that on their mailing list at the very beginning. So it did technically meet the definition of an international federation, though it was obviously not particularly international. And one of the people that was very involved in this group at this point was Gary Gygax, who was one of these really fanatical board war gamers, and also was kind of a frustrated author, so to speak. I mean, he hadn't tried to make it as an author. He was a high school dropout. He was working as an insurance underwriter. He was a Jehovah with a big family trying to make ends meet in Lake Geneva. But he had been an avid fan of early fantasy fiction, stuff by Fritz Lieber, and Robert E. Howard, the Conan books, Jack Vance. Not so much, not so much Tolkien, but a lot of these others. And so, he kind of had this literary bent to him, even though he hadn't been able to use it very much. And so, as an avid player of these games, he also really, really liked writing about them and really wanted to collaborate with people in writing about them. He was drawn to the pages of the General and Strategy and Tactics and every fanzine that he could get his hands on. Part of the reason why Peterson has such a complete view of what Gygax was thinking and doing in the 1960s and the early 1960s is that he tracked down every last one of these obscure little fandom papers, and Gygax's thoughts are just spilled off across all of them. And so he starts taking a more active role in the IFW, or the IFW, as Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, would have us pronounce it, though we won't. And was writing articles for the Spartan, which was their specific organ of the International Federation of Wargamers, and in addition to being in the General and Strategy and Tactics and up in everyone else's business as well. And so the organization decided in 1967 to have a gathering. This is how these things kind of develop. It's how they developed in science fiction fandom 25, 30 years before this. First, you start corresponding with a group of people with similar interests. Then you get a newsletter together with your friends of similar interests. Then you all want to meet each other in person. So you have Worldcon. And this is kind of a similar idea here. You have all of these people with a similar interest, and they've joined this group. They found each other through the General and the Opponents Wanted. Then they start their own fanzine, the Spartan. Now it's like, well, let's get together. And yes, or E-Gary, if you prefer, Ethan. You could also go with E-Gary to sound sophisticated, which is presumably why he went by E-Gary Gygax. I don't know. You could go by J. Edward Dom, Jeffrey. Make yourself sound more sophisticated.
J.E. Dom.
Or J.E. But there's something about J. Edward that has a certain aristocratic ring to it.
Either that or go like my grandfather.
Yes. Three of my four grandparents went by their middle name, and my fourth grandparent did not have a middle name.
Really?
Yeah. See, we're dribbling out a little more of the lore. We've been dribbling out friend lore. Now we're moving on to family lore. Pretty soon, you keep watching us for another 10 years, you'll have everything you need to know to kill us and take our place, and no one will suspect that it's happened because of all of the clues that we have left all along these various podcasts and live streams.
Oh, so many things.
STL John D prefers FN Dom. So there's another thought. You could just go by FN Dom.
But I don't have those initials.
Well, details. Yes, FN Dom. That's true. Say it fast enough, and it's FN Dom. That very, very powerful. Very yes.
No, doesn't work.
No. J. Edward, though, that works. I had a roommate in college. Who went by PJ because his names were Perry Joshua, and I always called him Perry Joshua. I mean, it was our thing. I mean, he was fine with it, but because there was something distinguished sounding about it. PJ Perry Joshua. Man, this is a tangent, obviously, and in case it isn't obvious to editing Jeffrey, that means you. Obviously, this is not going in the episode. This is just the kind of fine entertainment that you people who decide to show up in person or watch the stream after the fact get that nobody else does.
I'm not cutting it from the live stream on the YouTube, but I'm certainly cutting it from the episode.
Yes, this is just that little added bonus that you get by listening to us for 9 hours. And now people are wondering.
I don't know, 30, 40 years of friendship gets you?
That's right. We have 1991. So,
someone do math.
It's 30 something years. It's approaching 40. 1991 is when teeny tiny Alex and a teeny tiny Jeffrey first were a thing. My stream just like my app. I don't think the stream itself went down. Just my app
the stream's
just
up.
went down. I know, but I'm just saying my app just went down, so I'm getting it back up real fast. Then I will keep talking.
Oh yeah, here's another cat again to entertain you. Hi, cat.
Yes.
Because she has come back to me. It requires all the attention.
Yes, indeed. Essa Maliva has pointed out that we are nearly 2 hours in and nobody's even mentioned a dungeon yet. That's.
I mean, we barely got to the framework of what D&D is, which is. I mean, that's really what all of this is. Coming up with the framework. What influenced everything.
No, that will be episode 2, Dungeons, leading up to the grand finale, episode 3, or ampersand, if you prefer. Episode 3, ampersand. We're not going to get to the dragons. Turns out laundromats and dragons didn't sell. Yes, I can see why that would be a problem. So they decided to have a convention of IFW members in Malvern, Pennsylvania. And they were hoping that about 200 people would show up. And they arranged catering for that number of people. And that number of people did not show up.
How many people did show up?
I forget. And I'm not going to look it up.
These are the questions I ask him, and I stump him.
But not as many people as they wanted. Let's put it that way. And they were stuck with a large catering bill. And this nearly tanked the organization. So, yeah, it turns out Malvern, Pennsylvania wasn't a great place to do this. Part of the problem was that wargaming really was a primarily Midwestern kind of phenomenon. And so that was a long way to travel for everybody. I mean, there were some on the coast too, but like, unless you happened to be on the East Coast, that was a long way to travel for everybody. So they started thinking, maybe if we do this again, it should be like in the Midwest, where it's more centrally located. A lot of wargamers are in the Midwest anyway, and then for the people that are on the coast, it's like it's equally annoying to get there. And then Gary Gygax was like, well, I mean, I can try to throw this thing together, but only if you have it in my hometown. Like, I'll throw some money at this, but it has to be in my place. So that's why in 1968, they have the very first Gen Con at the Horticultural Hall in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And it's more successful. Successful enough that they decide to have a second one, Gen Con 2. Very cleverly named there. And it's Gen Con 2 that Arneson and his group from the Twin Cities come down, primarily in an attempt to find people that they can play with locally in Minnesota, because this hobby is so spread out and so niche that the best way to find people interested in playing with you in Minnesota is to travel to Wisconsin, because everyone's going to Wisconsin, and somebody from across town that you didn't know existed may also be coming here. But I think also, even though the sources don't say this, the timing lines up right. I think also probably just line up players for his grand Napoleonic simulation as well, which was going to be play by mail, at least in part. So, they didn't have to be local. Now, I believe at this point, Gygax and Arneson were already familiar with each other. Gygax's group in Lake Geneva does join the Napoleonic campaign. Again, the timelines can be a little fuzzy. I don't know if they joined the campaign after Gen Con or before Gen Con, but they did join. And that diplomacy variant that I talked about earlier, that was created, that adapted it to the Napoleonic era, was actually created by one Gary Gygax, which certainly implies that they at least knew of each other. They hadn't met, but they at least knew of each other. But this was definitely their first meeting in person and their first opportunity to actually get to know each other. And one area of the Grand Napoleonic campaign that hadn't really been very fleshed out yet was naval combat. Because initially, I think the focus was kind of on, there wasn't a huge amount of naval combat in the actual Napoleonic Wars. I mean, obviously you had some Mediterranean campaigns, you had Nelson's famous victories at the Nile and at Trafalgar, but you had stuff going on around the world, like as depicted in Master and and fictionalized Master and Commander, where you had like ships on far off stations raiding colonies, but it wasn't primarily a naval campaign. But Gygax and his group were enlisted to play the United States in this grand Napoleonic campaign. And, the U.S. was tangentially involved in the Napoleonic Wars. I mean, the War of 1812, which we just learned today has at least 91 war games dedicated to it, was essentially an outgrowth of the tensions that were simmering throughout the Napoleonic Wars and the global conflict between France and Britain there. But of course, they were going to be far more active participants when you actually have people playing these nations who aren't just going to sit over there and be like, oh, guys, you better stop interdicting our ships, or maybe someday we'll get mad enough to do something about it with the military that we don't really have. They have to actually be actively involved, which meant that there was definitely going to be a lot more naval operation happening. So Ethan says, I missed being able to see the Master and Commander boat in San Diego. It was out for repairs. That would have been really cool. By the way, love that movie. Great movie. So, yeah. I would love to see that boat, too. And they didn't have naval rules yet. Again, just like all military miniatures campaigns in one way or another link themselves back to H.G. Wells' Little Wars. Most naval engagements link themselves back to a set of naval rules created by a guy named Fletcher Pratt in the early 20th century. And again, these rules were for more modern naval warfare. They weren't for warfare way back in the day here. So there weren't any good rules. So Arneson was looking into creating a set of rules, and Gygax is the eternal I want to collaborate with everybody on everything guy. And so they decide to together do a set of naval rules together that they call Don't Give Up the Ship. And this is the first collaboration between these two. And like I said, they're also going to be playing together in this campaign. So we got this thing percolating here. The other thing that happens at Gen Con, and this happens at Gen Con 1, not Gen Con 2. I'm a little out of order here. But the other thing that happens at Gen Con for Gary Gygax is he discovers miniatures wargaming for the first time. Because he was really more of a board wargamer. I mean, it's possible he saw something in passing at some point, and certainly since he was reading all the fanzines, he may have read after-action reports that were written by other people, but he was a board wargamer. He was not a miniatures wargamer. But at the first Gen Con, there was a demonstration of a game called Siege of Bodenberg. And you see, as I said, a lot of military miniature stuff was really underground. There weren't a lot, the Avalon Hills and the SPIs of the world were not developing rules in this space. So rules were coming from a variety of places, and one source of a lot of these rules would be the owners of hobby shops. And the reason for that is these hobby shops would stock miniatures. And so then they would either create or commission rule sets that just so happened to use all the miniatures that we sell in our store. Total coincidence that, of course, Jeffrey.
Of course. We don't have a vested interest there.
And so this one hobby shop owner had this castle set and created basically a siege scenario around that castle set. And so Gygax saw that at Gen Con 1 in 1968 and was truly, truly enamored with it. He'd probably heard of it before. Peterson figures he'd heard of it before then. But it's one thing to hear about it, another thing to experience it firsthand. And he fell head over heels for miniatures, and he started becoming very interested in the medieval period specifically. Ancient and medieval warfare. And so he founded a subgroup within the IFW called the Castle and Crusade Society, dedicated to ancient and medieval wargaming, and started another fanzine, the Domesday Book, in order to kind of promulgate stuff in that space. And once again, put out the call for collaborators in this new area. And then he got himself a sand table that he set up in his basement, and he started having his local friends over to play military miniature games in his basement, which led eventually, I think in 1970, to the formation of the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association, which was just Guy Gax and his friends in his basement. He wasn't a nerd loser in his parents' basement. He was a nerd loser in his own basement. So, shocking twist.
Upgrade there.
Indeed. So we have all of these things going on. We have Arneson and Gygax knowing each other now. We have them collaborating on a miniatures rule set. We have this grand Napoleonic campaign that Arneson is running and Gygax is a part of, and David Wesley is a part of, and lots of people are a part of. And then we have Wesley's ongoing quest to introduce different and in some cases more realistic elements into the miniature wargaming experience. And so now we're going to return to that pillar one more time and return to Wesley. Because at the same time the Grand Napoleonic game is going on, Wesley is continuing to define and think about his own ideas of what makes a compelling and realistic miniatures campaign. And he's been writing a set of Napoleonic rules based on Totten, which he's calling Strategos N. It's not published until 1970, but he's definitely actively working on it and probably has it in a pretty decent form by 1969, even though it hasn't been published yet. And he's taking things in a different direction. So Arneson is going huge right now. You know, Arneson is taking miniatures wargaming and being like, let's not just simulate one battle. Let's have a huge campaign, and we'll have a diplomacy game on top of military miniatures encounters, and we'll have naval rules and don't give up the ship, and this is all going to be crazy. Then you have Arneson at the exact same time that's focusing in on how can I make the individual encounter more interesting, the individual meeting of two armies more interesting. And we know this is happening in 1969. Wesley says it was 67. But remember, these are memories 40 plus years old. At this point, it's over 50, but when he was giving these interviews, it was 40 plus years old. And he didn't have any documents to back it up, but he was insistent that it was happening at the same time that Arneson was running his Napoleonic campaign. And because Arneson started his own newsletter, Corner of the Table, that's what all these guys do. They create fanzines and newsletters. We have the date of the Grand Napoleonic campaign fixed by actual documents. So we know that campaign was in 69. So this is why Wesley's work also had to be in 69. On around 1969, he gets into a couple of other books because he's always checking out books from the library and he's always trying to figure out new things to do. And he comes across two books in particular. He comes across one book about game theory. And obviously that book has a lot of things in it, but one of the main things he takes away from this game theory book is that a game does not need to be zero sum. By which I mean there has to be a winner and a loser. And one side, completely dominates. A game does not have to be chess, where the only options are you win, they win, or it's a stalemate, it's a draw. Like, games do not need to be zero sum. You can have a game where everybody has competing objectives, and it's possible for everyone, or at least more than one person, there may still be losers, but it's possible for more than one person to complete their objective within the scope of the game. The other book that he came across was a book that he thought was about military conflict because it had conflict in the title, but it was actually about alternative solutions to conflicts, arbitration and, interpersonal conflict resolution, not two armies are in conflict with each other. And this book really got him thinking about the idea of you can have a conflict and you can have a solution to that conflict that does not necessarily involve violence. I mean, that's obvious in day-to-day life, but, I don't think Wesley was resolving every single dispute he had with a friend through violence. That would be a whole different narrative. But it got him thinking about the idea that in the context of a game and a game world, you don't necessarily have to have every single participant in the game achieve their aim through violence. You can do a game that simulates some other form of conflict resolution to it as well. And so out of these things, combined with his Totten, combined with his referee and anything can be attempted that he's got, he thinks to himself, what if I have a multifaceted game where there are two armies, but there are also other participants in the area, something that they'd kind of used before in the terms of like, asking a farmer, where the enemy came from. But instead of these just being like abstract kind of ideas like that, actually have individuals take on other roles besides the army commanders that could also be involved in this scenario. And their objectives don't need to align with the objectives of the armies. They can have their own objectives. These objectives don't necessarily have to be achieved through military conflict, and it could be possible for multiple individuals to complete their objectives within the same game. It doesn't have to be two sides where just one side wins and just one side loses. Carl's back. And yes, law school, as with Carl, I have also attended law school, though I never turned it into a career as he did for a while. And yes, the RPG that's all about lawyering is, in fact, law school. That is true. And I like Essamaliva's comment as well. Now I'm imagining a Skyrim mod that adds an entire quest line devoted to probate litigation. I think we need that mod. So
get to it, modders. Get to it.
I expect to see that on Nexus within the fortnight. Find out who has legal right to inherit the last orc you killed's bag of rat tails. Yes! Yes! Now we're cooking with gas, people. This is why we only talk about the history of games, Jeffrey. This is why we don't make games. Because this is what we would end up doing.
I don't know. I want to make a game.
Indeed.
Just for my own edification.
Yes, all DMs, no, Ethan makes a great point. All DMs make games, and you are a DM, Jeffrey. You create worlds.
I create at least 3 of them.
Yeah, you create
I got
worlds.
my 3 campaign worlds.
Indeed, you do.
All of them.
I have indeed. Sometimes I break them.
That's not important. I can adapt to it. I can adapt to it. But with you changing history.
Jeffrey here, I just got to shout this out. And we've probably mentioned this on other streams, but, for the people that haven't, heard this. Jeffrey here ran my most favorite RPG campaign that I've ever been a part of. Ever. We were using Weston Games' old D6 system, but the system is not the important thing about this. It's just, it was a very interesting kind of post-apocalyptic world, Earth, but, one that, not a Fallout style world, but one where there are colonies out there as well. There's still some technology around. Based on a lot of the conspiracy theories that people would tell Art Bell every day on Coast to Coast. And, so the setting was interesting. But Jeff makes interesting settings, but that's not what's important either about the game. The important thing about this game is it was like jazz. That's how I always describe it. It was like jazz because Jeff had a solid knowledge of his world. And he had a direction that he was generally nudging us toward. But so much of that game was less about following Jeff's scenarios, though we did that. We weren't just anarchic PCs. We did stay mostly on track, but it was less about following that pre-prescribed track as it was just riffing off of each other in this world that Jeff had enough knowledge of that he could kind of, change direction on the fly. So we would do something bonkers, and then Jeff would do something in response to that would push us off to do something else bonkers. And it was just like one giant, like, jazz solo in RPG form. And oh man, I've enjoyed other campaigns that Jeff has run, but and other people, but I have never been in a campaign that I thought was as fun as that. That was just unbelievable.
It really boils down to what the players are and how they jibe together.
Yeah.
It's like I set up these things and try to set them up in a way where the players can react in the world, and you set it up in a way where, okay, evil can potentially win, but what does it mean for the players after the evil wins? And then how does evil win? They have to do, let's say, 3 major things, and each of those 3 major things consist of 3 or more minor things, and then it builds up from there. And then the player's adventures are, okay, how do I stop or aid the bad guy's minor thing in order to get to the end? And thus, you get to whatever happens. And one of those things I was trying to help with building some of the story in the background, because they knew how the history was, and then to sort of hint as to what was going on in the grander scheme of things, I was having them flash back into the past for about 5 minutes. That would happen about once a month or so in game time. And there were reasons behind that. And then Alex goes back in time, and then he realizes, wait, I know the history of what happens in the future, and this is taking place right when the pivotal moments happen, where Earth gets pretty much annihilated and shifts its axis.
Do we have long-range communications, Jeff?
I'm like,
that's a direct quote. That was my question.
Yep, and I was just like, yes, you do. Roll to see whether or not you can reprogram the system. And they reprogrammed the system. And then Alex spews out about what was really happening and who the proper people were to blame. And that shifted the entire history from a different dystopian society into a completely different dystopian society.
Yes, and at that point, Jeff was like, we're going to have to take a hiatus for a couple of weeks because I have to figure out what the world is now.
I had to reshape the entire history, because if this changes, then that changes. If this changes, it becomes a whole big thing.
So much fun. Yeah. The Dungeons & Dragons video games is a great topic, because Jeffrey and I both adore tabletop role playing. So we can geek out about this too.
Got a bit.
And then there was one other element that Wesley brought in from, of all places, just a traditional board game. Not a fancy, German, lots of fiddly bit board games, or an Avalon Hill war game. Just an ordinary mainstream board game from Parker Brothers called Careers. Because what Careers had that influenced him is it had an unusual system of determining victory. As part of the goal of the game, you had to accumulate victory points. But there were different ways that you could accumulate victory points in the game. And at the start of the game, you secretly determined how many victory points you were going for in each of these, like, 3 major categories. And then the other players didn't know that that's what your objective was throughout the game, and you only reveal at the end or whatever, I guess. I've never played Careers, but that's my understanding based on how it was described. And so from this, he came up with the idea that victory will be determined by victory points, and every player gains victory points in different ways. They all have different objectives, and those objectives are known only to them. I mean, they can reveal them to other people if they want, but I mean, each character is going to have a custom sheet that tells them who they are, what their role in the game is, and what their conditions for victory are, kind of based on this idea of the victory points and careers. And so he comes up with a game that is set in a university town called Braunstein. And it's vaguely somewhere in Western Germany, probably around the Rhineland someplace, where Prussia, it's complicated. Germany's complicated in this period. It's not important. It's the Holy Roman Empire, which, as Voltaire said, was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. But the Prussians, even though they're an Eastern power, have a few scattered holdings in the West. So this Braunstein is part of the Prussian holdings in the West. The French are going to invade. And so there's going to be a French army moving through, and there's a militia commander commanding the local Landwehr who needs to hold off the French forces until help arrives. So far, this is a very standard wargame scenario. But this town of Braunstein also is a university town. There's a university there, and the university students, being young radicals, have some sympathies towards the French, because this is pre-Napoleon. This is still, the 1790s, the Revolutionary period. So there had recently been a kind of pro-revolution student uprising in town, and some of the students were imprisoned. This is part of the scenario. And so the chancellor of the university is also caught in a bind because he wants to make sure that his students are not mistreated by the military. So you don't just have characters taking on the leader of the French army, the colonel of the local Landwehr. You also have the chancellor of the university as a character. You have one of the ringleaders of the student agitation as a character. You have another student that's actually, sympathetic to the regime, and so is pro-Prussian, and wants to help the local Landwehr in taking care of all of these revolutionary sympathizers. So you have all of these townsfolk characters that are not leading armies and whose goal is not to achieve victory on the battlefield. They have a set of objectives that Wesley has spelled out for each character. And the idea of this game is there's complete fog of war, so nobody knows what's going on, and characters that are performing actions or are interacting with each other will go into a side room in groups of 1 or 2 or 3 and talk to Wesley, and Wesley is serving as the referee, and they'll tell him what they're doing. And in the spirit of Totten, anything can be attempted. And then it'll be up to Wesley to decide how successful that is. And so what we have here is basically a role-playing game. And it's fascinating because the game is actually a failure, and Wesley considers it a failure. They never get to the military action. And, it is still a military war game, so at some point there was still supposed to be a battle. And it turns out people were having so much fun taking on these roles and scheming with each other and talking to each other that they were continuing to role-play and interact with each other outside of Wesley's purview. So at one point, one of the students and the Landwehr colonel come in together and they're like, we're fighting a duel now. And then Wesley's like, wait a minute. You're over here with your troops and you're over here at the university. You're not even the same place. How can you fight a duel with each other? It's like, oh, no. I went to see the colonel. And we've been talking, and he won't do what I want him to do. And so now we've insulted each other's honor, and we're fighting a duel. And so Wesley has to come up with rules to do a duel, which is not part of this. And they're not even together. And so he feels he's lost control of the game because it's just it's spiraling out of control without him. I mean, you know how players get, Jeffrey, when they start talking to each other.
Yeah, they get crazy, but the sign of a good GM, I've always thought, is you adapt the game to the situation. The people are having the rule of fun. Everyone's having fun doing this. Okay, then that obviously my scope is too big. Let's scope it down to these people interacting, trying to do their thing, and the war happens regardless of their influence.
No, exactly. But there's no such thing as a DM at this time because we're not fully into a role-playing game yet. In theory, there is still a war game going on where the referee is supposed to be overseeing all part of what's happening and who is supposed to acknowledge and authorize what's going on. So the idea that, I mean, obviously Wesley is being somewhat reactive. He's got the idea of anyone can attempt anything. But the idea that the players are like taking actions in this world outside of the prescribed whatever of going in 1 and 2 at a time and speaking to the referee is not something that he was expecting at all. And so he thought the game was a failure. He considered it a dud, but the players loved it. The members of the Twin City Military Miniatures Group loved it. And they were basically like, when can we do this again? And so they started running these types of games, which they called Braunsteins, because the first one was set in Braunstein. They weren't all set there, but that's the name that they took on, which inhabited this weird middle ground between what was acknowledged to be a war game and a military miniatures game and what would later become an RPG. It's not codified that you can call what they're doing an RPG as we think of an RPG today. But it was basically de facto the first role-playing game. Not the first time anyone had ever played a game where they took on roles. I'm sure that's happened before. And I mean, the concept of role-playing has been used, before. Like the concept of role-playing existed before this. Not a role-playing game, not an RPG like we think of Dungeons and Dragons, but the idea of role-playing in psychiatry and in think tanks working through problems, that existed. But we've basically gotten to the point where we have something that's kind of akin to a role-playing game. And then in October 1970, they've done a few of these. And then in October 1970, Wesley, who's a reservist, I think, in the military, gets called to duty. And so his kind of informal leadership role of the group, particularly in the running of this Braunstein stuff, has to come to an end. Now, he doesn't leave the group, and he still comes back frequently because he's stationed nearby, and he comes back frequently on furlough. He's not just out of the picture. But this informal leadership role he's been taking on is no longer something he can do. And so in his place, Dave Arneson becomes kind of the leading figure in running these Braunstein type games. And at the same time, he's getting kind of fed up with his Grand Napoleonic campaign. There's been some dissension. It's gotten huge. I mean, there are like almost 30 people involved. And some people don't like the way he's refereeing it, and another game kind of splits off from his game. There's a splinter, and it's just becoming a headache, and he's becoming sick of it. And so he decides that he's going to refocus his efforts on doing a new Braunstein, where they're basically going to take the people from the Napoleonic game, like the people that are local, like the close people, not all 26 people that have been part of it, but like the close people. And basically their characters are going to be dropped en masse into a new world. Because remember, in this Napoleonic campaign, there's not a lot of role-playing going on, but they're technically playing the roles of heads of state, and they're not playing the historical heads of state. They're like, they're putting some of their own personality into these rulers. And they're basically all going to be dropped into this new world. And as he put it, he had been reading a lot of Conan recently and watching a lot of Hammer horror films. And as a result of this, according to him, he thought that it would be great to drop them into this kind of spooky, marshy, fantasy kind of a place for this new Bronstein. And this becomes, in 1971, when it starts, this becomes something entirely new, a new Bronstein called Blackmore. And it just so happens that at the same time that he's starting Blackmore, our newly ancient and medieval obsessed miniatures wargamer Gary Gygax is working on a new set of rules for military miniatures that is going to have just a little bit of a twist in the back.
What's
involving
the
of all things fantasy. And so that's where we'll leave this first episode. So we've got these disparate elements, this board wargaming stuff, this military miniature stuff, these wargaming clubs like the International Federation, the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Group or Association, the Twin Cities Military Miniatures Group. We have these collaborations happening, these conventions starting, and this new kind of game pioneered by Wesley and being pushed forward by Arneson called the Bronstein that takes military miniatures to such a personal level that it is essentially what we would today call role-playing. In our second episode, we will take a look at how all of these disparate threads that we've been following and which have been occasionally intersecting are going to come together to create Dungeons and Dragons, Satan's Game.
Really, it astonishes me just how many different aspects all had to coalesce together in order to create this. Just having so much RPG stuff that was coming in where people just fell in love with it. And then you had people taking, miniatures. I want miniatures. I wanted to have these minis going around a dungeon. I need to have combat at a large scale, at a small scale. It's crazy.
Oh, we mentioned a dungeon.
Oh, there we go.
2 hours and 22 minutes into the recording. There it is, your mention of a dungeon. Whoever had the pool going on when we'd finally mention one. 2:22.
Put it into your bingo.
Yeah, well, Peterson has said, and I think this is true. I mean, you can quibble about definitions, and no, Ethan, we're not going to define an RPG. We'll leave that to others. But Peterson has said, and I agree with it, even though you can quibble around the edges, that RPGs, role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games, are really the only completely new type of game that emerged in the 20th century, and maybe even for some time before that. There were card games, and there were dice games, and there were board games, and there were war games, and all of this stuff, and different athletics and sports, and all of this, and tabletop games, electromechanical tabletop games, early coin-op stuff, Agatel and pinball and all of this. But, the RPG is really like, the tabletop RPG is like nothing that came before. It birthed something new out of whole cloth that has now become one of the major forms of game, major forms of entertainment that exists today with the incredible popularity in the past decade that D&D and other RPGs have truly attained. And, because it is something entirely new, it has that messy origin, because since it was like nothing else before it, like individually speaking, it had to pull a little bit from this, a little bit from that, a little bit from this other place, a little bit from over here. So you have all of these different ideas kind of colliding across these groups of people across the country. Surprisingly, pretty close to each other, all things considered. Most of them are in the Midwest, but still technically across the entire country, that just takes all of these little elements and turns them into this new thing, which is why we're spending so long on this. And which is why the Dragon Con version was very abridged. Can you imagine that we did all of this and more in 50 minutes at Dragon Con? I can be brief when I have to be.
It is shocking. It is really shocking. And if you're a patron, you can see that thing.
Indeed. It's a good talk, even though this is the more in-depth version. It's good for what it is as well. And it
A
has
British
slots.
version.
Indeed. So yeah, that's definitely the place, I think, to wrap up part 1. Part 2, we'll talk about the creation of Dungeons and Dragons and the early spread of Dungeons and Dragons. We're not going to do a complete history of D&D and TSR, but kind of walk it through the 70s and into the early 80s, but not getting super nitty gritty. We're not going to get nitty gritty into the corporate shenanigans, as much as I love that. And then in the 3rd episode, we'll talk about how that migrates to games, and that gives us a good framework that we can get done in 3. That's right, 3, 1, 2, 5. No, 3, my lord, 3 episodes.
Well, in that case, we will see you next time on They Create Worlds. Unless you're live and on Twitch, then you get to see it in about, 15 minutes. We'll see you soon.
All right, so stop that recording. Save all the pretty files. Save the pretty project file. No, and I do think a TSR episode, Ethan, would certainly be a valuable thing to do at some point. I agree with that. Because yeah, I mean we do episodes on things that are not strictly video games sometimes when they relate to it in some way. Yes, like IBM. Yeah, Game Wizards Abridged for sure. And then moving a little further on, because obviously, I mean, it would be more than one episode, of course, at that point. But, you want to get some of the Williams years and all of that stuff in there as well. But, yeah, I agree. I agree that TSR has a fascinating history full of much double cross and more double cross. And all the corporate shenanigans.
So many corporate shenanigans.
So this is 121? Is that what we're...
No, we just recorded 222.
I meant 2. I meant 221. I didn't mean 121.
So
Was
we
it
just did
222
222. This will be...
Okay, 222. No, I was asking which one we just did. I was just off by 1.
Yep.
I mean, I was off by 101, but I meant 221. I didn't mean 121.
Yeah, this is 222.
All right. Very good. Yeah, well, next year is the big 10th anniversary, and the 10th anniversary just so happens will basically correspond with episode 250 as well, which is not in any way planned, but that just happens to be the thing. And I've already been thinking about what to do for like the 10-year anniversary episode, and it's going to be. I don't know exactly what it is yet, and we can certainly take suggestions, but it's going to be the first 10 years of something, because it's our first 10 years. So I don't know if it's going to be like the first 10 years of commercial video games or the first 10 years of, whatever. I haven't chosen what the what is yet, but that seems like an appropriate extravaganza to do for like our 10th anniversary, is cover the first 10 years of something. Yes, 299 is already in our notes. We do already know 299. Know nothing else between episode 224, the last one of these three, and 300. But we know what 299 is.
A brief history of E3.
299.
I misspelled something.
We are streaming professionals. Yes, you did. We have the They Create Worlds live recording. That's right. This entire live stream, we are taking cored apples and we are putting the cores back into them to make lovely, kitschy items for your home. Record apples, brought to you only by They Create Worlds.
I thought I found all the spelling mistakes.
So yes, this is our live. For those of you just joining, this is our live recording. Oh, I'm sorry. This is our live reading now. I will be reading the local phone book. Just 10 episodes reading the local phone book, because who doesn't like a little light doxing in the internet age? We will read the names. We will read the phone numbers. We will dox everyone in our live. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a live recording. Is that what we've been doing?
Theoretically, yes.
No, thanks for catching that. That is my
OBS doesn't do a spell checker.
That is my
So
wonderful
if I fat
girlfriend.
finger something, it's
Let
gonna
me shout out. That is my my wonderful girlfriend Erin, who caught that. So thank you for keeping us honest.
Oh dear. Just finding all of the horrors.
All the rest of the people that were tuning in were our cult-like fans who would never dare to call out that the Emperor has no clothes, but with an E-R-I-N.
But there we are.
Yeah, so we are going to take just a little break at this time, I think, Jeffrey. It's not going to be the big one yet. That'll be the dinner break. But a little bio break, get some beverage. How long do we want to do, Jeffrey?
I would say about 10, maybe 15 minutes.
All right. That sounds good. Continue to talk amongst yourself in the chat. I may even join you in talking in the chat, but we are going to stop talking for 10 or 15 minutes in between episodes here.
All right. We will be back soon, kids. And we're back. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid.
Yes, welcome back. Those of you who were attending this live stream for the recoring activities, we apologize, but those have been canceled for the rest of the live stream. There will be no more recoring. We will only be doing recording here today. So,
a great loss for everyone, I'm sure.
If you have any complaints about false advertising for a recurring stream, remember that is They Create Worlds LLC, which we are podcasting on behalf of, and they have no assets. So keep that in mind. So good luck. Also, shout out to the giant skeleton lord that we have with his thought bubbles. Tell the people a little bit about that, Jeffrey.
Well, Dungeons and Dragons, right? So I just thought, why don't we find some cool little pixely gifty thing that looked cool? And then I came across the skeleton, and then I was like, wouldn't it be cool if he thought things that could be about chat over there? And it just shifted through them. So I made about 50, I think, little thought bubbles for him, and he randomly switches through them about every 20 to 30 seconds. And I can add to that live. In reality, indeed. I have the capability. No one has asked the Skeleton Lord anything, but It's there.
That's right. So if you have anything that you would like the skeleton to say, 'cause we do have a longer break coming up after this recording, before we record the third and final episode. So if you have anything you'd like the skeleton to say in that extended break that's coming up later, feel free to submit suggestions to us here in chat, and Jeffrey can put some of those in maybe.
Yeah. Something. If I was actually thinking about this.
Do we look like people who have plans?
Sure.
We've just been faking this whole thing for 9 years.
I know I have. I am not a professional editor. I just fake one on TV. And by faking it on TV, I mean fake it on streaming. And by faking it on streaming, I mean most of the time that doesn't happen.
That's right. Professionals, highly professional streamers. That's us. But if you were really thinking about it, I didn't mean to cut off your thought. If you were really thinking about it, Jeffrey.
I would have an action in the little StreamBot thing that would alert me to everything that I would collect all of that and put it in a little file for me. But I didn't think about that until just this moment. And trying to get the bot to add a new thingy to it would involve a little bit of research and messing around with it until I make it work.
Indeed, but we do have a bot now. We should probably give the TCW bot a name. You know, I mean, I know it has a name in chat or whatever, but like, we should probably give it a nice name, the TCW bot. We don't have to do it in the next 10 seconds. I just mean at some point you should have a name. You should have a family.
Bob.
You know, I mean, that's kind of.
We traditionally have always used Bob.
But would the Council of Bobs approve? What is the Council of Bobs' opinion on AI? What's their position on AI? And would they accept an AI member into their ranks?
I do not know. I mean, it's not really AI. It just responds and does certain tasks based off of triggers that it gets.
Yep. So we have a good question in the chat. So I'm going to be serious for a second. Tiger Wolf Games asks, on the research front, do you guys ever share citations from what you discovered? The answer is yes, sometimes, and always, but not never. So we do show notes for each episode of the podcast, and sometimes, not always, we do put out some of the people that I've shouted out, or some of the websites or books or whatnot that I've shouted out in an episode into the show notes. In the podcast itself, just because we're kind of telling narrative stories, I don't always go into every source that I'm using. I mean, we don't plagiarize. I never take somebody's work and represent it as my own. It's always understood that the podcast is drawing from a wide variety of sources, usually primary in some way, by which I mean a lot of interviews. They may not be interviews I did. You know, it may be primary material that Peterson discovered in his book. So in that sense, I'm using a secondary source, but I'm almost never relying on the analysis of another person. If I do take a similar theoretical track to someone else, I do try to shout that out. But in my book, you know, I mean, there'll eventually be more than one book, but there's only one right now. They Create Worlds. That is extensively footnoted. There are 2,000 footnotes in that book. So, you know, yes, I do try to call out the research I'm using, though the podcast itself, to keep things kind of moving forward, I don't always stop to cite every source in the moment. We could play around with putting a little more in the show notes or something. I wouldn't turn it into like a 2,000 footnote show notes or anything, but putting some kind of broad, major sources for this were these. That it may do that at some point, but yeah, it's mostly relying on documents and interviews either that I've discovered or who another author has discovered with kind of our own kind of big picture spin and analysis on it. So, yeah, great question. Happy to answer it. So this half of the podcast, that half of the podcast is brought to you by Diet Coke. This half of the broadcast is brought to you by Diet Dr. Pepper. I can tilt things. Okay, Diet Dr. Pepper. There it is.
Not Diet
So-
Dr. Pepper.
So fun fact that my view on the stream is actually mirrored. I don't know if Jeffrey meant for that to happen, but I'm actually
It's an
mirrored on
OBS
the stream.
thing.
Yeah, it's an OBS thing. So sometimes when I am struggling to figure out which way is left and right, it's because I'm mirrored. It's like its own little video game challenge.
We're mirrored, but they're not. It's kind of a weird thing of how monitoring yourself
Yeah.
works, and
It's fine. I'm basically staring in a mirror. So
right.
Uh,
Be terrified.
oh,
Be
I'm-
very, very
I'm-
terrified.
this is well aware. This is well away from all of my dad's hobby stuff. It's all on that side of me. The soda's on this side of me. It's good.
Okay. And
Ethan's book is not out yet, but it is getting near to publication. I've read an advanced copy, and it's good. It's really good. I need him to release it so that I can do an episode on Gremlin, because I don't want to do an episode on Gremlin until Ethan's book comes out, because he's captured the definitive story there, and I wouldn't want to steal any of that thunder by doing an episode on it before his book is released that is largely based on sources that he discovered. That wouldn't be fair at all. So, definitely looking forward to his history of Gremlin and Cinematronics. Overall, he had more participation from Gremlin people, so I feel like that part of it is more in-depth, but especially on the Cinematronics side, if you think you know the story of Dragon's Lair, you do not know the story of Dragon's Lair. But Ethan's going to tell you what it was, because he was able to interview a lot of people that were at RDI. All right. Well, I suppose we are here to. Yeah. You're speaking my love language, Ethan. Corporate shenanigans. Fair enough. Like I said, you may think you know what happened with Dragon's Lair, but you do not.
yeah, I don't know how to add another thing automatically without me playing around with it. So let's just say, just do. So if you want me to add something, just do exclamation point AT, add thought, and then whatever you want me to add as a thought to it. And I will look for exclamation point AT and pull those out.
All right. Well, I suppose we are gathered here today to witness the recording of 3, once again, in case there's any confusion on that point, 3 episodes of They Create Worlds. So that probably means we should record a second episode of They Create Worlds.
Alrighty then. I have my next episode prepared. Episode 223. Why is there 223 of these?
Because we started in September 2015 and we have never, ever stopped. Not once. Technically, we started recording before that, but the first one dropped in September 2015.
That is true.
Never, ever stopped. We almost missed one when I was getting the final corrections and footnoting done in my first book. We had no time to do a real episode, so we did the infamous citing apologies episode. We already had a Patreon by that point, but we did not charge for that episode because doing so would have been in my opinion, a white-collar crime. But we did do the 30-minute citing apologies episode just so that our streak would remain intact. But that's the closest we've ever come. We have not missed. I'm sure someday we will. Someday we'll have to take ourselves out of the game, but I'm committed to at least making it 10 years without missing one. 10 years of 2 a month at the absolute minimum. But and it may be longer than that. I'm just saying at some point. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's not personal. It's just there's the Chicago way of citing, and then there's the wrong way of citing, and it's not my fault if people don't realize that.
Oh, we now know how Alex likes to cite.
Actually, I hate citing, but it's important. It needs to be done. It's like eating your vegetables. It's a pain to do, but it's the most thorough. Like, it lets you actually find where stuff is, and it's important. Ken and I are great friends, obviously, just kidding around. But yeah, I Chicago is kind of where I go.
All right. Well, I'm hovering over a red button that needs to be pressed.
I will be presently. I am now also doing the same thing.
3, 2, 1. Red button has been pressed. And nothing.
All right. Yes. No. We're good. We're good. I was just distracted by our lovely people in chat. They are distracting, but in a good way. In a good way.
The distractions we live with and accept. Okay. So let me just back over here. That all looks happy. That looks happy. I'm happy. You're happy. The chat and all 10 of them are happy. So we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Really 9, because one of those 10 is me. So that's cheating.
Well,
I am
subtracted the
inflating.
1, so it shows 11 on my side.
So it is 10. Hooray! Hooray! All right, you know how to kick it off. Kick it off.
How do I kick this thing off again? All right. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host Alex.
Goodbye. Oh shoot. Okay.
You had one chance to do that, right?
Hey, take 2. Hello.
We return to our look at the horrors and devilry that is D&D. But last time we didn't really talk about D&D so much as wargaming and miniatures and fanzines and all of these people getting together, some sort of convention called Gen Con. It was madness, and we didn't even really talk about Dungeons and Dragons. There was some role-playing in there too, but it hasn't really come together into a nice slushy of joy.
Yeah, that's right. And as we talked about at the end of the last episode, I mean, that's really because RPGs, role-playing games, were something so different from anything that came before in games that there are a lot of different threads you have to pull on, a lot of different areas you have to go into to truly come to understand how we got to this brand new type of game where it's just a bunch of people sitting around arguing about what they're going to do and occasionally throwing some dice with strange numbers of sides on them to resolve conflicts that can't be resolved just through talking through things with the player and the referees. I mean, that's truly completely different from any kind of game that came before. And so not surprisingly, this didn't just appear out of whole cloth one day in Gygax and Arneson's heads or something. I mean, there's so many different threads that you have to pull on to get that full story of the creation. Sorry, looking at chat. And yeah, so that means that there was a lot of ground to cover. So we kind of got ourselves to the point where D&D is about ready to actually happen. in the last episode. And today we'll go into the kind of more, this is how D&D itself was created now that all of that background is done. And then chart kind of the initial rise and spread of D&D as well. And then we'll end with a third part showing how this transitioned very quickly into the computer game space and became such a major influence on the video game industry as a result. Just as a reminder, this is a three-parter that we are live streaming the recording of, as we do once a year.
Hi, chat.
So,
Hi, Twitch. Hello, people. I might even make it so this does Twitch and YouTube at the same time eventually. Never got that far.
Very
I was
scary.
going to for this one.
Very scary. So we may be a little more distracted than usual. There may be slightly more tangenting than usual. Jeffrey definitely spent more time crying as he tried to sort out the stuff that is just for the stream from the stuff that actually needs to go into an episode. If editing Jeffrey were in charge, he would never let us do these, but we lock him in the foot for the duration of the recordings and only let him out afterwards. Jeffrey knows what I'm talking about. Nobody else
Yes, I
does,
do.
but that's yeah, nobody else does, but that's what happens when you're friends with each other for 30 plus years. You have your own lore, some of which becomes podcast lore, some of which does not.
It's all a mystery. No one knows.
So there may be a few times where we're referencing something that happens in chat or a few more weird tangents than normal. Just because we are live streaming these. And if you were not able to attend that live stream, or if you did and are asking yourself, did that really happen? Or was it just one giant fever dream? Which is a very plausible, reasonable question to be asking about this entire affair. We will have this live stream posted as well for people to peruse, which, it'll be a long one. We're in the middle of it, so I don't know how long, but we're usually talking 8 or 9 hours of material with just a couple of breaks in there.
All right. So we have all the elements of D&D. We sort of have a proto D&D with Blackmore, and some Gary Gygax guy is looking at making some miniatures tie into that. Make some miniatures tie into that or something. I don't know. How do we throw this all into a blender and turn it into this wonderful smorgasbord of D&D?
Well, how we do that depends on who you ask and whether they're an Arneson supporter or a Gygax supporter. But we're going to mostly sidestep that little controversy and try to report the facts as close to what may possibly be the truth as we can get them. There is a lot of controversy there between the Gygax camp and the Arneson camp about who did what, which of course devolved into lawsuits at one point as well over royalties. But we've been kind of covering these two sides fairly equally. I mean, I have no idea in terms of amount of time given. We've probably covered one side more than the other, but we've been trying to keep up with the Arnesons and the Gygaxes of the world simultaneously here, because really it doesn't happen without either of them. Now, we spent a lot of time in the first episode talking about kind of the origin of even the concept of role-playing. And certainly that came entirely from the Arneson camp, from that Twin Cities Military Miniatures group. We looked at Wesley and his fascination with Totten, his fascination with referees and the idea that anything can be attempted, and how that translated into his Braunstein game, in which you had a traditional military miniatures kind of skirmish as the overarching theme, but you had many players doing things that had nothing at all to do with leading metal armies on the field whatsoever. So, that whole side of it comes entirely from the Arneson camp. Like, there would not be such a thing as an RPG without Arneson and Wesley and other members of that group, Carr and Kuntz and all sorts of others, doing whatever it was that they were doing. Yes, now we're almost to the point where you can seduce the general crater for sure. Yes, so we got from fighting the general to seducing the general in the last episode. Now we'll get from seducing the general to I don't know, murdering the general and looting his body. That's all that D&D groups do, right? Is like murder things and take their stuff.
Sure. I mean, if we're just a bunch of murder hobos or something. Not that I've had a bunch of murder hobos happily go and slaughter everything in a dungeon. Where it's like, do we want to understand what's going on here? Or do we just want to hobo it? And then everyone's just like, yes, we're we are just murder hoboing. And then we're doomed. We're doomed.
I mean,
there's combat.
I mean, the one guy or gal or whatever it is that we saved that one time did end up to be working to bring about a new darkness afterwards. So, understanding the situation didn't necessarily work out that well for us. Whereas we've had a lot less evil empowering itself since we just started killing everything. No questions asked, Jeffrey.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
SM Oliva's Can I Seduce the General was the original Can I Pet the Dog. Absolutely. Love that. So, from the Arneson camp comes that role-playing side, but Arneson was never a great codifier of rules. Obviously, Wesley had done some rules codification. He had taken Strategos and modified it into Strategos N for the group, for their Napoleonic campaigns. Arneson is not so much a system builder. So, in his Grand Napoleonic campaign, he's largely using rules that were adapted from other people. Yeah, Arneson did, Strategos C, but I don't know that those rules are as well regarded as Strategos N, quite frankly. I mean, it's not to say, Ethan, it's not to say that Arneson never wrote rules. It's just that he was never as focused on plotting out all the nuts and bolts of a system himself. I mean, obviously, he'd done rule systems before, and he collaborated with Gygax on doing Don't Give Up the Ship. But again, he collaborated with Gygax on doing Don't Give Up the Ship. So, as Arneson is taking over this Braunstein style of play, he is coming up with lots of rules. I mean, it's not that he doesn't develop rules, but he's very much here's a basic framework of what this world is like. But I'm not going to come up with specifics for this, that, or the other thing until it's actually needed in the game. He's more of the referee than he is the rule maker. It's it's the Taunton principle. Anything can be attempted, and your referee's going to tell you if it's possible or not. So Arneson makes up rules, and he tries to keep them fairly consistent. And when his players ask to do something they hasn't thought up yet, he's going to come up with rules for it. But he's not the type to just sit down at the beginning of a game or beginning of a project and be like, I am going to try to define a complete system of rules that can be applied to this scenario. Gygax is way more that. But Gygax isn't necessarily an original thinker. Gygax is the ultimate collaborator. Almost everything significant that he did came through collaboration, and there were very few things where he was the one that had the germ of the system. It's always someone else had the germ of that system. And then Gygax is like, let's collaborate, let's codify. And he'll take what that other person did and he will flesh it out to the hilt. I mean, he creates rules too. It's not like he doesn't create anything. But he's the guy that likes taking the germ of the idea and taking the initial thoughts on how something works and building a complete system around them. Now, he's not always perfect at building a complete system. We'll see how incomplete D&D is as a system when it's first created, believe me. So we also really wouldn't have D&D without Gygax either. Because Gygax was never going to come up with the, because the Arneson people are like, well, Gygax just took Arneson's idea and stole it, not stole it because they were collaborators, but stole the credit for it over time. He was generous in crediting Arneson early. He became less and less generous. The more businesslike TSR became, the less open to crediting Arneson Gygax was, basically. And so, the Arneson camp are all very much like, well, Arneson and Wesley and all these people, they invented role-playing. Gygax did not invent role-playing, so it's ridiculous for Gygax to call himself a father of tabletop role-playing. Okay, I mean, and then the Gygax folk will say, okay, fine, but who published it? Like, how did that rule system get out there? Arneson didn't found Tactical Studies rules, despite what certain placards at the Strong that I've been trying to get corrected still say. Arneson didn't print those rules. Arneson didn't go out there. Arneson didn't have Gen Con. Arneson didn't run games at Gen Con and write a million articles in various fanzines to publicize the game. It's like, Gygax, Arneson had a stack of notes. I'm just talking about what the Gygax camp would say. I'm not saying what I would say. Arneson just had a stack of notes on some fun little homebrew thing he was doing at home. And you didn't have a game until Gygax wrote it all down, published it, and publicized it. And, both sides, in my opinion, we're not going to wade too far into it, but, we need to give our opinion on it because it's going to color how we cover the creation. Both sides of it have a little bit of a point, and both sides of it have a little bit of truth within what they're saying. Gygax would have never created the RPG himself. Clearly. There's nothing in Gygax's history to this point that shows him to be a leader in anything. He experiences something and then he gets wrapped up in it. He experienced board war games and had the general, and so he started writing into the general. He experienced Siege of Bodenberg at Gen Con, and so suddenly he's all about military miniatures. He sees Jeff Perrin's medieval rules, which we're going to get into, and so he creates Chainmail. And he sees what Arneson's doing and writes up Dungeons and Dragons. Like, in every case, it's always a reaction to something else that's always going on. So Gygax was never going to have that original thought. You know what? Role-playing games. That was clearly Arneson and Wesley. On the other hand, role-playing games would have probably never left the confines of the Twin Cities Military Miniatures Group and other individual fandoms that Arneson may have mingled with at places like Gen Con or other conventions without Gygax being like, let's create something comprehensive out of this. Let's collaborate together to create something comprehensive and publish it. So, yeah, Arneson invented role-playing, but 300 people were going to know about it and do anything with it without Gygax. I think it's fair to say.
Really, it's the culmination of both of their works and efforts together that leads to this, not just one or the other. And the fact that one or the other want to take sole responsibility is really disingenuous to the entire situation.
Exactly. And, each side thinks that their contributions were more important. And that's an argument you can go round and round with forever. What's more important, coming up with something or, making it mainstream? Who's more important, Ralph Baer or Nolan Bushnell? Who's more important, Nikola Tesla or Thomas Edison? I mean, you can go round and round on these kind of debates on anything, and I don't think it's helpful. It's certainly not helpful to what we do here at They Create Worlds.
I mean, that's sort of
So-
the problem we ran into with the 100 most influential games. Which one do we want to do? The one who did it first or the one who popularized it?
Exactly. And yeah, Tiger Wolf Games says Jobs versus Woz, which, yeah, exact same thing as well. Another great example. So I don't have any interest in like parceling out, like a lawyer in a court case parceling out fault. Carl knows what I'm talking about. I'm not interested in parceling out percentages of credit for Dungeons and Dragons. But I just want to say that both sides make incredibly valid points about important contributions. They exaggerate them, but they make good points. And that I truly don't believe you get Dungeons and Dragons without both Arneson and Gygax. You do not get RPGs as we know them today without both of those people. This is me not getting into the debate, Ethan. I mean, I know what you're saying, and you're right. I mean, of course you're right. And everyone knew this was going to happen because you've all listened to at least a couple of dozen They Create Worlds episodes. So you knew when I said I wasn't going to get into something that I was going to get into it. It's like that could practically be a TCW meme. But I mean, I'm not wading deep into the controversy. I'm not going to try to say, this was more important from Arneson, this was more important from Gygax. Like it's 50% this, 20% this. Like
we're not getting into the weeds here. We're going over here's the controversy as it is. If you want to delve into it more, each respective camp has their stuff out there on it.
3 episodes. Yes. Yes, Crater. 3. I mean, the 3rd episode might be, might be like the second half of Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings movie when he ran out of money and be an incoherent mess. But it'll still just be 3, even if the 3rd episode is trippy.
Very trippy.
little Bakshi reference there for Carl as well. I know it's been mentioned in the chat, but I should mention on here as well, shout out that one of our viewers right now is Pranternator, Carl Kuras, who I co-host on his podcast, the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, which takes my statement of, boy, does They Create Worlds go on way too long a tangent sometimes, and says, hold my beer.
I keep Alex sane under 2 hours typically. Carl goes 2 hours. Meh, that's a jaunt in the park for us.
But I love doing the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine with Carl. It's a deep dive on all the major headlines of the month in 30 and 40-year jumps. So we're a little behind on getting it out in the same calendar month, but right now we are working our way through 1984 and 1994, and it's great fun. And I consider Carl a close dear friend. So if you love our podcast, do check him out as well, and thank him for being here with all of the crazy time difference over from Deutschland to support us here as well.
And I'm going to give you the option to veto this, but Ethan wants me to put in Alex loves Terry Goodkind.
Yeah, we're I love seeing you post to the troll options in chat. I encourage that, but yeah, that the troll options will not make it into the actual. Anytime, Carl, anytime. And of course, our good friend Ethan Johnson, friend of the show, makes cameos there as well as the Department of Corrections, and occasionally joins us in long form for some very special episodes as well. So, having said all of that about this Arneson Gygax divide, it's time to bring these two elements together into this final creation, because you really have two things that are going on at once. You have the Arneson group that are falling in love with this new kind of miniatures gaming, which is less about controlling real huge armies as it is about inhabiting characters. And sometimes those characters' job is still to control huge armies. But there's this idea that you can have objectives in the game outside of military conquest, and not every player in the game necessarily needs to be there to control a military force. Some of them could be other players in the scenario with other objectives and other means of achieving victory. Then on the other side, you have Gary Gygax, who has recently fallen hard for military miniatures gaming, having before that been primarily a board wargamer. And like any convert, has become a true believer and a crusader, pun intended, for medieval and ancient wargaming, going so far as to found a new subgroup of the International Federation of Wargamers, the Castle and Crusades Society, with its own periodical, the Domesday Book, named after the famous census book compiled by William the Conqueror upon his conquest of England. Why do I know that? Because I'm a nerd. I'm a history nerd loser streaming from his parents' basement. Dad, stop! I'll do that when the stream's over. It can wait. Yes. As in case there are any latecomers to stream, I am not in my usual location, in my own domicile, which I pay rent on all by myself like a big boy. But my father is having some medical work done here, and I am back home helping out. But this all popped up after we had announced our live stream date, so couldn't leave you all hanging. So brought all my sound equipment with me and am broadcasting from my parents' basement, as any good Twitch streamer should. Pausing for a sip here.
Does that mean I need to open the Diet Coke?
Brownest of the brown carbonated beverages. What's that? You want me to drink you? But I'm in the middle of a podcast. Bonus points if you get that reference. And is very interested in developing a new set of medieval miniatures rules, because that's not really the sweet spot. That's not where most people are doing their wargaming. It's primarily Napoleonic miniatures at this time, maybe a little bit of World War II miniatures and Civil War miniatures, but it's really primarily the Napoleonic Wars that people like doing. So there isn't a lot out there for that medieval period. So in the midst of all of this, Gary Gygax also establishes his own local miniatures wargaming group, the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association, made up of some local folks, some his age, some younger, that are congregating in his basement. And he's been having some employment issues throughout this period as well, and kind of feels like this may be his last kind of final chance to put some effort into trying to break into more of the game creation business, which is something he enjoys doing, but is all very much a hobbyist kind of thing. And so it turns out that one of the members of the LGTSA is a guy named Jeff Perrin, who shares a fascination with medieval and ancient wargaming, and has been tinkering with his own set of rules. And so very much is what will just like what will happen with Dungeons and Dragons a little later. Gygax is like, that's great. I really want a new medieval rule set. Let's work together and polish this up, what you've already done, and find some place to release this as a real product. And so that's what they do. Perrin's kind of made a start on it. Gygax takes what Perrin's already done and kind of organizes it a bit, adds a little touch here and there. And he also has fallen in this time period with a hobby shop owner by the name of Don Lowry, who is starting his own imprint, D&D Games, in order to publish things like miniatures rule sets. Again, as we talked about in the last episode, oftentimes there's quite a link between hobby shops and these small independent imprints, because rule sets like that are relatively cheap to produce, because we're not talking about doing, the highest levels of quality. So they're relatively cheap to produce and have the potential to spur miniatures sales at the hobby shop, because you put out a miniatures rule set and then, spoiler alert, you need miniatures to be able to play the game. So he's starting his imprint, D&D Games, and an interesting little tidbit here. At this time, Mr. Lowry is actually ensconced in a little town, Jeffrey, called Belleville, Illinois.
Wait, what?
That's right. Lowry's hobby shop and the original location of D&D Games is Belleville, Illinois, which is where Jeffrey and I are right now. Jeffrey is technically in unincorporated St. Clair County, completely surrounded by Belleville, and I am technically 2 towns over, but we are essentially in Belleville. We are essentially in the place where Lowry was, who published Chainmail.
Wow, that's kind of crazy to think. So which one of the game stores locally is it?
I think he ran it out of his house, and he wasn't here long. He ended up relocating to Maine, which actually is the precipitating event that causes all of this to fall apart, which is why Gygax needs to found his own company. So he wasn't here long, and I think he ran it out of his house. It wasn't like on Main Street or something. But yeah, a little local connection for the two of us here.
Yeah, keep in mind, Alex and I grew up here more or less a good chunk of our lives, especially through our teenage years and the majority of our adolescence. And then Alex ran off to Germany or something for a little bit and had to go hunt him down and make sure he was still alive at some point.
I was.
Bonus points, he was alive.
Exactly. So they published this rule set, Chainmail, as they call it, through D&D Games, and Lowry, who has this as an adjunct to his hobby shop. And Gygax, as what he calls an afterthought, which is probably downplaying for some very good reasons that we'll get to, but as an afterthought, adds in some rules for fantasy campaigns as an appendix to this thing, where he takes creatures and races primarily from the works of J.R.R. Tolkien, and the concept of heroes and wizards and superheroes that are one-to-one figures. So instead, most military miniatures games are obviously run on, 10-to-1 or 100-to-1 or whatever, where a single figure represents many, many troops, because obviously when you're talking about armies of tens of thousands maneuvering against each other, you can't put tens of thousands of miniatures on a ping pong table in your basement, nor can you paint them all, even if you could fit them all on your ping pong table. So there's always an abstraction of scale. One-to-one is very rare. It's not unprecedented. There was a World War II system, Modern Miniatures Wargaming or something like that, by a guy named Corns, that actually did one-to-one. And there were a few other examples of one-to-one. But for the most part, you didn't have that. And for the most part, chainmail didn't either. Now, he did have one-to-one rules for sieges in there because sieges were small enough that you could do that one-to-one. But in general, that was also on a scale. But the heroic campaign, while it still had some units that were on a scale of like 10-to-1 or whatever, had wizards, heroes, and superheroes that were actually one-to-one hero units that were stronger, had more powers, and could impact the game in a very real way. And it's interesting. Why would there be fantasy rules? Well, there's a couple of things going on here. First of all, J.R.R. Tolkien has just hit big in the United States. Just hit big. The Lord of the Rings was originally published in 3 volumes in the middle of the 1950s in Britain. And, it had come over to the United States, but it really wasn't that popular. But it suddenly became very popular with the counterculture crowd in the mid-1960s after a series of unauthorized paperback versions were released that were much cheaper. See you, Carl. Thank you so much for showing up. It means a lot to me. I know you were coming from a time zone far, far away. And it's always nice to see you.
Sleep well, get some rest.
And the Lord of the Rings had some themes about, pastoralism and how nature was under assault by the evil forces of industry, and this good versus evil thing, and this idea that a small group of, guerrillas in a way could impact the world and push back evil. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that really resonated in there with the counterculture crowd. And it started achieving major popularity in by the late 1960s. People wearing Frodo Lives pens and all of this kind of stuff. Leonard Nimoy doing a little song about a little hobbit named Bilbo Baggins, which I only mention because now Jeff is contractually obligated to put that in the show notes.
Oh, I could do something even more horrible. I could throw it on the stream.
Love that. Omega Number says my older kiddo is playing D&D right now at this very moment. That's great. Of course, Crater earlier on mentioned that he won't be able to stay for the whole thing because his D&D group will be playing tonight. Yeah, it's really become on, and obviously, I think it's fair to say we're all nerds here, but it's grown so far beyond that. Like, so many people play it these days and enjoy it, or play other types of games similar to it, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
It really is. There's a lot of, especially with the streaming era and the ability to have actual play podcast and streams of D&D, so that people can really experience that thing vicariously and really learn it and really enjoy it, and just find a group that really resonates with them and they want to follow it, and then they go, oh, well, this is really more fun than I really understood. I'll go make my own game with my own friends and have a lot of fun.
You don't have any friends. Nobody likes you.
Anyway. Speaking of Tolkien, but so Tolkien achieved great popularity in the late 1960s, and because of that popularity, a lot of other fantasy was riding in its wake. So, contrary to some popular belief, Tolkien didn't invent fantasy, even though a lot of the modern underpinnings of fantasy we owe to Tolkien, and certainly the enormous popularity stems from Tolkien. He didn't invent it. And after Tolkien gained such popularity, then earlier, Robert E. Howard's Conan book started to be reprinted. Fritz Lieber started getting more of a cachet again. And then other authors that had started to write in the 60s as well, like Poul Anderson and Michael Moorcock were getting, finding new audiences as well. So there was kind of this entire fantasy genre that was suddenly becoming popular at this exact moment. And so obviously there's a lot of overlap between science fiction and fantasy fandom and wargaming fandom. It's not, there is a Venn diagram there. The Venn diagram is not a circle, but there is a lot of overlap. They tend to attract some of the same types of people. And so there was a growing fandom for this fantasy stuff within some wargaming crowds as well. And obviously there are big battles in Tolkien. The Hobbit has the Battle of the Five Armies, and Lord of the Rings has the Siege at the Hornburg and the Battle of the Pelennor Fields and all sorts of other stuff that's referenced in passing elsewhere and in the appendices. So there's a lot of epic war going on there that logically could be transitioned into rules. And so there's a lot of this going on. And then the other thing that specifically inspired Gygax, and this is a John Peterson discovery, because a lot of this history was buried in fanzines that like 5 people in the country still had copies of. And John Peterson's great contribution, I mean, he writes great books too, but his truly great contribution was that he tracked down all of these obscure little fanzines and read them all and discovered a narrative that had just been lost due to a lack of accessibility, and discovered all sorts of happenings that we didn't know about. There was a guy named Leonard Patt, not to be confused with Fletcher Pratt with an R, the naval rules guy, a guy named Leonard Patt, who released in this tiny little fanzine in 1970 a set of rules he called Rules for Middle-earth, which was attempting to adapt the creatures and characters and setting of Tolkien into wargaming. And basically, I think part of the reason that Gygax didn't want to talk too much about his afterthought fantasy rules is because it turns out most of them came from Pat. Now, he didn't just lift them whole. He made some changes of his own. But it's very clear, and you can read Peterson if you want a point-by-point, blow-by-blow list of the similarities that are way too similar to each other for two people to have come up with in parallel. Like, one of those things maybe is a coincidence, but like a half dozen or more of those very specific things, yeah, no way two people came up with those in parallel. Yes, you did, Ethan. Yes, you did. So yeah, a set of rules already existed in an obscure fanzine, and Gygax, who himself was a voracious reader, he's always said that he was never as fond of Tolkien, though he also always said that after a lawsuit from the Tolkien estate made him change the names of things like Ents and Hobbits to names like Tree Ents and Halflings. So I wonder if because Gygax became very much the businessman and self-promoter, and I wonder how much of his downplaying of Tolkien is due to the fact that the Tolkien estate sued him. But, you know, he claims he wasn't as big a fan of Tolkien, but I mean, he had read Lieber and Howard and all of these people growing up, and Vance. You know, he was a great fan of that literature. And so I'm sure when he saw these rules, you know, that kind of inflamed his imagination as well. And he was like, I'm making some medieval rules anyway. This is a great little addendum to put in there. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why he never goes into great detail about why he decided to do it. The other reason he didn't highlight them so much was a more practical one. there was a big divide in the wargaming community. There were people in that community that were like, if it isn't as realistic as possible to the real world, then it is not something we should be wargaming. And please leave the orcs and the ents and the balrogs and the dragons. There's our first dragon mention. 43 minutes into the second episode's recording. Keep those out of my wargaming. And so it was kind of a little treat thrown in there at the end for the fans, but it wasn't something that he necessarily wanted to hang the entire system on, because he knew that that would get some pushbacks from the purists. But he did. He added these rules in, largely based on Pat's rules for Middle-earth, so that you could do fantasy campaigns too. And some of the characters in that were one-for-one super powerful characters that had additional abilities and could lay waste to large groups of ordinary soldiers in a way that you normally did not find in a miniatures wargame. So at the same time this is happening, Arneson is getting sick of his Napoleonic campaign because there's dissension in the ranks. First, it's a huge thing to manage because there's like 26 or something like that players. They're spread all over the country. Like Gygax's group is also participating in it in Lake Geneva. It's not just local to the Twin Cities. It's a big headache. It's a lot to keep track of. And some of the players don't even like the way he's doing it. And there's been dissension in the ranks. So it's like, this is just too much headache. I'm getting out of this. I'm going to do something smaller and more intimate, like those Bronstein games that Wesley and others have been running. And then, of course, Arneson was participating in. I mean, he was a player in the original Bronstein because it's all part of the same group. And, you know, I've been on a Howard kick recently. I've been on a Hammer horror kick recently. I'm going to set it in this great, miserable, boggy, marshy, medieval kind of place under siege by evil forces. By the Egg of Coot, to be exact. And, yeah, it basically transports the players from the Napoleonic campaign, the local ones that are going to be part of this new thing. He basically transports them in whole cloth. He kind of aligns it a little bit with Gygax's Castles and Crusades Society, because one element of this society, kind of echoing this idea that the early wargaming clubs had, that you had, you know, fiefdoms and members, this person is, going back to even the Spectre days, like this person has been the Spectre guy, conquering Virginia. Like you have these own personal fiefdoms as part of this thing. Gygax, as part of the Castle and Crusade Society, has already been creating essentially what would become the Great Kingdom of Greyhawk fame. And so they kind of attach Blackmore to the Great Kingdom as well. So he's kind of aligning in that way, but he's doing his own thing in this very marshy, boggy, icky kind of place because it's, I think in part because it's about as far away as he can get from Napoleonic wargaming while still somehow maintaining a space in the realm of wargaming. And so he needs rules for that. And at about the same time this is starting up in 1979 is when Chainmail is getting published. And of course, they're in correspondence. I mean, he sees advanced copies of it even before it's published, because Gygax and Arneson have become full-on friends and collaborators by this point. And so he adapts the Chainmail rules for use in his Blackmore campaign. Now, in later years, Arneson said, we tried using Chainmail and we used it for a bit and it just didn't work very well. So I actually mostly redid my rules entirely from scratch, using another naval game involving ironclads that I had come up with. I have to wonder if he isn't de-emphasizing Gygax somewhat in the same way that Gygax likes de-emphasizing Arneson, because they became bitter rivals and, had multiple lawsuits going at each other. But I mean, I think it's fair to say that, I mean, certainly Arneson was never just going to use chainmail. I'm sure he was starting to modify it and bring other things in as well. But chainmail ends up being at least the initial basis for resolving combat in the Blackmore game, though Arneson may have eventually deviated from it. And the thing that Blackmore got to that earlier Braunsteins didn't is every single Braunstein before this had been kind of a self-contained game. You were given a scenario. You are... Yeah, Ethan is saying, the 1972 letter says he used, quote, fairly minor modifications to chainmail. And yeah, that's before they hated each other and is probably a little closer to the truth. But yeah, I mean, as Ethan also says in the chat, I mean, they were definitely using multiple systems because there was multiple types of combat going on. I mean, it's not like all of Blackmore was based around chainmail, but I do think that Arneson probably, at the risk of wading into the great debate again, I do think that Arneson probably in later years deliberately downplayed the use of chainmail in Blackmore due to this rivalry. Certainly, Peterson is probably a little bit on the pro-Gygax side, so I guess you may have to watch Peterson a little bit when it comes to the debate between the two, but Peterson definitely does not appear to give any credence to Arneson's kind of statements in more recent days, like in the 2000s, shortly before he died, and definitely prefers to go back to the correspondence that they were having at that time before the enmity developed. Whether Peterson is showing a bias there or not, that's beyond the scope of this podcast. But that's just to say it's complicated. But regardless, chainmail was being used to some extent within the Blackmore campaign for combat resolution. And as I was saying, though, the thing that was different is like previous Braunsteins, which had been in a variety of settings. There'd been a Western one called Brownstone. There'd apparently been one that took place in a Banana Republic kind of deal in South America. Like there were multiple Braunsteins that were played, but each one was in itself self-contained. You had a scenario, you had a set of characters, and yeah, you might not resolve the whole thing in a single day, but it was a single campaign with specific objectives for the characters to reach, and then it was over with. Then you moved on to another Braunstein when that one was over. Well, the first session of Blackmore was so fun to all the players that they wanted to keep going. They wanted to continue to do this thing. And they wanted to use the same characters to do it. They didn't want to start a new scenario. And so Arneson came up with the unique idea, which had a basis in the victory points of war games. It's not like it was completely out of whole cloth, but had the unique idea that, okay, then if we're going to keep using the same characters, let's have a progression for it. And, in war games, you had the concept of the war game campaign, which is where you would fight multiple battles and you would win victory points in those battles. And then, you would tally up the victory points at the end to see who won the campaign. There was an idea of progression there. And of course, even the Braunsteins used victory points as a method of tallying up how each individual character did succeed in their objective. So there are already points running around even in Braunsteins. But his idea is, let's use these points, instead of calling them victory points, we'll call them experience points. And by accumulating experience points, you will eventually go up in level and you will improve your abilities. And he probably took a little bit of inspiration on this from chainmail as well. Now, chainmail did not have experience points and levels or any of that stuff. That invention is 100% Arneson. But chainmail did have heroes and superheroes. Different levels of hero. different with one more powerful than the other. And Chainmail did not have rules to transition from one to the other. There was no character progression in Chainmail. But it may be that seeing this idea of having different levels, different powers of heroes laid out in Chainmail might have been part of what he was thinking of when he came up with a system of progression. So that's one of the things that set Blackmore apart, is now instead of just having a single Braunstein session, a single Blackmore game, we're going to have continuing games. The other is, of course, the side activity he came up with, which is the main objective of this thing is still to defeat the evil egg of Coot, who's invading the Duchy of Blackmore. But as part of improving your character, I'm also going to create a dungeon below Castle Blackmore that players can explore to accumulate treasure. And we don't have a very good explanation from Arneson as to why he decided to do this. I wish we did. I mean, he'd been interviewed over the years. He died in 2009, died relatively young in 2009. He's only born in 47. He's given interviews over the years, but I'm not satisfied with anything he's ever said. One time he said, well, I was going to use this castle miniature as the main kind of Castle Blackmore on the table, and the miniature was kind of small, and it felt constraining that was the entirety of the space. So I was like, so what if I had dungeon levels underneath it? Other times he said, I was binge watching Hammer horror films, and a lot of these take place in these kind of tunnels and catacombs. And so, I was inspired to just start sketching out some catacombs while I was watching Hammer horror films. And that is what caused me to do it. He said a few different things, Ethan. Obviously, I didn't see your comment until after I already said the thing about the Hammer horror films. I mean, that's absolutely one of the things that he said. But it's not the only thing he said. But he's never gone into great detail on it. Then as well, there was a game played at Gen Con in 71 that did involve some mucking around in some sewers and doing combat, which... Oh, I see, Ethan. Yeah, no. I did remember that. But I appreciate that. Feel free to queue anytime during a live stream. For sure. And so maybe that also inspired him. We don't have a very satisfactory answer. Certainly the fact that Chainmail had a bunch of monsters in it probably also influenced him. It's like, oh, there's all these cool monsters. How do I use these? It's like, I'll put them all in a dungeon, because the initial version of the dungeon under Blackmore basically used all of the monsters from Chainmail to populate it, which were primarily from Tolkien.
And we have a proper dungeon.
Exactly. So he created a dungeon. He created the first dungeon in the RPG sense. And the players loved it. Like, they really, really loved going into the dungeon and fighting monsters and avoiding traps and gathering treasure, which, since gold was equivalent to experience points in Blackmore, meant that this was also causing their characters to become more powerful. All right. Have fun, Crater. Thanks for showing up for a good portion of this, and have fun.
Enjoy your game.
And they had so much fun doing this, they actually lost the game. Because so many people were spending so much of their time going dungeon crawling that they actually kind of forgot to defeat the armies of the Egg of Koot.
Oh, that just gets back into our scope thing again. This smaller thing is more fun than the big thing. Just focus on that.
So Blackmore was overrun. It was conquered. They lost the game. But of course, they were already establishing this idea that the game doesn't end with one scenario. So it wasn't the end of the Blackmore campaign. Instead, they retreated and became exiles in the swamp, and slowly worked to regain control. Most of them did. Some of them were traitors and went and started working for the Egg of Koot. I mean, there's this whole role playing thing going on with it. So that's Blackmore. And there are some updates on it in the fanzines. Gygax is aware of what's going on. There's also kind of, the dungeon crawling is so fun that another Twin Cities guy named Dave Magari even creates a board game that kind of distills just kind of the dungeon aspect of it into a board game. It's not an RPG. It's not tabletop RPG because it is on a board. But so this stuff's all going on. And of course, he's in correspondence with Gygax, Arneson is, as he always is. And so he's telling him about this game. And then they have a fateful meeting because Lake Geneva and the Twin Cities aren't that far from each other, like 4 or 5 hours, something like that. So Arneson and Magari come down to Lake Geneva to demonstrate Blackmore, to run a Blackmore session, as well as to demonstrate Dungeons of Podakasha, the board game that Magari has made based on all of this. And Gygax is once again instantly smitten. He loves it. And he loves it so much that he basically starts his own Braunstein, or what you would more properly call a Blackmore at this point, based on his great kingdom, World of Greyhawk. And he wants to publish Magari's game because he's working for Gaiden Games, for Lowry's company, kind of as a solicitor of product that Gaiden can publish because Gygax is so well connected. He wants to publish Magari's board game. And he would like to collaborate with Arneson to turn his Blackmore rules and his Blackmore system into an actual publishable set of rules that, again, would be published by Gaiden Games. Oh, Magari. That's fair. David Magari. Ethan correcting the pronunciation, as he often does, which I appreciate as well. Yes, Magari, not Magari. Very good. And so that's what begins this collaboration. So, Arneson is building a somewhat coherent system. It's not just bits and bobs and odds and ends, but he kind of only codifies rules as he needs them and then fits them in where it makes sense. He's, as we talked about at the top, he's not really consciously trying to create a complete rule set. And now Gygax is saying, let's systematize this. So Arneson has a bunch of rules and notes, the infamous notes that Gygax supporters might say, well, Arneson just had a bunch of notes. Gygax turned it into a game. But I mean, notes trivializes it because they're notes in the sense that they're not meant to be read as a coherent manuscript from start to finish. But there are fully thought out rules in this. It's not like it's just concepts of rules. Like, they are rules. They're just not in manuscript form. So, notes is how it's often referred to, particularly by Gygax, which is in one sense accurate, but is in another sense maybe a little unfair. So he kind of gets together his notes, as we might call them, and sends them to Gygax, who starts systematizing them and, just kind of putting them in order, maybe filling in a gap here and there where one exists, and adding way too many pole arms because Gygax clearly has a pole arm fetish.
How many pole arms are we talking here?
Well, I mean, you played AD&D Second Edition.
I did.
Do
The
you-
books are behind
do you
me
remember-
somewhere.
You remember how many pole arms were in that player's handbook? Bardishes and guidarms and halberds and that man has some strange. Yeah, I know there were more in Second Edition, Ethan, but he did add some. I'm pretty sure there are some in OD&D. I mean, it's not as many as in Second Edition, but and I am exaggerating
For dramatic
a
effect.
little bit for dramatic effect, because I think it's funny how thoroughly obsessed with polearms Gygax apparently was, but but yeah, I mean, so he tucked in a few things here and there, and if there were other gaps, he would sometimes write to Arneson and ask Arneson for additional rules to fill in gaps, and so they're kind of building this thing, mostly throughout 1973. Is when this work is going on. Might have started a little bit in late 72, but it's mostly 1973 where this work is going on. With the intent of getting this published as a comprehensive rule system for this new kind of fantastic miniatures war game. They're not calling it an RPG. They're still calling it a war game. There's even though it's all about individuals going into to dungeons and killing monsters and getting loot and getting experience and going up in level, they're still marketing it at this point as a war game because there's no conception of a role-playing game. I mean, people are already playing them. The Braunsteins clearly are them, but there's no conception that such a game type actually exists because it's new. And the idea is to publish this war game through Guidant Games. Well, it's right in this period that Lowry had decided to pick up his roots and move everything to Maine. And that move was expensive, and that was problematic for his business that was just kind of barely eking by anyway. And so Guidant Games basically falls apart in this transition. It doesn't die right away, but it basically falls apart. And there's no way it would be able to publish a product like D&D. Okay. Ethan is reporting back that OD&D, which is the colloquial term that people use for original D&D, the original publication in 74, has polearm, halberd, lance, if that counts. And no, I don't think it counts. And pike. That's all you get in OD&D. Yes, that is not the practically dozen versions that are in Second Edition, but polearm, halberd, and pike is probably more than the average person cared about. So I'm still going to say Gygax was obsessed.
Keep the narrative consistent.
That's right. All glory to the narrative. But yeah. I mean, obviously, it gets way more out of control later. I mean, that's absolutely true. Train of thought. Yeah. So Guidant Games is out. So at that point, Gary's already got the local connections, through his Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association, and he decides, well, if Guidant Games can't do this, I'll found my own company with polearms and hookers. And so he joins with his childhood friend, Danny Kaye, not that Danny Kaye, and founds a company by the name of Tactical Studies Rules, a partnership between Gygax and Kaye. taking the name partially from the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association, and often abbreviated even in the early days. Yeah, it's Donald. Yeah, it's Don K, not Danny K. Danny K is that Danny K. Very famous. Don K is Gygax's childhood friend. I knew that. But thank you, Ethan, for the real-time Department of Corrections. I thought there was something wrong with it as I said it, and then I didn't check, and that was bad of me. Yeah, and so Don K and Gary Gygax found Tactical Studies Rules with the intent of publishing D&D, but there's no way they'll be able to publish D&D right away because it's going to be expensive. Most of these rule sets are like rules booklets, single booklets. D&D has mushroomed into 3 separate booklets plus a variety of companion sheets for this and that. So it's going to have to be a boxed set. And that takes a lot of money to get going, much more than a simple rules pamphlet. So the idea is that they'll publish some miniatures rules, some wargaming rules that will generate the money they need to publish D&D. The first one they do is Cavaliers and Roundheads, which is an English Civil War rule set. They do 1 or 2 others in there as well. And then hopefully they'll publish D&D the next year. Well, those early rule sets don't do very well. Not a lot of clamoring for English Civil War's rules. And so, I mean, they're kind of scraping by, but they're not getting the money together to be able to publish this game. So at the very end of the year, like in December, I think, of 73. Yeah, it was the only 73 product, but I think Tractics or whatever it's called was published around the same time as well, but around the same time as D&D was. But yeah, Cavaliers and Roundheads was the only 73 product because, I mean, TSR, Tactical Studies Rules, was only founded in like October or something like that. Yeah, the end of the year. But they had plans to do other things. They were talking about publishing Fight the Skies. They were talking about publishing Tractics. Like, there's a lot of stuff in the air. But that's the one thing that got published. And so they end up in December bringing a third partner, Brian Bloom, who was also an avid wargamer, who was a member of the LGTSA, and whose family had a little more money. And so they bring in Brian Bloom to be able to finance actually creating this thing. And so in late January, it really officially goes on sale in February, but a few copies trickle out in January 1974. We get this boxed set, Dungeons and Dragons, for a whopping $10.
Only $10. I wish I could do that now.
Yeah. Though, in fairness, $10 in 1974 money, before stagflation completely redefined America's relationship with money. And yeah, Ethan says in the chat, $10, what a ripoff. And he's saying that deliberately because he knows. Because, yeah, there were a lot of people unhappy about that. There were a lot of people that were like, $10 for a set of miniatures rules? That's ludicrous. And yeah, there was some unrest. I mean, there were people that just didn't like fantasy games. That were like, what the heck? There were other people that were like, $10, what the heck? Slimer's back.
Okay, so because I do it, inflation calculator says that $10 in 1973 is $70.82 today.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
That is a lot. Like, that's what a PlayStation 5 game costs today.
Give or take, yes. After taxes and whatever else.
Uh-huh. So yeah, it was a lot. And it was a lot for something that didn't necessarily have a lot of perceived value back then, because like I said, the military miniatures community in particular was very fandom driven. It was very like what we would call indie today. And, stuff's not being printed on the highest quality paper. It's not being bound with the highest quality binding. And the rules are kind of seen as a necessary adjunct. The real thing you're buying and enjoying is the miniatures. It's just you have to have this sheet of rules to be able to play with them. And so, kind of just like, how in the early computer industry, it's like you were buying the hardware and the software was the throw-in. Nobody saw value in software. You're buying the miniatures and the rules are the throw-in, sometimes just printed for free in fanzines. I mean, you're paying a subscription for the fanzine, but you're not paying an additional cost for the rules, or something that you're buying, very cheaply in a hobby shop. So to make the rules the centerpiece of what you're buying by making them that expensive, that's ridiculous. Yeah, as Esamoliva says, miniatures and miniature accessories. Like, the miniatures were the thing, the rules were like the accessories, the add-on. So this is taking the rules and putting them front and center. And, people are still thinking in terms of war games, because it even calls itself a war game on the box. So for a set of war game rules, that truly was considered highway robbery at that price. Fair enough. I've never watched King of the Hill.
I have.
So
I got the reference.
So I did not understand that reference. I get no points. Jeffrey gets points.
Yay, points.
Just stopping for a sip there. And the rules were pretty impossible to decipher. They were spread across 3 books. The organization across those 3 books wasn't necessarily always logical. So you're flipping back and forth between these 3 books. Most of the combat is still going to be adjudicated by chainmail. So you actually have to have a copy of chainmail in addition to D&D if you really actually want to play this game. Plus, for overworld encounters, which are kind of de-emphasized. I mean, it's called Dungeons and Dragons. It's not called Dungeons and Prairies. They kind of, or Dungeons and Forests, they kind of de-emphasize the overworld, but the overworld portions to move around in the wilderness requires a completely separate SPI game. Board Wargaming Company is a competitor to Avalon Hill. In order to do that part of it. That part of it wasn't strictly necessary because, like I said, that was kind of de-emphasized compared to the dungeoneering. But if you wanted to take part in that part of the game, then you needed a third game. So the rules were kind of incoherent in a lot of ways. They weren't fully thought out, despite the fact that Gygax's job was to systematize Arneson's rulemaking that he was kind of doing on an ad hoc basis. He didn't necessarily do that great a job of even doing that systematizing. And so people that were just seeing these rules were like, what the hell?
I guess the miniatures are okay, but these rules make no sense.
Yeah, how is this even a war game?
What war game is this? How do I war with this? Go in a dungeon? Am I declaring war on the earth?
But this is the point where Gygax's other kind of activities are crucial to spreading this game. And, another part of why you don't have this without both Gygax and Arneson. Because the rules were nonsense. But if somebody walked you through, just like, don't worry about the rule books, but actually just walked you through playing this darn thing, Then the light bulb went off. And that's really the way D&D is today. I mean, even when they have more comprehensive, and all RPGs, even when Pathfinder and GURPS and D&D and all of these others have comprehensive sets of rules today that do a better job of plugging in all the holes. How do most groups start? One person brings the game and is just like, don't worry about the rules. Let's just sit down and start playing.
We don't have to worry about it. We aren't even pressing A. I will press A for you. And we will just start playing. Alex,
And
you find yourself in a basement in front of a microphone. It is still bright outside, and there might be some balls playing and the sound of birds. You're not sure what's going on, but a strange smell assails the area. What do you do?
I attempt to locate the source of the smell.
Well, on your character sheet, you have a search smell button. Or search smells die. And you need to roll that in order to find out what's going on. And I have already set a DC for you, a difficulty class, that will determine whether or not you succeed or fail. So go ahead and roll a D20 and add in your stat points and your skill at smelling.
Now I hear a cat. I want to make a perception roll to locate cat.
Now you have to do find cat skill, which is a perception check, and roll that D20 plus perception plus I really want to find a cat.
Indeed. So, and quite frankly, that's the way Jeff and I were introduced to D&D. Our friend Ben, he didn't even have the player's handbook. He just had the Forgotten Realms campaign setting box set. So we were barely even doing anything that even resembled D&D rules. I mean, we were not, for all intents and purposes, playing D&D in that first session, which was
really,
fine,
no.
because it didn't matter.
No, we had fun. There were these nice little things that wanted me to drink a nice drink and become one of them. But I didn't know that. But I was a polite person who drank their drink.
That was not actually the first one, but I remember that one. That was a couple of Yuan Ti that were trying to convince him to become a Hitachi, which was their servitor creatures. That was a good time too. That was also not strictly adhering to the rules of D&D. I mean, it was part of the same kind of continuum. It just wasn't the very first session, but I remember that because I was playing the other Yuan Ti, and we were Ben and I kept talking. It's like, oh, he would make good Histashi. Yes, good Histashi. It's like, you drink, you become good Histashi. And Jeff's like, oh, well, yeah, good Histashi. Yeah, good times. But yeah, we weren't even playing by the rules, but that didn't matter because the cool thing is we were creating a story together. I mean, we were in middle school, and he hadn't thought stuff out in advance. I mean, it wasn't like a great campaign or a memorable like story or anything, but that wasn't the point. As middle schoolers, we had never done anything like this before. I mean, so you just sit around and you all have a character and like you say what you're going to do and then something happens. It's like the possibilities are endless. I mean, I remember we played late into it was a sleepover, so we played late into the night, and I just remember, personally just getting more and more jazzed as we kept going because it's like, this is so cool.
It is interesting how it went. And then I remember just sort of how did we get from point A to point B, and like, okay, I'm a Yutashi, and I guess I'm some sort of servitor now or whatever. And then we had to fight some sort of armor, and it was really, really hard to fight the armor. But
yeah.
I think what really cemented D&D for me was actually when I visited you in Germany. And we played with that gentleman, and I was playing Billy the Rogue.
Yes. Yeah, so we had tried at various points to kind of get D&D off the ground in middle school and early high school. Our friend John Lewis tried some things. Our friend Ben left after 8th grade. So he introduced us to all of this and then, left. And so then with our friend John Lewis, we were trying to get things going, and our friend Pat Quinn. And so we each we tried experimenting with running something here and there, but never really got it off the ground. And yeah, this was all 2nd edition, Ethan. This would have been probably starting in 1995, maybe, give or take. So yeah, it was all 2nd edition. And yeah, and then I moved to Germany and fell in with a group there. My friend Nick there, who his father had been introduced to D&D while he was back in college. And so as Nick liked to say, he started killing player characters when he was 3 years old, because his dad would have friends over and, he'd be there and his dad would let him roll the dice sometimes, kind of deal. He wasn't playing the game, but he was around. And so he grew up with it, and he got a group going that primarily played at lunchtime at the high school, but then we would also continue to play in the summer and whatnot. We'd do longer sessions on the weekend and summer, but we did a lot of the playing in high school. And Nick was the best pure combat runner, rules runner that I have ever played with, because he knew the rules backward and forward. And his family, they used a hybrid. It was kind of mostly 1st edition, but with the things from 2nd edition that you really wanted to have, like Thaco. We weren't using hit charts from 1st edition. So it was a 1st edition, 2nd edition hybrid. And he, and before him, his father had been doing this so long that he just had these huge piles of index cards of NPCs. So we might do a siege where we're inside a castle and the castle is under siege. And so it'll be okay, the siege ladders have come up and, suddenly, there are five guys on the wall with you. And he would just take 5 index cards from his huge set of index cards. Bam, 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 bam. These are the 5 guys that are on the wall with your party now. And he was really good at running combat, especially good at running combat. And yeah, Jeff came over to visit me, and we played during the summer, which is when Jeff visited. So he sat in on a few sessions, and that's when, as Jeff said, D&D really clicked for him. And then he went back and started a group that finally stuck with with our friends back in Illinois. So I almost, in high school, I almost never played with my friends. I came back and visited and was a guest character and got killed within 5 minutes of the adventure starting.
Oh, come on. It was fun. I like that trap. The trap was, there was a room that was sealed off, and if you listened to the dancing skeletons in there, they would charm you and have you dance with them, and you would die eventually. Alex succeeded at his rogue's roll, so he heard it.
Yeah, because this was 3rd edition by this time, I believe. So it was skill checks, and I had a really good listening ability. I was a gnome rogue.
So he listened, he heard it, it was great, he won, and then he failed his charm, and then he failed the 2nd charm. And then he failed the 3rd resist thing. Then he failed the 4th thing, and he died.
Yes. I was the only one that succumbed to that trap, and it was one of the very first encounters. So, I died right at the start of the adventure in my little guest starring. So, I mean, I played with our high school friends later, in college and after college when we'd come back. But I never played with them in high school because I was in Germany, though I had my own group in Germany. So I was playing the entire time. Just, we were separate paths then. So just to get back to the point of that, that's the magic, is sitting around a table and just playing. I mean, you need somebody, preferably the DM, who knows what they're doing, but you become enraptured by D&D and other RPGs by just doing it, not by reading pages and pages and pages of rules, especially pages and pages and pages of nonsensical rules, like in the original D&D released in 1974. So 2 things really aided the early spread of D&D. First of all, Gygax was a prolific writer in all the fanzines, as we talked about. And he would, as a way of publicizing D&D, he would write recaps of game sessions, because that's the other thing that could really interest you in this game if you didn't have the opportunity to play it with a group. Because, he would provide these kind of recaps of games, and it would be like, this is crazy. This person said they were going to do this, and then they did that, and what kind of rule system lets you do that?
Yeah, it really, another thing is I really got in, especially at the time, into a comic book or a comic series called Knights of the Dinner Table, where it delves into this. They play a fictional game of D&D called Hackmaster, and you got a bunch of crazy nerds sitting around a dinner table and going all these shenanigans and adventure stuff, and it's just a wild ride of silliness. It still goes on to today. It still goes on even today, if I recall correctly. It's just interesting to see these different kinds of how do you approach role-playing and what kind of magic and creativity can come from it.
That does not surprise me that Carl is a big fan of Knights of the Dinner Table, just because he's very into the whole comics scene, as well as D&D and all of this other stuff. So yeah, if you watch any of this in retrospective, Carl, shout out to Knights of the Dinner Table just for you, Carl, just for you.
Yeah, I got a bunch of the old comics going up to about episode 200.
Hey, we got another fan here, Aaron, big fan of Knights of the Dinner Table. Yeah, I read some of them and I liked them. I mean, but I didn't. Jeff actually has a lot of the graphic novels. I mean, he was actually collecting that stuff. I enjoyed reading it, like, here and there, and catching something and or whatnot. But yeah, Jeff really into it.
Yeah, I fell out of it after a while, but it's just like for maybe a good 3-4 years there, I had an ongoing subscription to them and ongoing this, that, and the other thing. And the problem now to catch up with it is, like, I have all this past lore, then I have this jumping time, and then whatever's going on now, it's harder to get back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Knights at the Dinner Table. Good shout out there. So that started to publicize it a little bit. And then, of course, Gary Gygax happens to have what is essentially, I'm oversimplifying slightly, but is essentially his own personal wargaming convention. Little thing called Gen Con. And in fact, by this time, it's actually being run by TSR, because the IFW fell apart, and then the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association took over for 1 year, and actually it was the success in running that led Gygax to believe maybe he could found his own publisher too, and so TSR is actually running the thing by this point. And so at Gen Con 7 in 1974, in August, so it's the first Gen Con after D&D was released, of course, one of the big focuses at Gen Con is live D&D sessions, many of them run by Gary Gygax himself. And so that causes the game to begin to spread, because people come to Gen Con, they play it, they become enamored by it, they buy copies of it, which TSR helpfully has available, for the low price of $10. And then they take them back to their local wargaming groups and are like, this is this amazing game that I played, and now we're going to play it. And that person becomes the evangelist. They probably still don't have a great grasp on the rules, because they only played it once or twice, or observed it being played once or twice at Gen Con. But then they become the new evangelist, and they introduce their group to it, and then they become enamored with it, and it just spreads. And then, of course, there are all of these fanzines and that are done by these various groups. And so then these people start writing their own reviews and their own recaps of games. And you see, there's a slight overlap, as we said, between fantasy aficionados and war gamers. It's not, it's not a completely great pairing, but there's also a huge overlap between science fiction and fantasy aficionados and the idea of role playing. We're not going to get too deeply into this, but you have other groups that have nothing to do with wargaming that are doing things that are a little like role playing. There's this science fiction and fantasy club in Los Angeles that is running this quote unquote game called Coventry. That is basically a bunch of people sitting around and inhabiting characters and doing role playing. There's another game called Midgard, I think, that's kind of doing something similar. And then, of course, you have the Society for Creative Anachronism, which basically go around pretending that they're living in medieval times and set up nobility and get together and have feasts and tournaments and all of this other stuff.
Administrative
So Aaron is currently on deployment. It's good that we check the stream to make sure that it isn't just her, but yeah, there are some unique challenges. Delighted that Aaron is able to join us at all under the circumstances. So.
But yeah, just to remember, if anyone skips out or whatever, I will eventually get all of this onto YouTube, the full thing, minus the break stuff. Usually I'll get it up in about a week or two. Hopefully, it's not a lot to edit for this, because I'm not having to edit all the little bits out. I'm just going to be cutting out the break sections, add on a bumper, add on an end bumper, call it good, upload it.
Yep, absolutely. So these groups didn't have a comprehensive rule system that encompassed what they were doing, but members of these groups would get introduced to D&D by some person, one of these overlap people. There was no showing of of SSN, but we had a little fun with the whole concept of PII and the internet and streams because we are highly professional streamers.
Very professional. What did this button do again?
Yes, no PII, personally identifying information, was harmed in the making of this live stream. By the way, play history, Aaron, is Ethan Johnson, a friend of the show, whom you have heard me mention before. This is probably your first time interacting. So, yeah, that is... He's the, we have a few people listening, but Ethan's the crazy one that'll be here from the moment we turn the lights on to the moment we turn the lights off.
He even hangs out with me when I edit, and it's usually just me editing to him.
No, you have done no such thing, Ethan. It's all good. It's all good. Anywho. I think I was making a larger point. Yes. So these, there were only a few individuals that were at the intersection between miniatures wargaming and other sci-fi and fantasy fandoms. But then those individuals introduced those rules to their friends in those fandoms because this really crossed over. This is a game that truly crossed over because a lot of the wargaming people, not all wargaming people liked it because it was not a traditional war game, but if you were a wargaming person, you might be attracted to it as a rule system for simulating this particular type of battle and exploration. Whereas if you're part of this science fiction fantasy fandom, you're interested in it for its ability to allow you to assume a character and tell stories through that character. So it had real it had real crossover appeal amongst different parts of fandom that allowed it to spread beyond just the role-playing community, and allowed to get wrapped up in some of these other types of games that were going on, like Midgard and Coventry, that were kind of like, role-playing games in a way, just without the stats and without the rolling of dice and without the game mechanics. So it kind of met at the intersection of these areas. So it became really popular within these circles within a short amount of time. Now, remember, we're talking about really niche circles. So really popular within these circles doesn't mean that it's really popular with the general public. But, they're selling, a few hundred units a month, a few thousand units a year, or whatever. Like, they're getting some steady enough sales to kind of keep this thing going. And, at this point, it's mostly, in the first few years, it's probably college age, and, maybe a few people a little bit older and just a little bit younger, but kind of college age, I think, is the crux. And, the reason for that just comes down, I think, to the wargaming hobby in general. Because for wargaming, you need a few things. First of all, you need a decent amount of spare time on your hands, because you're having to collect these miniatures, paint these miniatures, set up these your table with the specific campaign that you're going, or battle that you're going to be doing, and then the battles themselves take a long time to play out. So you need a fair amount of time on your hands. You also need a fair amount of space on your hands, because you need a place where you can set up the table or multiple tables and have everyone gathered around in order to play. And then the other thing is you're probably a bit of a bookworm, scholarly, nerdy type, because people tend to be attracted to this because of their interest in history and their interest in various types of military units. Like, it's not that you have to be like a super genius to play these games. It's just that you probably have a little bit more of a scholarly, nerdy bent if you're attracted to this. If you don't know the difference between a hussar, a cuirassier, and a lancer, you are probably not doing Napoleonic wargaming. And the vast majority of the general public, quite frankly, does not care about the difference between a hussar, a cuirassier, and a lancer. So, obviously, it's not all college students. You do have some older, adults that maybe have a job that affords them enough free time, and they own their own home with a basement that they can invite friends over to. I mean, obviously, Gary Gygax was not a college student in this time period, though Dave Arneson was, for much of it. But you're naturally going to get, it's college students tend to have more time. College students tend to be people who kind of like knowledge and are kind of nerdy sometimes. Not all college students. I'm not generalizing here, but that's a trait that some college students have. And then, of course, and the other thing is you need to find opponents. Like, opponents are scarce. So, college students, you have a lot of young people all together in one place. You have common areas where they can potentially, I don't even want to know what's happening over there. You have common areas where things can potentially send help, please, if you are able, send help. Oh no, it's a completely different cat.
This is Kitten. She's deaf, so she sometimes like to sleep in here. And she woke up and then is like, "I'm lost and confused. Why is the door shut?" So I'm gonna help her get out. All right, Kitten, come on.
Well, hello there, Kitten. Welcome to the stream, Kitten. I know you can't hear me, but that's not important.
Yourself to my shirt and painting kitty ways.
This is not going to end well. This is This may be the end of the They Create Worlds live stream. If it suddenly goes black and you don't hear from us, you'll know. You'll know what happened.
That's my spleen. That's spleen. Shoulder. Everything.
He's
Headphones.
he's not he's not coming back. He's definitely not coming back. Yes, sadly, gone are the days when I could steal the hearts of all streamers everywhere with a Spelunky cameo. I am no longer the main draw.
We have rescued the cat.
Yeah. And so, college students had the time, they had the concentration of people of similar age and interests all gathered in one place, and they had the university facilities where they could set up their games and they could become official clubs. You could have a wargaming club at the university and that kind of thing. So a lot of this was happening with college students. And you had a few other, older people, and you also had a few precocious high school students that were hanging on. But I think the average age kind of averaged out to college age kind of students. So a lot of this stuff, which is going to become important in the third and, I repeat, final episode. So a lot of this stuff was happening in college campuses at this time at first. And maybe trickling out a little bit from there, but largely a lot of the major activity was at colleges. And this kind of persisted for the first couple of years until TSR, which, not to get into corporate shenanigans too much, but in 1975 reorganized as a corporation called TSR Hobbies when Donald Kay, very tragically, died quite suddenly of a heart attack. I mean, he was only in his 30s. He died of a heart attack. His early 30s at that. Born in 1938, and we're talking 1974 or 75 when he died. Then the Bloom family bought out Donald Kay's widow's shares of the company, and then they reorganized it as TSR Hobbies Incorporated. In the middle of the decade, TSR Hobbies Incorporated kind of took a concerted effort to kind of make a coherent rule system out of this, because for the first couple of years following up on D&D, they released additional supplements to that original box set. The first one of these came out in 75, was World of Greyhawk. And you would think, based on the modern conception of campaign settings, that a book called World of Greyhawk would be about the Great Kingdom and this setting of Greyhawk. But in fact, there's very little of that in there. It's mostly just filling in a bunch of rules that were missing from the OD&D box set. It's pretty crunchy. And they released like an Eldritch Wizardry book and Sword and Sorcery book, like Deities and Demigods. They released a bunch of supplements to this thing that were kind of trying to plug the holes in the original Dungeons and Dragons. And, they were gaining traction and they were selling well. They were having some success with that. And but then in 1977, they started a process of completely redoing things and creating a more coherent system instead of this kludge that they had, where a box set plus several supplements plus random articles in Dragon Magazine and its predecessor, the Strategic Review, constituted the rules. I mean, it was kind of the Wild West, which in a way was good, because that's a lot of the reason why there were competing role-playing games that even appeared. Because a lot of the early competitors that appeared, like Bunnies and Burrows and Tunnels and Trolls and RuneScape and whatnot, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them, just started out with individual clubs creating their own D&D variations to either suit their play style better or fill in holes where they saw holes in the original rules. And then these variations grew into full-fledged systems that then published themselves. So the messy incompleteness of D&D was probably important to the spread of the concept of the role-playing game as being a genre, as opposed to D&D being a one-off. But on the other hand, it was inhibiting its acceptance by the wider community. D&D was never going to go mainstream when it remained an impenetrable mess. You know, some particularly nerdy people were going to get into that, and they might be able to get a few slightly less nerdy people into it by saying, don't worry, I'll explain all the rules to you, just go with it. But you're not really going to get mainstream acceptance of Dungeons & Dragons in this way. So they start a plan to fundamentally revise Dungeons & Dragons and make it more accessible. And they do this through a two-pronged approach. First of all, they commission a new version of basic Dungeons & Dragons. A new version of the original 1974 release that is far better organized and thought out and fills in gaps, incorporates some stuff from, you know, the supplements that came afterwards to create a more consistent experience. And they see this new version of basic Dungeons and Dragons as basically being an introduction to the concept of D&D and role-playing games. It's really meant to just guide you through like the first 3 levels or so of play, which back then, you know, there's been a lot of progression inflation over time. Like back then, that was a lot more game playing, and you know, half the challenge was just getting through the first level without dying. A lot of early dungeon crawls were just, you know, death traps.
So many death traps.
Yes, complete and other death traps. And so they were going to have this new version of basic Dungeons and Dragons, and then to take you forward from there, they were going to have a big new set of shiny rules divided into 3 big volumes sold separately. You know, original D&D had been in 3 booklets, but they were all part of one box set. This would be 3 big books sold separately. And to differentiate this from the introductory game, Basic Dungeons and Dragons, they were going to call this Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Advanced, you say? How advanced?
Well, you know, Thaco goes up and armor class goes down. Lots of math.
So much math.
Indeed. And with the first release coming in 1977 to be the Player's Handbook, and then followed by the other books, the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Monster's Manual, the big 3. They didn't come out all at once. They came out over a period of years, unlike in later editions. But it's always been the big 3. I think the cats are luring him away with a clever stratagem, and I believe they are going to ambush him and murder him for sport off screen. I believe this is the end of They Create Worlds. So how's everyone doing there in chat? How we doing? Hanging in there? Thanks everyone for sticking with us. Yeah, I bet you are, Aaron. Yeah. We bit of a time difference there. Yay, books for research. So many books for research.
I have, for the audience's consideration, Dungeons and Dragons, Monster's Manual, and the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Yes, those would be second edition, but the later printings with the new covers.
Well, it's the closest I got.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just saying. Somewhere around here, I have OG second edition Player's Handbook, DMG, and Dungeon Master's Guide. Now, when I say OG, I didn't buy them in 1989 when they first came out, because we didn't get into Dungeons & Dragons until the mid-90s. But I have versions of those 3 books with still with their original covers and everything somewhere around. So yeah, it's always been the big 3 ever since the original version of AD&D. Obviously, it went back that advanced once there was no longer a basic Dungeons and Dragons. Putting that advanced in front of it was a bit anachronistic and also a bit confusing to people, wondering, almost feeling like they shouldn't buy that because it's for people who already have experience with Dungeons and Dragons. So with 3rd edition, they went back to D&D. But ever since 1st edition AD&D, it's always been those big 3 books that kick things off every edition: the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and the Monster's Manual. And it was no different with 1st edition D&D, or AD&D, released in 77, 78, etc. And I think that the codification of the rules in this way, in a more coherent structure that were not quite so impenetrable, especially with this idea of having the basic thing you could start with and then moving on up to the bigger thing, allowed the game to start trending a little younger. Because a funny thing happened, and this is according to TSR's own demographic research, which Peterson had access to when he wrote his book Game Wizards on the history of TSR. A funny thing started happening around 1978, is that the age of the average player started getting much, much younger. It wasn't college students and 20, 30-year-old nerds that were playing this game anymore. It was high school students and even younger than that. It was even like a lot of middle schoolers. If obviously the 80s nostalgia-fueled show Stranger Things integrates Dungeons and Dragons very much into its ongoing plot and stories. And that set of kids start out as a group of middle school students. Now, in the last season, there'll be a bunch of 25-year-olds pretending they're high school students, but that's a whole other story. But, Stranger Things, depicts this group of middle schoolers that's really into this game, and that's really accurate. There's a shift that happens right in here, starting in 78 and moving into the early 80s, towards a much younger audience for the game. And the second part of that is fueled for reasons that we're going to talk about in a second. But the first part of that, I think, had to come from just a more coherent and consistent set of rules that was easier for new players to get into, because that new basic D&D set was a really well done thing, and then there was a lot of thought that went into the AD&D books graduating up from there. So you have this demographic shift that comes, and that's fueling a little better sales, but it's still just kind of going along. I mean, the company's doing fine, the company's okay, but it's still pretty small time on the whole. It's still pretty obscure. And then there's a little disappearance that happens with a teenaged, 16-year-old, precocious college student up in Michigan by the name of James Dallas Egbert III. And this is really the point in 1979 when the D&D story goes into overdrive. So, like I said, James Egbert was this very smart guy. He was, he was in college at 16 years old. at Michigan State University. But as probably shouldn't be that great a surprise, considering how being a prodigy can come associated with a lot of other social problems. He had some real issues with depression and loneliness, and unrealistic expectations from his parents, and all of this kind of baggage. That's sad. I mean, it's tragic. I mean, and the pressure of it all got to him in August 1979, and he decided to run off to parts unknown for reasons unknown. I mean, we know them now. We'll tell the story chronologically, but he vanished from his dorm. And, the police were kind of at a loss, and his parents brought in this private investigator who was a real kind of self-aggrandizing character by the name of William Deere. And while I do think that Deere was legitimate in obviously trying to locate Egbert, because, I mean, he's working for the parents and they're not going to pay him if he's not doing anything, he was also very much into self-promotion. And he saw that this was going to be a major story. Teenage computer science prodigy disappears from college dorm. And he did a lot of self-aggrandizing, self-promoting things as part of his investigation. Flying over the campus in his airplane, doing searches, and constantly speaking to the press, doing lots of stunts like that. And one thing that became clear in the course of the investigation is that Egbert had from time to time played Dungeons and Dragons. And remember, this is still incredibly niche, Dungeons and Dragons. Like, TSR is doing fine, and they've sold, several tens of thousands of units at this point, probably. But they are still small potatoes. Most people have no idea what the heck Dungeons and Dragons is. Egbert's parents don't know what it is. The local police don't know what it is. Deere doesn't know what it is. And so they come to learn that it's this eventually. Well, so at first they don't even realize it's actually a commercial product. Because at this time, you can't. This is going to change in a couple of years, as we'll get to in a second. But at this time, you couldn't just walk into your local mainstream bookstore and buy a copy of Dungeons. This was being sold via mail order. It was being sold via hobby shops. It was not being sold in mainstream venues. And so at first, when the local police heard about this Dungeons and Dragons thing, they thought this was something that Egbert and his friends had made up themselves. They didn't even realize it was a real commercial product. And that led them,
That's nuts to think that they were trying to. And then, of course, because they think it's something they made up, they're going to jump to their own conclusions. They're going to jump to their own things and pretty much spark off the satanic panic.
Yeah, and so they originally think that this has something to do with some cult. And they take some things really out of context. Like, he had this bulletin board in his room, just an ordinary tack board. And the pins on that board, some of the pins seemed like they were arranged to like depict a dungeon map. I'm not sure if they actually were. I mean, they might have been using it for that, though they might have just been in that pattern. And then there were other pins off to the side that were very clearly just pins that were randomly stuck into the board that nobody was using. And so they kind of got this idea that this map was a clue to the disappearance and that the pattern of the pins meant something. And Deer, because he senses a story here, he's just making shit up left and right. And he's like, oh, yeah, the organization of the pins here in the board represents the beginning state of the game. And as the game moves on, more complex patterns are created. And this may be the clue as to where James Egbert has been hiding.
That is very true. Chief Wiggum did make the same mistake.
Exactly. This is right out of Chief Wiggum's playbook. Make 'em away, toys.
What?
Just do what the kid said. And so there starts, of course, this case is attracting the media scrutiny that Deer sensed it was going to attract. And so now there's all this talk about how he was playing this strange game, Dungeons and Dragons. Of course, they figure out it's an actual commercial product, with this, made by this small company in Lake Geneva called TSR. And like, kids are getting addicted to this thing, and it's becoming a cult, and they're having trouble distinguishing fantasy from reality. And it also kind of came out that Egbert liked exploring. There was a system of steam tunnels under Michigan State, as there were under a lot of old college campuses, old infrastructure. Stanford is very famous for its steam tunnels. And it came out that Egbert also liked exploring the steam tunnels, which is something that college kids, it wasn't a common pastime, but it was something that college kids at campuses with these old steam tunnels would do, is they would treat it as a form of spelunking and go exploring, which could potentially be somewhat dangerous. But then they got this mixed up with the fact that, they were playing D&D in the steam tunnels. And maybe that's what happened to him, is he got in the steam tunnels playing the game, and then, and now he's still down there, alive or dead or whatever. So they got that all conflated too. And so they start getting this national media coverage. And originally the media coverage is somewhat negative, because it is this, boy disappears playing game with cult kind of thing. But after a period of time, Egbert is discovered. He is discovered down in Louisiana. He had actually resolved to kill himself. It's a tragic story. I would never make light of that. He had resolved to kill himself. He, I guess, decided that he should go far away from his home to do it. That's the length of the country, Michigan to Louisiana. And he had attempted to kill himself by ingesting something, had failed. And I think it's Louisiana. But we will fact check. Yes, Morgan City, Louisiana. And he failed, and then just decided, he still didn't want to go back home. I think he was feeling a lot of pressure of being this prodigy. He just kind of wanted to vanish. So he decided, well, I failed to kill myself, but I'm still not going back to that life. And so he took a job working on oil rigs in Louisiana, just as an oil field worker, a laborer, and that's where he was finally discovered. Now, Deer never officially retracted all of the nonsense that he was saying about D&D. He wrote a book about it, and then it got turned into a ridiculous movie starring a young Tom Hanks, Mazes and Monsters, about a kid who can't distinguish between the fantasy of the game and reality and all of this. But that track actually died down. Like, once the kid was found and most people could realize that it was not D&D that did this, the whole D&D is evil thing died down in this moment in 79. We'll get back to the rest of it. But the media was still fascinated by it, because this case still led a lot of journalists in the mainstream media to discover this thing. And it was very interesting because it was so different than any other game out there. So after the initial panicky, it's a cult, people die in the game and die for real kind of stuff, there started to be a lot of coverage about hey, there's this really interesting new game out there called Dungeons and Dragons that is like nothing you have ever played before. And so it started getting just publicity, not negative publicity anymore, just legitimate publicity. And this legitimate publicity attracted the attention of Random House, the major book publisher. And Random House was like, oh my gosh, this was amazing. And this sounds amazing. And you say it comes in books? And so Random House, as a result of this Egbert publicity, according to Peterson, contacted TSR, and TSR worked out a distribution deal with Random House. And Random House started putting it in mainstream books.
Okay, it's reconnected now. Internet decided to do. We're going to bring Spectrum here. Bad Spectrum, no cookie. Definitely bad Spectrum, no cookie. But internet stream is back up. Why it did that, but I can't.
Indeed. So yeah, sorry about that. We are back. Of course, the episode kept recording that whole time. So we're all still good there. And
Yeah, Spectrum
That's
decided
true.
to lose its mind for whatever reason.
that must mean we are near the end of the episode, which spoiler alert, we actually are. Near the end of the episode. So you know, the popularity just increased exponentially because it got the press coverage and oh yeah, I was in the licensing. That's where we got cut off. And so, yeah, you got the D&D cartoon and Mattel, you know, there's this hot new thing called the video game industry that's gaining some popularity. And so TSR does a deal with Mattel to put out D&D related games on the Intellivision system. And, you know, it's an entirely, you know, the licensing is entirely like, oh, there's big money out here. Like Gygax and his people are not computer nerds. Arneson, interestingly enough, later becomes one, but he's not really one at this time. And by this time, Arneson did briefly join TSR in 1976. He was not a co-founder. Hear that, Strong Museum? He was not a co-founder. But he did join briefly in 76. He got some stock, a very small amount of stock, but it was enough to allow him to attend shareholder meetings and continue feuding for years to come. But yeah, first mention of video games, like 2 hours into the second 2-hour episode. It's like, what is this podcast about? Oh yeah,
No
it's
one
about
knows.
it's about recoring fruit, right? That's
Yes.
what we decided. It's about recoring fruit.
Recoring fruit.
Yes, live recoring, and they create worlds. Or maybe we're recoring planets. Maybe we're installing new cores into planets, and that's how we create worlds, is by recoring worlds.
That's true. That could be very true. We could be making all those planets like Slarty Bart Fest.
Yeah. So, you know, nobody at TSR was actually particularly interested in computer games and video games. You know, in television, you know, if Mattel Electronics wants to come to them and offers them a lot of money to put D&D on Intellivision, yeah, go ahead, put D&D on Intellivision. But the TSR people aren't interested in computer games or what's going on there because that's small potatoes. The computer game industry is minuscule. You know, Avalon Hill, interestingly enough, decides that they're going to try to get into this new video game industry. You know, TSR is like, who cares? Like, there's no money in that. Like, we'll let Mattel do electronic handhelds and video games and all of this because they're paying us for it. Ah, yes. We do love our Hitchhiker's Guide at They Create Worlds, and so it is not uncommon. We haven't really had much in the way of Hitchhiker's references in these episodes, but it is not uncommon for us to have Hitchhiker's references in this show, for sure. Aaron is a huge fan of Hitchhiker's Guide. In fact, it probably worked in my favor that in my profile I included a reference to Alex Smith being just this guy, you know? Fun fact.
Also on the website. If you look under the
Indeed.
profile on the They Create Worlds website, under Alex, it just goes, Alex is just this guy, you know?
Indeed. So they weren't in the video games, but now D&D is becoming mainstream by the beginning of the 1980s, which comes with its own problems, because that's where you get the actual satanic panic backlash. Like the Egbert thing wasn't really based around satanic panic stuff. That was just kid disappears, was playing this weird game nobody'd heard of. Maybe there's a connection. But now you have middle school and high school students all over the country that are taking up the game in bigger and bigger and bigger numbers. And you have parents, teachers, grandparents starting to notice this in conservative outposts in places like Utah, for example, which is where one of the earliest complaints came from. And so now you have, in the early 80s, you start having a tip back in the other direction where D&D is in the news all the time again, but it's about it being satanic, which, they say all publicity is good publicity. And there was some benefit to just being in the news, but they also did start to see a slowing of their sales a little bit in the early to mid 1980s that could partially be attributed probably to this whole satanic panic situation. I mentioned this in text in Twitch chat near the beginning of everything here, but just to get it in the episode as well. One of the funniest of these that Peterson recounts is this grandmother who learned that her grandkid and friends were playing this Dungeons and Dragons thing that she heard was Satan's game. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Outer Organism sharing in chat. I wasn't allowed to play Dungeons and Dragons because my parents thought it would open a portal to hell. Yeah. I mean, people were serious. I mean, the satanic panic, people were serious about this. It wasn't just like, we think this is going to lead you into a bad crowd and lead you to do drugs, or they thought you were literally selling your soul to the devil and you were going to become a witch and you were going to bring about the apocalypse or something. Like for more religious types, this was serious.
I will
serious.
include into the show notes some examples of this. There's actually a comic that was put out by some religious thing saying about how bad D&D was and how it led to children offing themselves or whatever because they lost a character in there. It's just like, no, none of this happened, really. You had a bunch of insanity going on where you actually had a group around it. You know how you have MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. There's actually a group called Mothers Against Dungeons and Dragons. And I was just like, really? Why? And there's a lot of people who just... I think this really speaks to a problem that we have that's only, I think, gotten more prevalent as things have gotten on in the world, where people just read the headlines and take it as gospel, as opposed to checking the original source, checking what is being claimed, and see if that really is the case. Do your own research, trust, but verify what's being told to you. And there's a lot of times where all these parents went, why is my kid into this Dungeons and Dragons thing? It's all about summoning demons or whatever. You probably get more of that out of Solomon's Key than when you do out of Dungeons and Dragons.
And I was just... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, because it's a perfect segue, that dovetails right into the story that I was about to tell. Yeah, because, this panic takes hold. And so this grandmother hears that her grandson and their friends are doing this. And so she resolves that she's going to go and see what's going on and what perversion they're getting up to. So she sits in on the session. And after a little while, she just kind of says very huffily, "This is just math." And then storms out and leaves them alone.
Right. And really, that is what Dungeons and Dragons is. It's just a bunch of math to resolve conflict and challenges. You do your story, you're advancing on. I want to unlock this door. Here's the math you have to do to unlock the door. I want to fight the orc. Here's the math you do to fight the orc. I want to build a ship. This is the math I do to build a ship.
So we have I just need to interrupt you because we have a spam account that has infiltrated the stream here.
Will be executed. It has been sentenced. It will be sentenced to.
And while you're doing that, to answer your question, Aaron, no, I was aware that Deer had a book. My understanding is it's pretty sensationalized too, but I have not read it. And though it would probably make a very interesting read. I mean, I wouldn't take anything that's in it at face value, obviously, but as a kind of piece on the times and like the perception of D&D at the time, I think it would be really interesting because, yeah, even in his book, like he never backed off from the D&D connection, even after it was very clear after Egbert was discovered that D&D had nothing to do with it. Deer did not back down. All right, you can continue your train of thought now, Jeffrey. I just wanted to nip that in the bud.
Yeah, usually they just do a one-off and run away.
I know.
A lot of them do, from my past experience.
Yep.
But yeah, there's a lot of it where it's just, hey, investigate what it is that seems bad and off that you want to be righteous again. You want to be righteous against.
Indeed.
And really, yeah, just... I did have a train of thought here. I was trying to reclaim. Failed. Utterly. Hello, train of thought. Where are you? Yeah, check your sources. Check your sources. Make sure that what is being claimed is there's always something that's going to be, we must rise up against X because so-and-so is evil or not. It's just like...
Absolutely. And
understand why.
And yeah, no, and I completely agree with you, Aaron. I mean, the grandmother took the right approach. I mean, I find it all a bit silly to have some of those worries in the first place. But of course, this was brand new at the time. And so, I mean, you can understand why. I mean, the pure satanic stuff is a bit much for me, but you can understand why, you know, the kids are suddenly getting together in the basement and doing God knows what that you don't understand, that you'd want to look at it. I mean, I don't think that grandparent is guilty of anything particularly bad. I agree that it's good that that rather than just saying you can't do this, she decided to see what it was before condemning it. I agree with that 100%. I just think, you know, I find the punchline just so funny. She's like, this is just math. It's like, good times. So just to kind of recap there. So, you know, D&D is published in 74. It gains traction in certain circles, 75, 76, largely passing through word of mouth, either through recaps of gameplay sessions in fanzines or through people being guided through games, whether that's at Gen Con or Origins, which we haven't really talked about, but it was the other major gaming convention. And at that time, before D&D hit the stratosphere, was actually the larger of the two game conventions. Of course, both still exist today, Origins and Gen Con. Either playing it there and becoming enamored with it, grew slowly and steadily. A revision of the rules helped a younger generation get into it at the end of the 70s, right before a highly sensationalized story about Mr. Egbert, who did tragically then die in 1980, not long after he was found. He didn't last long. It is a tragic story. Shot through the roof. It got mainstream distribution and attracted mainstream interest from children, you know, middle school, high school students from all walks of life at this point, and then started getting a little bit of a backlash from the satanic panic that was really starting up in the early 1980s. So that kind of sets the scene for where Dungeons and Dragons and TSR were in the larger public consciousness in the late 70s and early 80s, and kind of the first 6, 7, 8 years after Dungeons and Dragons launched in January of 1974. So with that context in mind, in our third and final, yes, final episode, we will look at how in this same period, parallel to the growth of Dungeons and Dragons, the game itself, amongst different segments of the population, we're going to see the rise of the first computer games based on Dungeons and Dragons, and how many of those early games that came about in the 70s would influence a lot of what happened in video games in the early 1980s and beyond.
Amazing. We do 2 episodes and we haven't even talked about a video game yet.
We briefly mentioned the Intellivision games, I'll have you know, sir.
Oh, fine. Some sort of Intellivision games. But Alex is out of Diet Dr. Pepper. I am out of Diet Coke. And thus, we must go on a grand quest together to go gather more of both. So we have to save versus thirst. Next time on They Create Worlds.
All right, another
Dave.
episode in the can. So at this point, everybody, we are going to take a much longer break because we are going to get dinner together, since we are actually essentially in the same city right now. So, we're probably looking at between 60 and 90-minute break, depending on how long all that takes. I mean, we're not going to go for a 8-course sit-down meal or anything, but it might take us a moment. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves and chat while we're gone. Obviously, feel free to take your own breaks, and feel free to run screaming into the night and wishing you had never met us and never see us again if that's what you need to do, because we're not going to tell you how to live your life. But at some point, we will be back. The stream will continue, and we will record one final episode in which we actually talk about the and video games part of Dungeons and Dragons and video games.
And remember, if you don't get a chance to see all of it, I will, of course, be uploading all of this to YouTube. You can then watch it all in one long session of joy and enjoy all the fun and glory.
Absolutely. So we will be back in a bit. If you can hang around, don't go away. But if you need to go away, we totally understand, because it's a long one. But yeah, time for some
See you
food.
soon. Bye-bye for now. And we're something
Indeed
resembling
we
back
are.
now.
Indeed, we are, having been well fed, and it looks like there's still a little bit of straggler here.
Just a few of them. Thank you, intrepid adventurers, as you stay here for one more round of doom.
Indeed, part 3, and it really will be 3 parts. I'm more confident than ever about that, which, could just be the pride that comes before the fall, but, well, whatever.
Apparently, Ethan has had a little too much to drink. He has mixed us up now.
Well, at work right now, my boss had left, so me and another person are basically fulfilling that role until they backfill it. And we have, his name's Charlie, and we have informally become known as Chalix. So I know how that goes. Of course, as a Star Trek nerd, that just makes me think of Tuvix, and I'm like, please don't mash us together and then murder us to recreate the component pieces.
Yes.
Also, that's Voyager, which is not my thing, but I've still heard of Tuvix.
Voyager is a thing. It happened.
It did.
It has its ups, its downs, its sideways, its left ways, its right ways.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, let's knock this thing out so that the poor kids can go to bed, including us.
Indeed, let's do it.
All right, I am hovering over the big scary red button.
Likewise.
3, 2, 1, red button pressed. Theoretically, Alex has pressed
Yep.
2.
Yep, we are good.
All right, back to monitoring mode.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that from Carl. Now, I mean, I tend to watch more serialized than non-serialized television myself these days. But if he is not watching Strange New Worlds, he is doing himself an incredibly ridiculous disservice.
Strange New Worlds is really, really good.
It's gonna. Anson Mount is best space dad.
Lower Decks is good too. Like Lower Decks.
Yes, I haven't watched the latest season yet, but I did see popping up in all of my feeds that they just did a Kim episode where they address the distinct lack of promotion, and it sounds like that episode was particularly hilarious.
I would hope so, because you had, well, all these lack of promotions of him, and Tom Paris gets promoted, demoted, and promoted.
I think it gets, again, I haven't seen it, just seen some stuff in my feed, but apparently it gets somewhat multiversal, and Kim is an ensign in every single timeline except one. And hijinks ensue.
Oh dear. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly, Ethan. So we won't talk about D&D games now. We'll pivot and talk about the history of Star Trek games now. Star Trek and video games and Strange New Worlds, which has nothing to do with video games. It's just cool.
So I just need to change the title to Strange New Star Trek and Video Games.
Something like that. No, but of course we are here for this final thing, this final episode of this 3-parter. So I guess you better take it away with the traditional introduction, Jeffrey.
That's right. Welcome to They Create Worlds. I'm Jeffrey, and I'm joined by my co-host, Alex.
Hello.
We are fed. We are back. We are here to enjoy Part 3 in the future, enjoy Part 3 in the present, and marvel at the only Part 3 in the past.
That's right. This is the third and final part of our live stream extravaganza. Of course, these are coming out as 3 separate episodes for those of you that are listening to them the traditional way. But we filmed them all in one fell swoop, other than a little dinner break here or there. Talking about Dungeons and Dragons and video games.
So, last time on They Create Worlds, we discovered such magical things as wargaming and how that led to this proto D&D. Then we learned about Dungeons and Dragons and the shenanigans thereof, and how it proliferated, and how it became Satan's game, at least according to a small subset of people. Then some other people decided to take that and not actually look at it in any way, shape, or form, to realize it is really just nerds doing math, because nerds like doing math, and why not do it as a wizard?
That's right. Because there's nothing that Satan likes more than 2 hit tables.
That's right.
That's how he really gets the kids to sell their soul, is with those to hit charts from first edition AD&D.
You must sell a part of your soul to understand how those work.
I mean, they may actually be onto something when you put it that way.
Quite possibly. But yes, finally, we get to that part of the episode, or the episode about the episodes, that actually finishes off our little title screen here. where we get to talk about video games as opposed to proto things about wargaming and people taunting others very cruelly in newspaper articles and private publications, all the way up to Dungeons and Dragons and people getting lost in steam tunnels because that was a thing. We get to go better into how a video game works and why video games were just all about the Dungeons and Dragons, and really everything had to be RPG now. It needs Dungeons and Dragons and everything. You can have an RPG, and you can have an RPG, and you can have an RPG. You're a first-person shooter? Fine, you're having an RPG.
Yeah, well, we won't take it all the way out to there because then we really would be doing 5 episodes and can't have any of that. But yeah, we are going to look at the transition now where Dungeons and Dragons started to permeate video games. And we're not actually going to be looking at Dungeons and Dragons video games, as in licensed from the good folks at TSR, because that really happens a little bit later in the computer game space. Now, in this earlier period, you did have some licensing, of course, going on. You had the Mattel license for electronic handheld and console games on the Mattel Intellivision. But as we kind of hinted at the end of the last episode, TSR was very slow on the uptake when it came to this whole computer thing, and they weren't really interested in investing a whole lot into that space. Now, the Blooms, father and brothers, Melvin, Brian, and Kevin, were certainly interested in making money, a return on investment, because they've invested considerably into what has now become TSR Hobbies. And certainly as well, Gary Gygax is becoming more and more focused on making money as well through this, which is not surprising. I can't really blame him because he has a large family to support. And he's always just been barely eking by. He was an insurance underwriter, then he lost his job. He was doing freelance writing, and then got himself a job as a cobbler, a shoe repair person, again, working out of his home. And this was all very meager work to support a very large family. So, I can understand why everyone's kind of looking to get paid. I mean, they're legitimate, they're legitimately interested in the role-playing game space. I mean, Gygax is a true gamer, and even Brian Bloom, came to this partnership through his love of these games. But they're not really exploring areas outside of their core competency of tabletop role-playing and strategy games. They did in the mid 80s, but we're not gonna really get into those. They had a very desultory attempt to do a little bit of computer game stuff, but it was really kind of pathetic. Yeah. So, they explored it a little bit, but they were mostly just happy to accept money from people that were willing to give them large amounts of money to license in these areas. And Mattel, being involved in this rip-roaring console business, is able to give them a lot of licensing money to, go make D&D games. And they actually kind of give them the rights to everything D&D, which is why when they do that little bit of game stuff in the 82, 83 kind of time frame, none of it's D&D stuff. But, Mattel's not focused on computer games, and nobody else out there is going to be big enough to throw lots of money at them for computer game rights. So there aren't D&D computer games. There are console games and electronic handhelds, but of course, these are constrained by the platforms. They're not going to be really trying to encapsulate a lot of the rules of Dungeons and Dragons. They're going to be far more action-based. So, there's nothing excitingly official from TSR until the SSI Gold Box series in the late 1980s. But despite the fact that D&D is not officially becoming a computer game in this time period, it becomes unofficially a computer game, or there become computer simulations of Dungeons and Dragons game playing almost immediately, like right from the very start. And it's not really hard to see why, quite frankly, because we already talked about this in the last episode, but there was a big overlap between the initial D&D audience and college students. So you had a fair number of college students getting into this game and playing this game together. And you also, within that college cohort, had a pretty decent overlap between people who were playing both war games and these new tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, and those who were programming on the early computers, the mainframes and mini computers that were present in university computer labs. And, again, this really isn't that surprising when you stop and think about it, because Dungeons and Dragons is a system with a defined set of rules, sometimes a little wiggy in its original incarnation, but a defined set of rules. And as the DM of that game, you get to plan out a campaign or a series of encounters based on that rule set. And if you're the players, you get to use that rule set in such a way as to try to overcome what the DM has prepared for you. And this really all dovetails very well with what the appeal of computer programming is to a lot of people in this first generation of programmers, because a lot of them that have given interviews, of both game makers and non-game makers, say that one of the things that attracted them to computing is that they were amazed that there was this big machine that you could give commands to, and it would do what you wanted it to do. Like, you had control over it. It was a system that you could hijack for your own purposes, so to speak. And that's exactly what Dungeons and Dragons was too, which it was a system with a defined set of rules, and then within those rules, you would program the scenario, so to speak, by using those rules to design encounters, if you're the DM, or if you're the player, using those rules to try to overcome those encounters. And you have a lot of control, you have a lot of agency in what happens in those games. So there's a pretty sizable overlap there. Again, it's nowhere near a circle. There are plenty of people that were into computers that just were not interested in D&D or war games at all. But there were a fair number who absolutely were interested in all of those things and were very eager to take this new and exciting game that they're playing with their friends and recreate it on these computers that they're spending so much time with. And this really took a lot of different forms, some of which are not necessarily what you would expect based on the original way that most people play Dungeons and Dragons, because obviously there was a lot of room for interpretation, and we already talked about how different groups of people would play it different ways. If you're a hardcore war gamer, you're probably more focused on the gameplay mechanics and the individual combat encounters, where if you're one of these science fiction and fantasy literature fans, you may be more drawn to the ability to create a character and develop a story around that character. But the rules themselves, coming from two groups of hardcore military miniatures wargamers, Gygax's and Arneson's groups, certainly emphasized in its earliest forms that combat side of things. Dungeons and Dragons was very much about creating a character, descending into a dungeon, overcoming monsters and traps to get loot, pardon me, and to get experience, so that you could improve your character and take on harder challenges for greater treasure and all of this kind of thing. Yes, and as Ethan points out in the chat, and then and this persisted in second edition as well, belying the wargaming roots, become high enough level that you get to establish your own stronghold and have your own group of followers, and then have them do all the hard work for you. Because it still had a little bit of that kind of wargaming root in it. No, I know it was an OD&D. Then what I was saying is that it persisted even into second edition AD&D. That they still had that wargaming element even in the later editions. So, yeah, you could theoretically take it another direction, and some groups certainly did, but that's kind of the intended way to play in the beginning. And this was further reinforced because, of course, a lot of the ways that people discovered the game was through discovering it at conventions like Gen Con and Origins. And TSR would run official adventures there. And these adventures were always geared around, going into a dungeon and killing monsters. And were often very brutal as well, because these were often tournament dungeons, which meant that you were actually scored on how well you did on them. And, groups of players would be run through the same dungeon at intervals, and everyone would be scored on how they did. So, of course, they needed a way to weed out players, and that way was basically massacring them all the time. And so a lot of people's first encounter with D&D as well in tournaments and whatnot would be these really hard dungeon crawls, which then would be repackaged as adventure modules for anyone to buy to further extend the D&D product line, and that would then further cement the fact that these dungeon crawls are the quote-unquote proper way to play Dungeons & Dragons. So there was not a lot of going out and just developing characters and having adventures and that kind of thing. It really was all based on the dungeon crawling. So you would think that most of the early video games, or computer games really, to hone in more definitively, would be based around that too. And actually the answer is they were not. Which at first glance may be somewhat counterintuitive, but when you look at it a little more closely, makes perfect sense. Because when we are talking about the computer systems that were available in the mid-1970s, the vast majority of these systems, and we're going to get to a very important exception, of course, but the vast majority of these systems were time-shared mainframes with limited resources for each user, because these would be computers with very expansive memory, but that memory is being sliced up 500, 1,000, 1,500 different ways, and which are still relying on largely teletypes for a display. Some computers are using CRTs at this point, CRT dumb terminals, but a lot of them are still using teletypes. And so what this means is if you're trying to do something real time, like, say, explore a dungeon where zombies are coming right for you, and you're having to constantly update the space as you explore it, you're talking about printing out reams and reams and reams and reams of paper and basically having to be like, take 2 steps, print, take 2 more steps, print, and this constant churn, which is both slow and wasteful.
Not to mention the poor IT person who had to fix the printer because it jammed, or it ran out of ink, or it ran out of paper, or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And, nothing illustrates this better than Don Daglow's attempt at doing his own D&D game at Pomona in California, because he tried to recreate this dungeon crawling experience on a regular PDP-10 mainframe. And this is a lost game. I mean, we don't have any screenshots, or we only have Daglow's recollections of how it works. It's not like it's something you can play today. But Daglow himself fully admitted that his game, which he called Dungeon, was very clunky, very slow, and just generally didn't work all that well. And so, we don't really know of any other dungeon crawls from that period outside of those that appeared on one very specific computer system that we will, of course, cover in a bit. But if these games existed, and there probably were a couple of others, if Daglow's doing it, somebody else is probably doing it somewhere. During this early period in the mid 70s, the games would not probably be very fun. They would not be very memorable, and they wouldn't have disseminated in the same way as the Star Treks and Wumpuses of the world and Lunar Landers that were just a lot more fun to play. So we don't really have any real examples of these kind of games from that time period, and I think hardware limitations has got to be the reason why. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that these traditional mainframe and mini-computer systems were not getting games that were inspired by D&D. It's just it came through a slightly circuitous route. Because there was one group of players up in New England that rejected this traditional model of D&D, played the game in a very different manner, and also happened to have very ready access to computer systems. And this led to the creation of one of the most important games of the mainframe era. So, just to set the stage here, as we said in other episodes, a lot of the early spread of D&D was through colleges and through college wargaming clubs especially. And this was no less true in institutions like MIT and Harvard. MIT had a very active wargaming group going all the way back to the Avalon Hill General Opponents Wanted days. And Harvard had groups that were playing it as well. And it's actually at Harvard, rather than MIT, that this story begins with a student by the name of Eric Roberts. Roberts was introduced to D&D very early, and he was also through Harvard clubs, and he was also working as an intern with Bolt, Baranek, and Newman, BBN, which was one of the very important defense contractors involved in the creation of the ARPANET. That's right, Ethan. New England represent our Boston fellow here, Ethan. He's in Chicago now. We don't speak about that, but that's his stomping grounds.
So he went from Boston with Boston style pizza to Chicago with Chicago style pizza.
Yeah, no, he is quick to point out that he's not from Boston specifically, which fair enough, but New England for sure. And so he had contacts with people at BBN as well, which was this very important defense contractor that was doing a lot of computer work. And one person they had contact with there was a fellow by the name of Dave Walden, who was, just an engineer that worked at BBM. And at one point, we don't know the exact course this took, but I mean, he knew Roberts, but at some point he ended up back in Roberts' dorm, where Roberts introduced him, Robertson, as Walden described it in a memoir he wrote. Let me find this. I've got it open. I just have to find it. some women friends of his. That's how Walden describes it. I was visiting Eric Roberts at his Harvard dorm on the Ratcliffe campus one night and participated with him and some women friends of his. A D&D game. There's a couple interesting things there. Obviously, he's discovering the game very early, but I also find this interesting that it was Roberts and a group of women, because one thing that is very hard to penetrate, just because there wasn't a lot of way to reckon this back then, is how involved were women in Dungeons and Dragons. And I don't want to get caught on a tangent on this, because the short answer is we just don't know. But certainly the wargaming community was very, very overwhelmingly white male. But there's some anecdotal evidence out there, including this account of Walden's, that women were very early on drawn to Dungeons and Dragons, which, of course, not, everyone is their own person, and people have many different likes and dislikes that are different from other people that would be considered similar to them. But, to generalize just a little bit, it is true that if you look at the video games, which is instructive here, that are popular with women, they tended to have been games that involve more collaboration rather than straight out competition. They tend to be games that involve more problem solving than just mowing down everything in sight. And so you could kind of see how Dungeons and Dragons would resonate with women as well as men. So this is just an aside, it's a tangent, but I find it interesting that this guy, Dave Walden's first game of D&D was in a group of people that it sounds like, according to his recollection, were mostly women. But anyway, Eric was the dungeon master of the group, and Dave sat in on the game. And, that's the classic way to get introduced to Dungeons and Dragons, is to just play the darn thing. And Walden was absolutely entranced by it. And he immediately told all of his friends at BBN that they absolutely needed to try this game. It's amazing, and Eric is an incredible dungeon master, and we should let him run a game for us. He's an intern, I believe, at this point at BBN. At some point he becomes an intern. I'm not sure if he was quite yet, but, he kind of knows the BBN people. They know him, even though he's a college student. And so Roberts does so. He runs a group for these BBN engineers that is under the moniker Tales of Mirkwood. And according to Walden, they never really had any, or rather, the Mirkwood Tales. I just put it in the wrong order. The Mirkwood Tales. There you go, editing Jeffrey. That one's free.
Hey.
And
Very
according to
Bruce.
Walden, they really didn't have any D&D stuff. I mean, Roberts was familiar with the game. Roberts must have had the original box set or something, but the game that they were playing did not revolve around D&D materials at all. It was barely D&D from the sound of it. And the thing that really set this apart from a lot of other games is they were not in any way interested in the hack and slash. Some of these guys they're a little older, they're engineers. They're not old, they're probably late 20s, early 30s kind of crowd. And they're really just not into the murder hobo thing. But what they really find fascinating is going through a series of rooms and advancing via puzzle solving. They love the idea of solving puzzles in order to figure out these dungeons or underground spaces that they're exploring. So, these days, that's not so surprising. There are so many different ways to play Dungeons and Dragons, but back then it was just a little bit unusual. And obviously, everyone had a great time with this. The campaign went on for a couple of years. Roberts even wrote up a kind of after-action report on the entire campaign, because they're engineers. That's what engineers do. They do things, and they write reports about the things that they did. Called the Mirkwood Tales, that has kind of preserved all of this for posterity somewhere or another. I haven't seen it, but it exists. I mean, it still extant somewhere. So the reason this is so significant is that one of those BBN players that was in this Mirkwood Tales campaign was Will Crowther, whom we've obviously talked about before, is the inventor. I don't know why I said inventor, who is the creator, programmer, and designer of the game Adventure, the game that started an entire genre that's named after it. And as we've talked about in other episodes, we're not going to go deep on any particular game here. It's more about the overall flow of how this worked. He had gotten divorced. He was afraid of losing touch with his children, his 2 young girls. He wanted a way to connect with them. And he thought, basically, what if I take this style of D&D that we're playing, again, a style that hinges way more on problem solving than it does on murder hoboing, set it in a caving complex that I know really well, part of the Mammoth Cave complex in Kentucky, because he was also a fanatical caver as well, and have the whole thing respond to natural language commands instead of the typical commands you would use in a programming language, so that my young daughters can understand what's going on and actually play the bloody thing. And, yeah, I'll have a fun little game. And so, of course, he does that. He creates the game that would become known as Adventure. And, he's at BBN, which has the ARPANET, because BBN is literally building it. Not all on its own, but they're one of the major players in that. So when he's done with this thing, he's just like, I'll put a copy on the ARPANET server here at the BBN, because why not? And then he went off on like a skiing holiday. It was just, it was just a distraction. He didn't care about sharing it with anyone with his daughters. But I guess he's like, what the heck? I've made this thing. I might as well put it on here. And then, of course, by the time he gets back from his skiing holiday, it is a massive nationwide phenomenon amongst those that have a connection to the ARPANET, which is admittedly not a large portion of the population. But amongst those people, it has become an absolute phenomenon. The story goes, which I'm sure is apocryphal, but it's instructive on the impact that this game had. The story goes is that Willie Crowther put Adventure up on the ARPANET, and for 2 weeks, no work got done at any computer lab in the United States. And, obviously not true, but it just goes to show. And yes, as Ethan says, that may be the later version as well, that's really told about that. But regardless of whether it's Crowther's version or the Crowther's Woods version, it's still instructive of what impact this game had. And of course, one of the people that saw it was a student at Stanford named Don Woods, who saw it in the medical center. And then we have the whole story. He wanted to modify it, but not without permission. And so he just sent emails to every Will Crowther on the ARPANET, because there weren't that many of them, and got a response back. Added in more elements, including the Tolkien-esque elements, because Crowther was not a Tolkien person, but Woods was, and released it in his own version in early 1977, which truly took the ARPANET by storm and was much more widely disseminated, and is indeed probably the one that is said to have lost all of that productivity all over the country. And again, it's not hard to see why, because solving Adventure is using a parser with its 2-letter commands to figure out the commands you need to give the system in order to solve the puzzles, get the treasures. This is a D&D, an early D&D thing, so it's all about treasure hunting, because that's really what OD&D was all about. This one has fewer monsters to kill in it than is typical. There's a little bit of antagonist in here, but way fewer monsters than normal, because the Mirkwood Tales people were just completely different kind of D&D players. But still, it's a treasure hunt, because D&D at this time was a treasure hunt. And you basically had to figure out the system and figure out how to master the system. It's the same kind of thrill that a programmer got from figuring out how a computer worked and figuring out how to program the computer to do what they wanted. It hit that same kind of high, and so everyone was fascinated by it. They were driven crazy by it, to the point that if they couldn't find the last few points in the game, because the way it worked is there were a certain number of points and you knew what the maximum was and you were trying to find all the points, they would go in and attempt to hack the game to figure out what they were missing. Cheating on these games is just as old as playing these games. Because there was a particularly nasty point in it. There was one point that you got. There was this particular magazine that you could pick up in one room, and that magazine wasn't used to solve any puzzles. But there was this one place that if you threw the magazine into this pit, it would give you 1 point. And that was the point that most people tended to miss without cheating at the game. Just a little aside. So even though Adventure doesn't seem very much like D&D at all if you were to play it today, this foundational, seminal game in the computer space entirely came about because of a D&D campaign that was being played very early run by Eric Roberts, who was exposed to Dungeons & Dragons near the beginning. Of course, from there, you have so many follow-on effects. The biggest one is that Adventure becomes an object of fascination around the AI lab, the dynamic modeling group at MIT. And from there, you get a group of 4 programmers that decide that they will create their own version of Adventure with a better parser, because this group was doing a lot of work with artificial intelligence and a lot of work with more advanced parsers and whatnot. And so they were like, hey, this Adventure thing is really cool, but that parser is really terrible, and whoever did that should be ashamed of themselves. Of course, Crother wasn't worried about building a sophisticated parser. He just wanted something his daughters could enjoy. And so in his mind, I'm sure he thought the simpler the better. But as is always the case with programmers and engineers, if you give them something done by someone else, they'll say, oh, that's great, but I can do it better. And then they take that challenge and decide they'll make it better. So Mark Blank, Dave Liebling, Tim Anderson, and Bruce Daniels, haha, I got there. And Bruce Daniels decided to make their own version, which they initially called Dungeon, but eventually had to change to Zork, because one thing about TSR that we did not cover before is these were very litigious people. They would sue anyone that got anywhere near Dungeons and or Dragons. And Dungeon was just not going to fly. This is also the reason that Jeffrey and I played the Dragon Warrior series as kids instead of the Dragon Quest series.
Darn you, TSR.
Indeed. So they ended up having to change the name to Zork, but this was Adventure, but with a more advanced parser that allowed for more varied and interesting puzzles, and even a little bit more D&D action in it. Because through an absolute one of these weird coincidences of history, when Willie Crother left Eric Roberts' D&D group, his replacement was none other than Dave Liebling. They did not play in the group at the same time, but they both played in the same group. And so the other three that created the original version of Dungeon/Zork, they had not been exposed to D&D, but Liebling had been. And so he included some combat encounters with a very, very, very rudimentary kind of combat engine, in addition to the usual puzzle solving. So Zork, of course, spreads widely as well. It plays a key role in the foundation of the personal computer game industry when the Zork people decide to join with some other MIT people and form the company Infocom and release Zork, first through personal software and then under their own label. But But even aside from that, even before that, Zork or Dungeon proliferated around networks in the very same way that Adventure had before it. And one place that it ended up in its Dungeon incarnation, not called Zork yet, was Exeter University in the United Kingdom, where it was discovered by Roy Trubshaw and Richard Bartle, who thought, this is cool, and guess what? I found a way to kind of hack together, like, running multiple copies of this at the same time so multiple people can be in the same place. So we were inspired by Dungeon, and this dungeon that we're going to create can support multiple people, so we'll call it Multi-User Dungeon.
That makes sense.
And, of course, that game was very quickly shortened to Mud. And Mud was, again, it was another extension of this kind of Adventure and Zork kind of gameplay. Most of what was going on in there was puzzle solving. But once again, just as Zork had a little more combat than Adventure did, Mud had a little more combat than Zork did. You had, again, it was not a very robust combat engine, but you had combat, you had small numbers of monsters around that you had to fight, and more importantly, it supported the ability to do PvP, player versus player. One of the very early games to allow that in a kind of RPG kind of setting. And the other wrinkle that it had is, all of these were point games. Adventure, collect treasures to get enough points. Zork, solve puzzles, collect stuff to get a certain number of points. Well, with Mud, they were going to go with something of a point system as well for completing tasks and quests and whatnot. But of course, this is going to be a persistent world with multiple people in it. It's not going to be just explore this fixed space all by yourself, complete everything there is to do, and you'll know you won the game because you collected all the points. Yes, indeed, Ethan. You haven't lived until you've died in Mud. I used the copy of that ad in our presentation at DragonCon, the famous ad, you haven't lived until you've died in Mud.
I've died a lot in Mud.
And so they extrapolated that point system into a full-fledged experience and leveling system, like you would find in traditional D&D. So you actually had leveling in this game, unlike in Adventure or Zork/Dungeon. So right there, we have a complete continuum. Dungeons and Dragons, and obviously we're oversimplifying a little bit to do the bird's eye picture. There's always more nuance, but basically, Dungeons and Dragons birthed the entire adventure game genre and birthed the entire Mud and then MMO genre. You haven't lied until you've died in Isles of Kesmai. Man, why didn't the genie people have you around to write copy back in the 80s, Ethan? They could have used you. So, that's one of those large chains of influence. And that's basically what we're going to look at here is very high level chains of influence. We're not going to get too far into the nitty gritty. So that was one track. Then, of course, a side track from that is that you have our friends Michael Toy and Glenn Wickman, who we discussed in detail in our Rogue episode, so we won't go into that again here, who were fascinated by adventure as well, and games like it, but were incredibly disappointed when those games were solved and there was just nothing else you could do in the game. And so they thought to themselves, wouldn't it be great to have a game like this, except every time you play, it's different every time? And so they came up with the idea of doing a randomly generated space, and then discovered the Curses library that allowed them to have very rudimentary form of graphics. And a long story short, but if you want the long story, you can watch our episode or listen to our episode on it. They created Rogue, which is not a direct spawn of adventure in the same way that Mud is, but was still kind of created as a response to, as an answer to that kind of gameplay by two more people that were very into dungeon crawling and all of this kind of thing. So we can also bring the whole roguelike genre back to this inflection point as well, which is so popular, as we discuss in our Rogue two-parter today, in especially the indie scene. So that was kind of the main track where these kind of games were originally infiltrating mainframes, just because of the limitations that we discussed on those systems at the time. But of course, there was one very famous example of a system that could handle just a little bit more sophistication than your typical mainframe and mini computer, the Programming Logic for Automated Teaching Operation, or Plato system, at the University of Illinois. Plato was truly unique. It's a word that gets used too much, but was truly unique for its time period, because it was a massively time-shared system. By the time Plato 4 is launched in 1972, you can have 1,000 users connected at the same time, that has enough processing capability to support real-time graphics on fancy plasma displays, some of the very first plasma displays ever created. So high definition displays, not high definition as we define HD today, but high definition in compared to other terminals that were available at that time. We're not talking 1080p, but we're talking about some pretty good graphics here.
Especially for the time.
Yes. Monochrome, and the gas, the plasma used in the display, was a naturally orange gas. And so they were monochrome in orange, which is why the seminal book, where we get a lot of our information on what was going on there, is a book called The Friendly Orange Glow by Brian Deere, which please do not confuse with Mr. William Deere from the previous episode, as these are two very different people. So the Plato system had all sorts of wonderful modern advances. It was basically a microcosm of the internet as it exists today, just within this one contained time-sharing system, because you had email, you had instant messaging, you had multiplayer networked gaming, you had all sorts of craziness, all with real graphics. Not as impressive as the graphics you can get today, but way more impressive than the graphics you were getting in CRTs anywhere else at the time. And this allowed for the creation of some games that were just a little more faithful to the D&D experience than you could get anywhere else. And once again, the path that most of this took to get here was through the introduction of D&D to wargaming clubs, because the very earliest game that we know of, the first dungeon crawl that we know of on this system, was created by a wargamer who was introduced to D&D and fell in love with it. And this individual was a guy named Rusty Rutherford. Rusty obviously being a nickname, not his
Not
given
Rusty
name.
Venture.
No, not Rusty Venture. Who was a member of a group called the University of Illinois Conflict Simulation Society. Fancy way of saying they were wargamers. So he was a wargamer. The group was introduced to D&D. He became a fanatic D&D gamer. And he thought, wouldn't it be neat to maybe try to recreate this D&D game on the computer, on the Play-Doh computer that he works with? There's some confusion about the ultimate inspiration for this. He's told his story to two different people, both kind of briefly. He told it to Brian Deere for the Friendly Orange Glow. He also, years before that, did an interview with Matt Barton, where he also discussed the origin of the game. And it doesn't. And when he talked to Barton, he said that the reason he chose to do this game is because there was another game on the system called D&D that was supposedly being worked on, but was never actually appearing on the system. And that would be all fine and good as a recollection, except for the fact that the creators of the aforementioned D&D, which we'll go into a little more detail on later, say that they only started working on their game because they were exposed to Rutherford's game. So, both of those things can't be true. Now, there was another game being worked on somewhere in here. Play-Doh was housed at the University of Illinois, where Rusty Rutherford was, but there were a small number of remote terminals at other colleges, mostly in the Midwest, that could also access the main Play-Doh system. One of those was at the University of Iowa, and there was a student there by the name of John Dulesky, and some friends, Gary Fritz and others, who were also avid programmers. Yeah, Iowa State University, not the University of Iowa. I knew that. At Iowa State University, not the University of Iowa, who were also had discovered the Play-Doh system and were programming it like crazy as well. And Dulesky was really doing a lot of 3D graphical work because he was an art guy and was really interested in his ability to do 3D art kind of stuff. But he was also making games. He made the game Empire. And he was working on a 3D, we think, dungeon crawling game at around the same time that was also called Dungeon, of which only a title screen has survived to this day. And so I do have to wonder, because that game ultimately ended up never being finished. I mean, I think it was playable in some way, shape, or form at some time, but it was never finished. And according to Deere's book, it was always a little bit finicky. And so I think there's a big possibility that perhaps that's the game that Rutherford was waiting for that was never showing up, rather than D&D. But it's also possible that that was just a complete misremembering, because when he talked to Deere, he made no reference to any other games. He was just like, yeah, I played D&D. I liked it a lot. And I decided that it would be cool to recreate it on the Play-Doh system. So maybe there wasn't even another game that our good friend Reginald, Rusty to his friends, had played. But either way, he decided it would be cool to do this thing. And so he created a game that he called The Dungeon, but which is normally called Petit 5 today, because that was the lesson space where he was working in, because he was working for a professor in the population and energy group, which is where Pettit comes from. And that's why he had access to the Play-Doh and had access to a space that he could program in. And so there were a couple of spaces within the Pettit allotment that were not being used for official work, so he snuck this game into Pettit 5. So it's often called that by people, but its real proper name is The Dungeon. And this was a very rudimentary, kind of top-down dungeon game. You had a very nice-looking avatar in it because the Play-Doh system was capable of pretty decent graphics, and you had a few of the D&D attributes. You didn't have all of them, but you had strength, int, con, and dex. You had gear. You had the ability to do spells. You had a variety of enemies to fight that themselves had pretty cool graphics to them because, again, the computer could do that. And you would explore this dungeon and kill monsters, gain levels up to 5 levels, get some better equipment, swords with better stats and whatnot, and just try to, I guess, make the Hall of Fame, because he kind of had a Hall of Fame based on how well you did in gathering experience and gold and killing things. So there wasn't enough. There wasn't a lot to it. He only had so much time and space effort that he could put into this. But as far as we know, this was the very first dungeon crawl, and even if it's not the very first, because you know how we feel about first that they create worlds, it was certainly the first completed one on the Play-Doh system, and was the first in a line of games that would end up being influential in the transition to microcomputers. And yeah, as Ethan says, I mean, it's in chat here. Yeah, that high score is basically the first high score table in a way. It's being used very differently from in the arcade, but it would predate. That Hall of Fame would predate high score tables in coin-operated games, where, of course, they were at their most famous. So that's Pettit 5. It disappeared very quickly because it was written in an unauthorized space. Now, games were not strictly forbidden on the Play-Doh system. Like, nobody was going around and trying to eliminate every last game on the system. There were usually pretty strict rules on when you could play them. They didn't want them to be played in the middle of the day when everyone was trying to do like real work on the machines, and they would often there would often be administrators roaming around killing every instance of various games they could find during peak hours to stop them from stealing system resources. But they weren't strictly forbidden on the system. However, there was the wrinkle in this case that Rutherford had created the game in this Pettit 5 space that was reserved for actual work. And so that really wasn't the place to have a game, which would cause it to be deleted rather quickly. But it was around long enough that other people got a look at it and liked it and were disappointed enough when it went away that they wanted to do something about that and be able to play it for themselves, which led to a lot of cloning of the game. And at this point, I want to briefly address another game that has been incorrectly in multiple sources, including Deer, because Deer wasn't really looking closely into this. His book, which is wonderful, is an all-encompassing history of the Play-Doh system. He has a couple of chapters on games, but he is not focused on Play-Doh games. As the very first RPG on the system, even predating Pettit 5, the enigmatic M199H. For years and years, this was a phantom game that old-time Play-Doh people, a few would say, yeah, and then like before Pettit 5, there was like M199H, but like it didn't last very long. But yeah, it was even before Rusty's game. Well, more recently, there's been some great work done by the CRPG Addict and others who were able to get into contact with people who had access to the Plato system back in the day. Notably, a guy by the name of Don Gillies, whose father had been a professor at University of Illinois, and so Don had some access as a student to Plato, and he actually had some M199. He actually remembered playing M199H, and even had some materials that he had created himself, maps and graphics and whatnot, that he had created himself at the time, illustrating portions of the game. And from Gillies' documents, the CRPG Addict and others were able to pretty definitively determine that M199H was actually a fork off of Rusty Rutherford's game, the Pettit 5 game. So it actually pretty convincingly postdates Pettit 5 and was actually a fork from Pettit 5. So there you have it. M199H is a big fat lie. It did exist, but it was not the earliest. It really does seem that Pettit 5 was the earliest. And even if there is some other ephemeral game, the dungeon crawl that lasted for 10 seconds on the system before Pettit 5, it's not really that important because Pettit 5 is the font from which everything springs. Because even though the Pettit 5 version of the dungeon goes away very quickly, another group that saw the game and loved it were able to preserve it in a more permanent form in the game Orthanc, named for Saruman the White's tower at Isengard in the Lord of the Rings series, which is basically just Rusty Rutherford's dungeon game, but not immediately deleted because it was created in a place where it shouldn't have been created. So that's kind of the very first one. And as I said, it continued to survive in the form of Orthanc. But its main importance moving forward is that it inspired another set of Iowa State, not University of Iowa, Iowa State programmers that would often work alongside John Dulesky and Gary Fritz and his clique, because there were two terminals there in a small room and they basically worked side by side. No. Cut all of that. Cut all of that.
Okay.
I'm mixing up my groups of people.
Cut.
I'm mixing up my groups of people.
So
Because
we're cutting all the way back to, just so we're clear, because I will be brain fried when I'm editing this far in.
just this part where I was talking about the other group that it inspired, just the most recent part.
Okay.
It inspired a couple of programmers down at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. And I'm just bringing up my next source that I'm using.
Going round to sources. Or something like that.
Yes.
Dum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, dum, dum, dum. So, that. That would be nice if we could put them all into one, like, Discworld, Ethan. Unseen University, it's everywhere. There's entrances everywhere. You just attend good old Unseen University.
Indeed. by the name of Ray Wood and just want to make sure I get his last name correct. I know who I'm talking about. And Gary Weisenhunt. Hopefully it's not Wisenhunt, but I'm going to assume it's Weisenhunt because I can. And they had been very interested by Petit 5 when it appeared, but they were also very vexed at the fact that it kept disappearing over and over and over again. And they were D&D players. They had played Dungeons and Dragons down at Carbondale, but they weren't that big into it. In fact, I'm not sure Weisenhunt even played it at all, but Wood did. But he wasn't like a super huge fan of it. However, they were fascinated by the program itself, the dungeon crawling game, and they thought it would be a cool kind of challenge to recreate it. Have the added benefit that if they recreated it, it would stay on the network for everybody to play. Because Weisenhunt was essentially a system admin. I mean, he didn't have the official title, but the staff at Carbondale, because they're far away from the focal point of this at the University of Illinois, so there's not like a lot of Plato staff on hand. The staff at Carbondale were kind of like, you seem to know what you're doing with this thing. We'll let you help us maintain it. So he basically maintained Carbondale's terminals and their creation space, which guaranteed that no one was going to bump their game off of the system. So they created their own take on the dungeon, which is commonly, again, because of file names, called D&D, all lowercase, the three letters D&D, but was really called The Game of Dungeons, which is incredibly similar, but it's not a straight copy of Rutherford's game. It is more sophisticated, and the thing that's most interesting about it compared to other games is they actually had a quest. There was actually a
quest, huh?
Yes, there was actually a thing you were supposed to be doing, which was descending to the lowest level of this dungeon, which again was in overhead view, similar to how Rutherford's was, and retrieve a golden orb and then make it back up. Return with it to the surface. And they actually included a guardian for that golden orb, a big old dragon, that some people have called, as a result, the very first boss in a video game. I'm not sold on all of those firsts and definitions and everything else, but regardless, it was one of the first times where you had a defined objective in a game like this, and to complete that objective, you had to actually overcome a specific foe. Another thing that they did that would become kind of standard in these kind of games in the early days was, in addition to your normal way of traversing dungeon levels like stairs and whatnot, they also decided, just for the fun of it, later games, particularly on microcomputers, did this oftentimes to overcome limitations. But in the case of this one, they literally, according to Deere's book, just did it for the fun of it. As an homage to Star Trek, which they were also fans of, they put transporters into the game. So you would actually sometimes teleport between rooms and levels. And they decided that these would not always be reliable, sometimes sending you into places where you would be damaged or perhaps even get stuck. And so this was D&D, Game of Dungeons, which was basically a more advanced version of what Rusty Rutherford was doing. It would continue to grow for years. A gentleman by the name of Dirk Pellet on the system became a big fan and was a big D&D player and became a co-developer with them and added all sorts of other stuff. And it became very popular because you had this goal, and it had leaderboards and whatnot too. A lot of games had leaderboards on the Play-Doh system just because of the nature of how that system was built up. And so people would, compete for, getting down to the golden orb as fast as possible and bringing it back up and that kind of fun stuff.
Speed
And
running.
Yes, and this game was more persistent, and it also ended up out in the microcomputer world through a very roundabout way, because one person at Purdue, another university that had access to the Play-Doh system, who really liked the game, was a guy named Daniel Lawrence, and he thought, this game is really cool. I'm going to recreate this on our PDP-10. Because he had access to Play-Doh, but he was also programming in PDP-10. And so he created a game that he called D&D and swore up and down till the day he died. It's like, no, this D&D game was my creation. I never saw that. What's that? That Play-Doh system? No, I never played with Play-Doh in college.
I'm an adult, not a toddler. I'm going to play with Play-Doh. I'm going to build things with Play-Doh.
Yeah. It was all lies. Daniel Lawrence totally ripped off his D&D on the PDP-10 from Wisenhunt's and Wood's D&D. This is incredibly obvious to anyone, as the CRPG addict did, who looks at the two games side by side. It's how there's no way Gygax came up with all of his fantasy rules for chainmail without looking at Pat, because there were too many matching points of comparison. It's exactly the same with Daniel Lawrence's D&D. There are things, and I won't go point by point once again here, but there are specific things that there is no way two different people came up with, and there are too many of them. So Daniel Lawrence created a version which he called D&D, and then when Avalon Hill was getting involved in the computer game space in the early 80s, they accepted a version of that for publication as Telengard. So that's kind of the main way that these overhead dungeon crawl type Play-Doh games came out into the world. The Petit 5 and D&D style game came out through the game Telengard, published by Avalon Hill. It was kind of an evolutionary dead end for RPGs. It wasn't the dominant form, but it's kind of interesting to see how that gets out there. So in addition to this kind of 2D stuff that was going on here, one of the things that was truly outstanding about the Play-Doh system is you could actually do three-dimensional wireframe spaces. And this was being done in a variety of genres. Like we said, John Dulesky had done this with Empire in a space sim shooting game, kind of dynamic, and also before that, Spasm, which was the first one that kind of went in that direction. And it was going on in flight simulator type games like Air Race and Air Fight, but it was also going on in the dungeon space here. And it's kind of interesting. They came directly from the 2D games, but it had to do with the cross-pollination and combination of these 2D dungeon crawls coming out, and Dulesky doing what he was doing at Iowa, that made this whole thing happen. Because there were a couple of guys at Iowa State I'm just once again zooming around, named Kevet Duncombe and Jim Batten, who had fallen in with the Play-Doh crowd. And Iowa State at that time had 2 Play-Doh terminals in a small room, and John Dulesky and Gary Fritz and his clique were programming on one, and Duncombe and Batten and their clique were kind of programming on the other. And so there was a lot of cross-pollination between the two groups, so they could see what Dulesky was doing with games like Empire, and they were also out there on the Play-Doh network, and they discovered Orthanc. And they were not Dungeons & Dragons players at all. They knew nothing about Dungeons & Dragons. They knew nothing about J.R.R. Tolkien. They didn't know anything about anything. But they were really impressed by this Orthanc thing. And thought it would be kind of fun to recreate that. And probably because of the work that Daleski was doing right next door to them, either on Empire or maybe even on his dungeon game, they thought it would be cool to do this in a 3-dimensional space instead. So they created a wireframe dungeon, taking up just a small portion of the screen because it was very memory intensive, that you would explore. And a friend of theirs, the very same Dirk Pellet, who worked on the D&D game eventually, suggested that they call it Moria. So despite the fact that they were neither Dungeons and Dragons players nor Tolkien aficionados, they somehow ended up with a 3D dungeon crawler called Moria. Because that's just how the world works. But this game is a really weird offshoot because they didn't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. So they were trying to recreate the Orthanc experience. But nothing in it is derived from D&D. It has character stats because Orthanc had character stats, but it has stats like cunning and piety and valor and, dare I say it, wizardry, rather than the typical strength and constitution and dexterity. And you also had the ability to really boost those scores into the stratosphere. It was not based on the D&D paradigm where most stuff tops out at 18 other than in special circumstances. Thanks for that vote of confidence, Ethan. Yeah, I'm not saying that I would want to do this every weekend, but yeah, I can talk.
Alex can talk. And then I take all that talking and whale it together into less Captain Kirky and more, I am giving a professional lecture.
Yes, the 7-hour Kent streams, we did do those, though at least in that case, I didn't have to have a fully prepared presentation where I'm doing all of the talking. But yes, we have done those. I've often said if I could figure out how to bottle and sell my energy, I would be a multi-billionaire. But that's not how energy works, sadly.
Need more vampires.
But I do appreciate the compliment very much. Thank you. So it's completely fantastical. It's completely nothing like D&D at all, except for the fact that it is vaguely a dungeon crawl because they had no access to it. So this is an example of how, it's theoretically possible that the world could have evolved in a different direction where D&D was not the basis of everything. Because this here is an example of a game that even though it was inspired by a game that was inspired by D&D, it itself was not directly inspired by D&D. But this was the exception, not the rule, because basically D&D was practically the only game in town at this point. There were a few others that were starting to appear, like Tunnels and Trolls and Traveler in the sci-fi space, etc., etc. But D&D still had an almost complete ironclad grip on the public imagination of this new class of gamer called a role-playing gamer or a tabletop gamer, that everything just followed it. And once you had so many games at the start following the basic D&D conventions, then it was only natural that every game that came after that would be flowing from them in some way or another. And it's not like all the early games on microcomputers were strict clones of D&D. They weren't. But they all had this common ancestor that you could look back to and take inspiration from. And so it all, even something like this where everything is completely non-D&D except the basic setup, it still manages to mostly feel like or be understood as D&D, just because it's a derivative of a derivative. But that was not the way that the 3D games went in the long term on that Play-Doh system. Because there would be another game that would come. This was 76. There would be another game that came in 1977 that was much more orthodox and really set the stage for everything that would come in 3D dungeon crawls afterwards. This being Jim Schwager's game, Oubliette. Schwager, we only have a couple of interviews from him. He does not claim any influence from Moria specifically, though I have to imagine that there was at least a tiny amount. I mean, they don't look that similar to each other. They could be parallel evolutions, but it's hard to believe that he set about to do a 3D dungeon crawl and didn't know about the other dungeon crawl that was around. But his inspiration, according to Schwager, was directly the Dungeons and Dragons tabletop game. This was not a copy of a copy of a copy of a Play-Doh game. And it's different enough from Moria that I very much believe that. Basically, he's another guy that was really into Dungeons and Dragons. He was like, this game's fun, but you know what? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work keeping track of everything, and that just kind of sucks. So he was basically like, what if I recreated Dungeons and Dragons on Play-Doh and let it take care of all the stupid stuff? And so that's what he did. He created this dungeon crawl game with, again, a 3D perspective. He threw in all of the stats. They're all here, all your favorites. Strength, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, constitution, and dexterity. He even threw a little bit of alignment stuff in there, because why not? And then threw in a bunch of classes, some of them real D&D classes, and others of them classes of his own creation. Yeah. Oubliette definitely has, I agree there, Futurist Baroque. You can definitely, in the monster list and whatnot, see that real D&D influence there as well. Another clear indicator that, you know, he was doing a lot of his own stuff and not strictly following what came before. The other thing that really set Oubliette apart, though, in addition to its slightly more faithful recreation of Dungeons and Dragons, is that he also wanted to represent the feeling of adventuring with your friends in these spaces. Because these early games, like Petit 5, D&D, and Moria, they were single player. But the Play-Doh system did have the capability for multiple people to be playing the same game at the same time. It had that full networking capability. So he created a game where you could actually, he figured out a way that you could explore these spaces in groups of 6. And you could actually have a full party that was working together to move through and solve this dungeon and get the treasures and go and gain levels and become more powerful and all of this good stuff. So we even have multiplayer dungeon crawling going on here on the Play-Doh system in 1977, which is just, you know, obviously leaps and bounds ahead of anything that can be done on most other mainframes and certainly on microcomputers at this point. So even though the Play-Doh system was the only system that could really support true dungeon crawls in the 1970s, I mean, by the time Rogue comes along in 80, 81-ish, depending on when it really actually showed up, as we talk about in our Rogue episode. By the time you get there, Rogue is kind of able to do some of that dungeon crawly stuff on more traditional mainframes through its connection with the Unix operating system. But, this is really the only place where true dungeon crawling is going on. Everyone else is doing adventure games and Star Trek games and stuff like that. Even though this was the only source, Play-Doh really was instrumental in the rise of popularity of these games on microcomputers as well, because you can draw a direct line from what was going on Play-Doh to the two most seminal games, early RPGs on microcomputers, which are Ultima and Wizardry. I'm not answering that. I'm not answering that question, Ethan. Now, Ultima and Wizardry were not the very first RPGs on microcomputer systems, but the early ones tended to be really primitive. The ones that came out in the 78, 79, 80 time frame tended to be really, really primitive. And there's two reasons for that. You basically had the trinity of microcomputers, the first three computers that were really robust enough that they started attracting more than just a hobbyist crowd, but were starting to move slightly more into the mainstream, this being the Commodore PET, the TRS-80, and the Apple II. Well, the TRS-80 and the Commodore PET couldn't do real graphics. They could only do character-based graphics. And so that really limited what you could do on those systems. The Apple II had real graphics, but the only choices you had were a low-res mode that had very gigantic sprites, and so everything was these big, ugly blocks. Like, you can't even call that pixelated. They were blockulated. Or you had a high-res mode, which took so much memory that most early Apple users couldn't actually use high-res mode in any real way, shape, or form. It really took until the Apple II Plus came out to be able to fully unlock high-res mode. But 2 was incredibly hard to program in effectively because Woz is a mad genius that does stuff that no sane person would ever attempt to do with computers. And so most programmers didn't really have the ability to program effectively in high res, and even if they could, nobody had a computer that could run it. So in the very early days, you were either doing character-based graphics on the PET or the TRS-80, or you were doing low-res graphics on the Apple II. And all of that was just blocky, blocky, blocky. So what do you get in that kind of situation? Well, you can still sort of do a dungeon crawler, because even character-based blocky graphics means that you can build some walls. And you can put some really rudimentary shapes and characters within those walls to represent monsters and treasures and whatnot. But you really can't do anything very sophisticated. And so there were kind of two paths that this went. First, you had the earliest games on the Apple II, most notably a game called Beneath Apple Manor by Don Worth, and a game called Dungeon Adventure by a Boeing engineer up in Seattle by the name of Bill Clardy, who created very simple maze-like dungeon experiences, both of them taking inspiration from the same game, a game called Dragon Maze that showed up in the Apple II Programmer's Handbook, created by a guy named Gary Shannon, who's a very interesting early figure that we won't cover here. But my man Ethan knows who Gary is because of that Sega connection.
Sega. Oh, great. Now you said Sega. Now everyone's going to like this episode.
But it's not that Sega. It's not the Sega everyone likes. It's that Sega Incorporated company that everybody hates. So it's okay. It's not Sega Enterprises Limited. But Dragon Maze was just a very, very rudimentary maze game where you are controlling a blob, because that's all the graphics could really be, in a maze, and you are trying to escape the maze while a dragon that is another blob is chasing you. And it's not a real-time game. It's just that the dragon is programmed to approach you by the shortest path possible. And so every time you take a step, the dragon takes a step, always trying to get closer to you. And so you have to move bit by bit to try to get out of the maze. So it's a fun little game. And both Clardy and Worth looked at that and were like, hey, they're both Dungeons and Dragons players, and they're like, hey, I bet I can make a very rudimentary dungeon crawl by just making a slightly more advanced maze and throwing some monsters to fight in there and stuff like that. So those were a couple of the very earliest ones you got. And then you had a couple of guys, Jim Connolly and John Freeman, who had founded a company called Automated Simulations. Connolly founded it and then brought Freeman in with stock afterwards. But they were part of a D&D group as well. Connolly had been an avid wargamer in college and had also been introduced to D&D. He wasn't as big into D&D as he was into wargaming, but it was a good social activity to do with groups of people, so he ended up becoming a DM of his own game. Freeman ended up being part of that game. He was a guy that was very well known in game circles. He would write rules for games, and he would review games. He was a published author on games, and was also enamored with D&D. I think he wrote one of the earliest reviews of D&D even. And they decided to get together and create a strategy game called Starfleet Orion, which was a ship-to-ship combat game. It had nothing to do with RPGs, but they basically took this game to DundraCon on the West Coast, one of the very first Dungeons and Dragons focused conventions, and everyone was like, hey, yeah, that's a kind of neat game, I guess, but this is a Dungeons and Dragons convention, right? So what would really be cool is if you made a Dungeons and Dragons game. And so they're like, okay, I guess we could do that. And so Connolly, the better programmer, did the engine. John Freeman, who had background in designing games, did the game design, and they created Temple of Apshai. And the interesting thing about what they did, which is kind of different from everyone else, is they really emulated the D&D system. Because in D&D, you had the D&D box set, and then you had a few supplements to that, like World of Greyhawk and whatnot. But then you also had adventure modules. So once you had the base game and kind of had all the rules there, you could then apply that to pre-canned, pre-made dungeon crawls adventure modules. And so they created Apshai and, had a scenario in that, but then they used that same engine and did a series of what today we would almost call expansions, but were really, in their mind, adventure modules. They were cheaper games with usually fewer levels that adhered to all the same rules that Apshai did because it was the same engine. And so they were kind of following that TSR pattern of release the base game and then release a bunch of additional adventure modules you can play in that space. And, Apshai was kind of the first semi-successful. It had a decent run, CRPG, but, all of this stuff is very primitive. I mean, the Commodore PET's graphics are so primitive that they have to put the room descriptions for Apshai in the instruction manual because there's no way with those graphics to depict anything interesting on the screen. So the real start of the kind of microcomputer revolution in RPGs was really Ultima and Wizardry, and both of those in one way or another can trace themselves back to the Plato system. Now, in Wizardry's case, it's direct. Wizardry is basically oubliette. They lifted it almost wholesale. What's I'm not sure what the reference here is. Ethan, what are you referring to? Are you referring to like a Let's Play video or because I'm not sure I know of this playthrough. Ha! I may have to check that out, or more properly, Jeff's going to have to check that out to put in the show notes.
Oh,
You
no.
hear that? You hear that, editing Jeffrey? Show notes.
The show notes for these episodes are going to be a nightmare.
Editing Jeffrey would prefer that we never do one of these live streams, but editing Jeffrey's not in charge, so he gets no say. Please don't quit editing, Jeffrey. We need you.
Oh, dear God. So much editing.
Indeed. But basically, and we have an episode on Surtech that goes into this story, and we don't have to go into huge detail here, but basically Wizardry was created by Andrew Greenberg and Robert Woodhead. And Andrew Greenberg was a Cornell student, which also at some point got themselves some Play-Doh terminals, who was a big Dungeons and Dragons player, and who was also exposed to all of these dungeon crawls on the Play-Doh system. So as he puts it in his own words, or put it in his own words, he sadly passed away just a couple of months ago. Did you get censored there, Ethan? Is that why we have the 3 asterisks?
Yeah, he sent something in there that made Twitch angry.
Oh my. Positively scandalous. Sending a link. Oh no.
Yeah, DM it to me in Discord and I can look at it.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Thanks for helping editing Jeffrey out there. One less thing that he has to find on his own. And as Greenberg himself put it, one day, he was just kind of feeling kind of blah. It was like kind of around finals time, and he was just feeling blah and didn't want to do anything. And one of his friends was just like, well, why don't you put Dungeons and Dragons on the computer? And Greenberg's like, yeah, why don't I put Dungeons and Dragons on the computer? And so he went upstairs and he immediately started coding a game that he called Basic Wizardry on his Apple II. And clearly, as I said, taking from Oubliette. Again, we're not going point by point on these things in this episode, but there's a lot of Oubliette in Wizardry. A whole lot. Like, again, they added a little bit of their... Yeah, I mean, again, they added a little bit of their own twist to it. It's not entirely a ripoff, but it is basically Oubliette for the Apple II. So he's doing this, but he's doing it in basic. He doesn't know a lot. I mean, he's been on Play-Doh and he's worked in Tutor. I mean, he's a programmer, but he hasn't really worked a lot in the Apple II. And so he's just kind of trying to do this in basic, and that's a pretty complex game to try to do in basic. But he learns that there's another guy, Robert Woodhead, who is also trying to adapt the dungeon crawls of the Play-Doh system onto the new microcomputers like the Apple II. They kind of sort of knew each other, but not well, because Woodhead was a system administrator at Cornell for Play-Doh. And it was his job to hunt down everyone that was playing games during hours that they shouldn't have been playing them and kicking them off. And Greenberg was one of those people playing those games. Yeah, that would be a hilarious Omega number if they had included Oubliette as a secret unlockable in the new Digital Eclipse Wizardry. That would be chef's kiss. It's a shame that they did not do that. That would have been hilarious. And so they were kind of antagonists. I mean, they weren't mortal enemies or anything. They didn't hate each other. But Greenberg played games and Woodhead kicked off people playing games. So there was that kind of built-in kind of rivalry there. But Woodhead also liked games, and he liked D&D. I mean, he liked all the stuff, and in fact, he had been exposed to All's 101 Basic Computer Games before he even went off to college. I mean, he really liked games. It's just, he had a job to do. So Greenberg was a little surprised to learn that Woodhead, of all people, was making games, but it actually made perfect sense in context. And Woodhead had one advantage over Greenberg. And that is, he knew how to program in a little language called Apple Pascal. You know a little bit about Pascal, don't you, Jeffrey? Just a little bit?
Very little. I never actually really programmed in it. When they
Fake
were
it.
going to teach us that in school, it was the year that came before me was the last year they taught it.
Figures. But it was a lot more powerful language than BASIC, and in some ways even a lot more flexible than some of the other languages that were available on the Apple II computer at the time. So Woodhead had the programming chops to actually do oubliette justice on a microcomputer. Greenberg, and he was working on a game he called Paladin, I should mention. Greenberg, I think it seems like must have had the better game design, because the sense I get from the interviews that they give is that they mostly deferred to what Greenberg had been making in terms of game design. So he had the better game design. We did the Pascal talk on the Surtech episode, repeating yourselves. Yes, when you get to 222, 223, 250,000, like we have, sometimes you just gotta talk about the same things over and over again.
Not to mention that you never know when someone's coming in, and they might not have A, the recall, or B, the experience of listening to that earlier episode. They might be coming at it from this one and like, oh, I like D&D. I'll listen to the thing about D&D. And they go like, what? Wizardry and Surtech? Oh, I'll have to go listen to that one. And then that leads them to go down different rabbit holes, and that's the hope.
I think it's more likely that they'll be like, ooh, an episode on D&D. I like D&D. What's all this shit about Bronsteins and Totten and Strategos? That's not D&D. I'm never listening to this stupid podcast again. We are professional streamers that know how to grow our audience, Jeffrey.
That's why we have a whole 8 of them.
And we are happy that each and every one of you are here. Truly.
Hi, people. Thanks for hanging out and listening to this insanity. The later
We're almost
it goes on,
there.
the more insane we get.
Yeah, we have never, one of these days, just as an exercise, we should not stream. God, not stream, but we should just record an episode at 3 a.m. and put it out there unedited so that the world can get a taste of 3 a.m. Jeffrey, as we like to call him.
I don't think I can stay up to 3 a.m. anymore. It would have to be on like a day I can sleep in the next day, because if I don't get at least 5 hours of sleep, I can't function anymore.
Even better. 3 a.m. Jeffrey finds many things funny that normal Jeffrey doesn't. And it is possible to get him into a laugh spiral that will not stop. And after that, he might start, his filter goes away, and he will start doing things like explaining the entirety of how World of Warcraft works using nothing but hand puppets.
Was it World of Warcraft or something else?
It was World of Warcraft. This was way back in the day, Jeffrey. You played World of Warcraft once upon a time.
I did at some point in the Dark Ages, before I learned the God's truth that is Final Fantasy XIV.
I believe you did this for Chris, because Chris at that point did not play World of Warcraft. He joined us eventually, and I think, if I remember correctly, you were, I mean, obviously Chris knew what World of Warcraft was, but that's not the point. The point is to get 3 a.m. Jeffrey to do something completely ridiculous and humorous. So I believe you were explaining World of Warcraft to Chris using nothing but hand puppets. Yeah, 3 a.m. Jeffrey. It's a real thing. It's something. So we should do a 3 a.m. episode sometime, and no, we shouldn't. That's a horrible idea. But
we can do it, but it's a Patreon exclusive.
there you go, because that will get people to want to subscribe. 3 a.m. episodes. We do know how to market to our audience.
I mean, I I got to come up with other stuff to put in there to make people want to join the Patreon. So why not? We already have one
Indeed.
secret episode on there, episode 0.
Oh God. That will never be a topic on They Create Worlds, Ethan. Probably. I should never say never, but I find it hard to believe. But maybe if somebody writes a comprehensive book on eroge, then I suppose we would have to cover it. So, Ethan, you write the book, and we'll do the podcast. How's that sound?
We're I don't know. So this entire stream, we're either like canceled 5 ways to Sunday, sued into oblivion, or everyone just hates us and runs away. I'm not sure how this is ending.
That's true. That is entirely true, Ethan. If anyone's going to write that book, it's going to be Devin, and that may actually happen someday. If he writes the comprehensive book that gives me enough to go off on, I'll do the episode. I'm just not doing that research myself. Yeah, I recall that there was a visual novel book, Omega Number, and I recalled looking at it and being like, this doesn't look like it's probably going to be anything. So I never even read it. And yeah, glad to see that my instincts in that case were correct.
But we made it to Wizardry and maybe Ultima now.
We're not quite done with Wizardry, but we almost are. But we're almost there. So there was this ended up being a combination of kind of Greenberg's game design and Woodhead's programming chops, though obviously both were able to do both, so there was cross-pollination there, that ended up with this game Wizardry. And of course, it couldn't be multiplayer, because there was that very real limitation on the early microcomputers. You still controlled a party of multiple characters. It's just that you, a single player, were controlling the entire party rather than engaging in multiplayer dungeon crawl shenanigans. But it basically recreated that three-dimensional oubliette Play-Doh dungeon crawl experience with all of the fun character classes and stats and gear and monsters and that tiny little window up in the corner that showed this wireframe 3D dungeon space that you were walking around in. So that's one. That's Wizardry. Ultima, obviously, is not quite the same straight line as that, because Richard Garriott was not exposed to the Play-Doh system. He was down in Texas, nowhere near a Play-Doh system. His exposure to computers came in high school via teletype in his school that was hooked into a traditional mainframe, God knows where. He was exposed to Dungeons and Dragons. He was exposed to it at summer camp in 1977. He sometimes says it's 1974. He's wrong. I know his life better than he does, ? No, he's also said 77 at times, too, and 77 is definitely correct. So he was exposed to D&D, and he played it, and he liked it, and ended up getting himself a custom computer class that he could take, where he basically just made D&D games all day long. So none of that has anything to do with the Play-Doh system, obviously. But none of these early games that he did, which were very crude, were games that he was very interested in publishing. And he kind of took a turn in a different direction when he beheld a maze game. Here it comes, Ethan. And you know about this. You're thinking too linearly. Called Escape. That, unlike the Dragon Mage of Gary Shannon, was a 3-dimensional maze that you wandered around in. And it was created by a Play-Doh programming legend. There it is. By the name of Silas Warner, who had been a Play-Doh administrator at Purdue, and then later got a job at CDC, which bought the whole Play-Doh thing to commercialize it, to be a Play-Doh administrator for them as well. So, as far as I know, Escape is not based on any games that he made on the Play-Doh system. He was very active in the gaming scene on Play-Doh, and he did programming of games on Play-Doh. I don't think Escape necessarily was specifically one that he did there. But I also can't imagine that his decision to make something as ridiculous, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. I mean, it's only ridiculous because to have the audacity to think you can get an Apple II to do this is ridiculous. But of course, Silas Warner's a genius, so he has the programming chops to back it up and actually do that. I can't imagine that the ridiculous audacity to create a three-dimensional maze game on the Apple II could not have been inspired by all of the 3D games that he was playing on the Play-Doh system. And so Silas Warner creates Escape. Richard Garriott realizes that his life up to this point had no meaning and recreates his most recent D&D experimental little game as a three-dimensional dungeon crawl called Akalabeth, and the road to Ultima has begun. So it is a more tenuous link. It's not like Wizardry, which is literally just a ripoff of a Play-Doh game. But we are still getting there. 28B, to be exact. But yes, D&D 28, it is indeed. And starts him on the road to creating Ultima. Obviously, Ultima is not famous for being a set of 3D maze games. Ultima is famous for being games where you have a tile-based overworld that his friend Ken Arnold helped him figure out how to do. The 3D dungeons give way after the second Ultima game to the far more influential tactical combat system that he had in Ultima 3 onward. So, you know, it's definitely a little more. Yeah, B was the Akalabeth alterations. That's true. So it's a little more tenuous of a link, but still, even though it was indirectly, Richard Garriott was kind of put on this path by a Play-Doh programmer who was undoubtedly using tricks that he had learned while being a Play-Doh programmer to do this 3D maze game. And then, of course, Ultima and Wizardry. Really, almost every RPG that comes out for the next decade in the United States is either in some way an Ultima or a Wizardry clone. Not that they're all straight ripoffs, but they're all kind of following the lead of one of those two paradigms of RPG gameplay. And if you want to take it even one step further, of course, the entire JRPG industry coming off of Dragon Quest. And I realize Dragon Quest is not the first Japanese RPG, where that's a whole different episode. We did that episode where we're just oversimplifying here a little bit because this is a big overview episode. But Dragon Quest, which kicks off the whole JRPG thing, is very much a, Nakamura and Hori being like, I like Ultima. I like Wizardry. Let's make a game like Ultima. Let's make a game like Wizardry. Why not both? And you get that tile-based overworld of Ultima combined with a combat system and combat view pane more reminiscent of Wizardry to birth the JRPG industry while we're at it. And, yeah. So that's kind of how Dungeons and Dragons ended up inspiring so many of the most important genres in the early video game space. Obviously, we're not going to do it here because this is a 3-parter, and we're not doing a 4th part. We're not going to take this along to further discuss how RPG elements then start creeping into non-RPGs and adventure games and get enmeshed in first-person shooters and third-person action-adventure games and all of these other genres. So that in this day and age, you can barely find a game anywhere that doesn't have some RPG element in it. We don't have time for any of that nonsense.
But what about Final Fantasy, Alex, and the eyeball on the beholder and the suing? You talked about it in the D&D presentation at Dragon Con. You have to at least bring it up here.
Oh, fine. So, the Japanese, it was a little weird. The Japanese, a little weird? Huh. Anyway. No, we just got canceled in Japan. Oh my God. And that's a big market for video games. That was not a good idea. But in Japan it's weird because they got D&D later. they did not get D&D translated into Japanese until 1985. They didn't even get a real RPG product until they got the first Fighting Fantasy books, British series of kind of choose your own adventure books with RPG stats included, translated in 1984. So there were a small number of people that were exposed to it through translations, through importing or that kind of thing. But most people didn't have the D&D. So most of what they got there came in through the video games, through the computer games, because Apple IIs were imported into Japan very early, and so you had shops that were importing Apple IIs, and then you had staff of those shops starting to make games, and they were basing it on the games that were being imported from the US, like Ultima and Wizardry, and that's how you get, like, Kia, not the car company, but the Yoshia Kia, the programmer, creating really weird games like Panorama Island that, if you squint, look like Ultima, but also what the heck is going on with the giant dong on that monster? Look it up. So you didn't have a lot of direct D&D influence in the early Japanese RPGs, but they were all riffing off of Ultima and Wizardry, so, like 2 or 3 times removed you had it. But one of the only exceptions to that was the original Final Fantasy, because as we talked about in our Final Fantasy episode, Akitoshi Kawazu, one of the designers on that, actually knew and played and enjoyed D&D. And so Final Fantasy has a bunch of D&D monsters in it. It has the Sahuagin in it. Sahuagin, Sahua. The Sea Devils. It has the Sea Devils in it. A sea devil. It also has an enemy that they call a wizard, but it's a wizard with tentacles all over its face. So yeah, that's an illithid. And most famously, it had a beholder. What, you don't remember the beholder in your Final Fantasy? Well, that's because even though TSR kind of overlooked the whole Sahuagin thing and overlooked the whole wizard illithid thing, they were like, no, we created beholders. That's our thing. We will sue you if you try to release that in the United States. Change it. So they had to change it to a slightly different eyeball monster. But they even originally had beholders. So there's your Japanese anecdote right there, Jeffrey, because you asked for it to be complete, in complete lockstep with our presentation at DragonCon. All of that last little bit was like, what the heck is this even doing in this episode? But that's okay. We had to do it for the fans, I guess.
For the fans.
There you go. That's D&D and its influence on early computer games, early RPGs on computers and consoles, and all of that stuff in one giant 3-part extravaganza that sort of starts talking about dungeons halfway through, never really does much with that dragons thing, and only occasionally decides to talk about video games. Yeah, good job, team.
Good job, team. How much of a team do we have here? It's just you and me and editing Jeffrey and administrative Jeffrey and PR Jeffrey and
Twitch chat. They count. They matter.
Okay, we got Twitch chat. How many of you guys are left? 7. All 7 of you who are left.
Oh God, we lost one. We lost
did.
one in the last little bit. I blame you making me talk about JRPGs.
No one wants to hear about that. That's okay. But it has been a long, fun, crazy ride. We started at 1 p.m. It is now, what does the prophets tell me the time is?
1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, to be exact.
Oh, you and your exactness. The prophets tell me that the time is currently almost 10 o'clock on. So we've been at this for at least 9 hours, plus a few breaks. Oh, and
Yay!
we gotta level up. We gotta level up. New follower.
Thank you very much, Futurist Baroque. We only do these live streams, for those that don't know, we only do these big live streams once a year. But Jeffrey does from time to time, and he's trying to do it more do live editing of the podcast. It's mostly him clicking on things faster than the human eye can track while singing songs to his cats. So if that sounds thrilling, you can always watch out for those notifications for Jeffrey's cat songs. I think Ethan would endorse Jeffrey's cat songs. Wouldn't you, Ethan Johnson, friend of the show?
Uh-oh. We broke Ethan. He's one of the lost ones.
No.
We're down to 6.
No, Jeff, there's a lag between us talking and them getting it on stream. It's okay.
You sure? Lag? What's this lag you speak?
I endorsed that like you endorsed Terry Goodkind. I'm not certain that's such a glowing endorsement after all. Also, to answer your question, Ethan, it's post Diablo 2. So it's a combination of winding down Blizzard North, and their abortive attempt at a Diablo 3. It's not a Diablo 3 episode. It's just that's part of the winding down, combined with an overview of Flagship Studios and what they tried to do. And we talk all about all of that in kind of a larger vein of why were the very successful studios and publishers of the late 80s and early 90s starting to completely fall apart by the end of the 90s. So we kind of also use it as a cautionary tale for like what was causing some of these studios to fail as the industry changed in that time period. So it's not really 3 Diablo episodes, because even though we do talk about the abortive Diablo 3 some, it's not a making of Diablo 3. We do not talk about the subsequently rebooted Diablo 3 that actually launched from Blizzard Entertainment in Irvine. So,
yeah, the episode's actually going to be called North to Hellgate, London. And I'm in the process of editing. Yeah, I'm in the process of editing it. I might stream editing that tomorrow if I'm feeling particularly crazy in the morning. And we'll see how that goes.
Yep. So go ahead. We can keep talking a little bit in stream, but let's go ahead and wrap up this recording by you saying whatever words are going to get us out of this vicious time loop. Of course, we're not going to say what we're talking about next, because we never do that after the live stream, because it's a lot. So say something to end this nightmare, Jeffrey, for God's sake.
Well, Alex, we talked a lot about Dungeons and Dragons, its inception, its creation, its proliferation, its heresy of satanic worship or something that really just turned out to be math for nerds. And then how it influenced all these video games on computers and a few console stuff. And even touched a little bit about that Wizardry, Ultima, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Quest. But that just means next time on They Create Worlds, everyone out there will not know what we will talk about, because Alex never knows what he's going to talk about after a live stream, and we are just going to have to wait and let the suspense build up. But that's okay. We won't tell you what it will be, but you might get a hint of it if you catch one of my editing sessions. So there you go. Incentive to listen to the editing sessions.
Absolutely. So, yeah, thank you, everyone, as always, for listening to the episode. An extra special thank you for all the people that came along with us on this crazy ride of streaming this over the course of 9 hours, including some that were there for the entire time. I never know why they do it, but they do, and we love them for it anyway. And, yeah, that's about all from me.
All right, and we will see you next time on They Create Worlds.
All right. Stopping that recording. Saving that project.
So many
as
projects.
Episode
So much saving.
224. And there you have it. 3 more episodes in the can. Another live stream successfully completed. And as we said at the end of the episode there, thank you so much for those of you that are still here that came along with us on this journey. And obviously, since this is recording, to all the people that tuned in at any point, we never expect anyone to be crazy enough to watch the entire 9 hours, though some people, like our good friend of the show, Ethan Johnson, do so anyway. But anyone, even if you only tuned in for 5 minutes, or if you tuned in for 5 hours, who are listening to this afterwards, thank you so much. We have a lot of fun doing this once a year. Never want to do it on a regular basis, too much, but love doing it once a year and interacting with everybody. So,
and we hope you all had fun. But I get to push the big scary button now that does the outro thing that I made. Are you afraid, Alex?
Be very afraid.
All right. Let's see here. I need to set this. And I am ready to go, and I can do the outro thing. Where's my outro button? There's my outro button. All right, kids. Here it comes. Check out our show notes at podcast.thecreateworld.com, where we have links to everything to be discussed in this and other episodes. And we have the audio that's being used really weird here. Why is the audio weird? Don't be weird, audio. Come back here. Come back here, audio. Here, you're doing things. Stop doing things. Oh no, I fixed it. Maybe. Yes, I fixed it. Woohoo! Audio has been fixed. You can't be heard. It's okay, because Alex is muted because of master things that he wasn't supposed to be on this scene, but it's still playing the outro music, and that's what's important. Oh God, it's still too loud. We don't know what to do anymore. We can't fix it. I don't know how to fix anything anymore. We're doomed. You're all doomed. Your eardrums have blown away. Anyone who fell asleep listening to the stream is now gone. Oh God, I just ruined it all for everyone. But you can all get Alex's book next time on They Create Worlds, the mysterious Futurama version, where it's sometime in the future and we don't know when it's going to come out. You have to do research. We have to poke him with the karate stick in order to do research. Yeah, more research. Anyway, I got it. I can't think of anything else to say because my entire train of thought failed because I thought this thing was going to work and it didn't work. Because you failed me. But you don't need to go home, but you can't stay here because this podcast stream is ending. And music is our outro music, which is all that Bacterial love. And our intro music was Airplane Mode by Josh Woodward, which is full kitty cat version, which everyone loves. And I have been Jeffrey. He has been Alex. And we wish you all a happy night, a happy morning, something. And Ethan, keep doing you.